Well, g'day curd nerds, and welcome to another 12-hour live stream. This one is how to make Italian-style cheeses. Now, before I start, just a few notes before we hit into the video. The first video I thought would be essential before we start, getting into all the Italian cheeses. And what I'm doing is there's a pre-recorded cheese making 101 video, and what that does basically is sets the groundwork for all the other cheeses. So bear with me during the first 24 odd minutes where we will be doing cheese making 101, and then we'll get stuck into all the Italian cheeses. There's about 60 different Italian cheese videos. Some of them are taste tests on the main cheese, but like I said, there's 60 videos, and there's about 11 hours and 40 minutes worth of footage. Now, I'm going to try and stay up as, long as I possibly can today. So we'll see how that goes. I've had a nap this afternoon. I'll try and stay up as late as I can, but I'll let people know when I'm not in the chat. So I'm hoping to be in the chat most of the time. And where I'm not, I'll just say I'm popping out of chat, be right back, and then when I come back in, I'll announce. So let's get on with this 12-hour live stream of how to make Italian-style cheeses. Well, g'day curd nerds. I'm Gavin Weber, and you're watching the How to Make Italian-Style Cheeses live stream. During the live stream, you'll see many Italian-style cheeses that I've made on my YouTube channel. And the videos are all there free for you to watch at any time. This live stream is obviously a compilation of all of those videos, including cheeses like Buffalo Mozzarella and some famous hard Italian cheeses like Parmesan, Grana Padano style, Asiago, and Pecorino Romano. I hope you enjoy the stream and get some value out of all these videos. I'll obviously be joining you in the chat for the entire time, maybe less, a couple of hours that I need to have a sleep, but I'll be there in the chat to answer any questions during the stream. So, thanks for watching, and I hope you're enjoying the How to Make Italian-Style Cheeses live stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. Welcome to another video. This one's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be in a webinar style, and I've titled it a Cheese Making 101. So as you can see there, we've got a lovely title page, and it's going to be all the basics for cheese making that you were probably afraid to ask. So let me go through. I'm not sure how long it's going to run for, but let's step our way through the presentation, and I've got a lot of content to deliver to you today. So what will you learn today? You'll learn why I make cheese. You'll learn the basics of cheese making and ingredients, basic equipment, methods and types of cheese, and I've got some additional resources at the end of the presentation. So why I make cheese? Well, I don't know how many of you knew, I grew up on a dairy farm in Loxton North, South Australia. Now the dairy farm's long gone, it's no longer there, but I have fond childhood memories of shoveling cow manure at the end of every day and cleaning up the dairy yard where Dad used to do the milking. Anyway, we never we never made cheese because that cheese making technique was never passed down to us. Now, we did, however, have a lot of raw milk, and I drank that consistently up until about the age of 16. So no ill effects as long as you drink it within the first 24 hours. Well, within the first 3 days, usually it's good to go. So we had fresh raw milk all the time with no issues. Obviously, being a dairy, Dad had certain standards that he had to adhere to, but the closest thing we came to making cheese was making butter, and I remember fond memories of my mother making butter in our kitchen. Now, I took reason I started making cheese was because I wanted to know what went into my food. I was going through a lifestyle change. We changed to a more sustainable lifestyle, and I was making preserves. We had chickens for eggs, lots of vegetables in the garden. I planted lots of fruit trees, which have only just now come to bear fruit, or good, decent amounts of fruit. So I decided to start making my own cheese. Now, to do that, I went and took a course, and the very first cheese ever made was feta. And since that cheese, I've gone on to make over 70 different cheeses at home with just some basic equipment, nothing too fancy, and we'll talk about equipment in the equipment section. So I loved making cheese so much that I just wanted to share it with others. So I created a cheese-making blog, a cheese-making podcast, YouTube channel, and wrote an ebook, which also we have a bound copy. And I've also made an online beginner's cheese-making course. So that's pretty cool as well. Moving right along. The very first thing you need to learn about with any cheese making or any food that has milk as its basis, it's deemed to be a high risk food. Very first thing they need to do is sanitisation. So sanitisation, you need to make sure that all of your equipment is well washed first, and you can run it through a dishwasher on a normal cycle. And then you need to sanitize the equipment either by boiling, if it's stainless steel, steaming, if that's your preference. You can use white vinegar on plastic equipment, or you can use a weak bleach solution, which is sodium hypochlorite. Now, if you do decide to use a weak bleach solution, this will kill the majority of the bugs, as will vinegar. And by bugs, I mean bad bacteria and unwanted molds and yeasts. What you need to do is you need to add 2 tablespoons of bleach into 4 litres of tap water, soak all your equipment for 5 minutes, and then remove and rinse with cold water. And then don't forget, around your cheese making area, that you should thoroughly wipe all of the surfaces that may come in contact with the cheese as you're making it. So that's all kitchen benches, your kitchen sink, your cheese press, all that sort of stuff. Either wipe that with the weak bleach solution, or with white vinegar, straight white vinegar in a spray bottle. And that's what I tend to use, is the white vinegar, and haven't had any issues with contamination. So the basic steps of cheese making. So step 1, you've got your milk, obviously, and you bring that up to a temperature. Also, you would then next add a starter culture. This is for the vast majority of cheeses. Then you coagulate it somehow, either using acid or rennet. Then we stir the curd. We cut the curd and then we stir it. And then we mill the cheese if necessary. And then we press the cheese if necessary, and then age it, and we eat it. So they're the very basic steps of cheese making. So let's talk about milk, which is the first, obviously, essential ingredient. So raw milk, you can use that for cheese making. There's no issues with that at all. However, just be aware that food standards in Australia anyway have a mandate that the curds must be cooked at 48 degrees Celsius, which is 118 Fahrenheit, or higher during the cheese making process, and that the final cheese ripening is at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit for longer than 60 days to destroy any harmful pathogens. It's therefore, here in Australia, only suitable for hard cheeses like Romano, Parmesan, possibly some of the Alpine cheeses that have high temperatures as well. So those sorts of cheeses are suitable according to Australian food laws for raw milk. However, there are other milks that you can use. Obviously, any pasteurised milk is okay for making cheese. However, it does kill some of the starter bacteria that is present in raw milk, and you need to make sure that you add a starter culture when you're using pasteurised milk. I tend to use pasteurised unhomogenised milk, which is very suitable. I can get that readily from a dairy producer here locally. Also, you can use pasteurised homogenised milk. You need to make sure that you add in some calcium chloride, which is a mineral salt, and that helps set the curd. Make sure that any milk you get has a butterfat content of about 3.25 or higher. You'll get a decent yield out of your cheese. And the other milks that you shouldn't use are ultra pasteurised and UHT milk. They will not set a curd, doesn't matter how hard you try. So you'll be at a loss and you'll just simply waste that milk. So just check out on the back of the cartons or bottles for ultra pasteurised milk, and UHTs usually packed in Tetra Paks, which are cardboard cartons, silver lined with a aluminium foil or something like that. So just make sure you don't use those milks for cheese making. Now, starter cultures come in a couple of varieties. There's mesophilic starter culture, which is a low temperature bacteria that you don't heat any higher than 39 Celsius or 102 Fahrenheit. It's used for cheddar style, Cafelli, Gouda or Gouda, feta and other semi-hard cheeses. Anything that is a low cooked temperature cheese. So it likes the temperature to be about 32 degrees Celsius. Thermophilic starter culture, on the other hand, can survive up to 55 degrees Celsius or 132 Fahrenheit and is used for hard Italian cheeses or Swiss type cheeses like Parmesan, Romano, Emmentaler, Leerdama, Jarlsberg. Those sort of styles cheeses can readily be cooked to high temperatures, and therefore they use the thermophilic starter culture. The next one I'm going to cover is basically molds. So there are three main sort of molds that you use to make cheese, and that's Penicillium candidum, which is a white mold used for brie and camembert. Geotrichum candidum, which gives you an earthy flavour. It's used for some white mold ripened cheeses. And last but not least is Penicillium Roqueforti, which is a blue-green mold used for Stilton and blue cheeses like Gorgonzola or Roquefort. So you only use little bits of the starter cultures. So we're talking about an eighth of a teaspoon per 10 litres of milk, depending on the manufacturer. What the basics of the starter cultures do are they convert lactose, which is the sugar in milk, into lactic acid. So, coagulation and renneting. A rennet comes in two main forms these days, and that's animal rennet and vegetable rennet. The animal rennet comes from the forestomach of an unweaned ruminant, cow, sheep or goat, and the enzyme within the stomach wall is called chymosin. There's actually two, it's chymosin and pepsin. However, we mainly extract chymosin because pepsin adds a bittering agent to the cheese. So chymosin is the chemical, it's the enzyme that's used. It curdles the milk produced by their mother to aid digestion, and it's taken from a slain animal. So those of you who are vegetarians and vegans, I would not use animal rennet. Most of my cheeses I use vegetarian rennet, and it's made from a mold or a mycelium called Muram mihi. This contains chymosin as well, which is the same as the animal form. So liquid rennet is stored in the refrigerator, whether it be in liquid or tablets, and tablets are stored in the freezer. And both forms are mixed with about a quarter of a cup or 60 millilitres of non-chlorinated water, and they're added to milk after ripening with the starter culture. So, cutting the curd and stirring, there's a couple of methods on all of the cheese making videos. You can see the method I use. Always check for a clean break. I either use my pinky or a knife that I push into the curd and then turn it perpendicular and just lift it up. And cutting curds, I use a curd knife to do the vertical cuts and a curd cutting harp like the one shown in the presentation there to do the horizontal cuts. It doesn't take long, but you need to have different size curds for different types of cheese. So the smaller the curd size, the harder the cheese is going to be, and maybe possibly crumbly as well. The larger the curd size, the more moisture the cheese is going to have in it. So milling is done in most semi-hard to hard cheeses, and it's the process of mixing the salt with the curds. Salt is an essential ingredient of cheese, of course. It expels whey, slows down conversion of lactose to lactic acid and preserves the cheese. It also adds flavour, helps form the rind. It also inhibits the lactic bacterial growth, so the starter cultures in the later stages of the cheese making process, slows them right down so they don't run away and convert all that lactose to lactic acid and make it really acidic and sharp. Salt can also be added during the milling process, where you mill the curds before you pop it into your cheese basket. However, you can, after pressing, use a saturated brine solution, about 18% saturated brine solution, and bathe it for many hours. Usually it's between 6 and 12 hours, sometimes up to 24, depending on the density and the size of the cheese that you've made. At that stage, milling, you can also add herbs and spices, and there are many cheeses where you add herbs and spices during the milling process. So pressing, we need to press semi-hard and hard cheeses so that they form a closed rind and that the cheese develops within that rind. There are various shapes, molds for making cheese that can be pressed, and you need to apply weight depending on the type of cheese. Also, you'll notice in one of the pictures down here, you'll see that there is a thing called a follower, and a follower is essential to form a nice even surface on top of the cheese that's not touching the basket. There are various types of cheese presses, from a simple spring one like this one here to a Dutch press. There's a sample there and another sample here, where people are getting very clever using weights in the form of water bottles or vinegar bottles, what have you, and they're pressing their cheese there. Very ingenious. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so on to aging. Aging cheese, soft cheeses rarely need aging and can be eaten straight away, usually within 14 days before mold growth starts. So you need to eat your soft cheeses straight away. Semi-hard to hard cheeses, you mature them at a temperature range between 7 and 13, which is 44 to 55 Fahrenheit, at a fairly high relative humidity between 75 and 95%, all depending on the recipe that you have. You may need artificial cooling, for instance, a cheese fridge. However, a basement, if your basement is cold enough, then that may suffice. Small wine fridges that you can control the temperature of, they work as well. And you can put a bowl of water in the bottom with a sponge in it, or something protruding out of the water, and that increases the humidity. Or you can use a small bar fridge, which I have converted to, using an external thermostat. So that works very well. Make sure that you've got a thermometer and a hygrometer in the cheese fridge so you can monitor the relative humidity and the temperature during the aging process. One thing that's not on the page is that you don't need to control the relative humidity of the entire fridge. If you use ripening boxes, which are just plastic boxes, plastic tubs with an elevated floor, then you don't need to worry about increasing the humidity in the entire fridge. Just by having a damp cloth underneath the mat, that you place the cheese on elevates the humidity up to acceptable levels. So the times for maturation are stated in all the recipes. It can be as little as 3 weeks for cheeses like Cavalli or Bel Paese, or it can be as long as a year for some cheddars, parmesans and romanos in the small form. So eating, don't forget when you eat your cheese that you should serve it at room temperature. The biggest mistake that people make when they set out a cheese platter is they take it straight from the fridge. Cheese needs to come up to room temperature and it enhances the flavour of the cheese. So just make sure when you have a cheese platter, next time allow at least 30 minutes for the cheese to come up to room temperature so you get the full flavour of that cheese. Now, as far as a cheese board goes, just make sure that you have cheeses from all the different cheese types, which I'll go through in a second, and that enhances and balances your cheese board. So there's a little bit of cheese there for everybody. Okay, so different types of methods of making cheese. There are soft cheeses. They're usually small cheeses and have high moisture content. The curds are drained slowly by gravity and without any pressure. They are quick to ripen and require smaller quantities of milk. Curds can be formed by either adding vinegar, lemon juice or vinegar, or small amounts of rennet. It depends on the recipe. Some soft cheeses are whole milk ricotta, mozzarella, whey ricotta, and cream cheese, and of course goat's cream cheese, which is called Scyzz. Now, semi-hard cheeses, on the other hand, take longer to ripen than soft cheeses and can take over 5 hours to make from milk to mould. The quality of the milk is greater, sometimes requiring at least 8 litres of milk. I now use standard recipes of about 10 litres of milk. They mainly require some pressing and some additional equipment. Some semi-hard cheeses are farmhouse cheddar, Monterey Jack, Wensleydale, and most of the cheddar family. Now, hard cheeses, most of them use thermophilic starter cultures because they need a higher cooking temperature. They require a lot of pressing and some additional equipment. Longer aging periods, usually between 10 months and 2 years, and some examples of Parmesan, Romano, and Emmental. And finally, mould ripened cheeses are not pressed as a rule. They tend to develop their shape under their own weight, assisted by gravity. Mould ripened cheeses need to mature in their own ripening boxes to stop cross-contamination with other cheeses in your cheese fridge. And some mould ripened cheeses are Stilton, blue cheeses, Camembert, Brie, and Roquefort, and Gorgonzola are some good examples of blue ripened, mould ripened cheeses. Okay, just some examples. This got some lovely pictures here to share. Cotswold, one of my wife's favourites. That's chives and onions are added during the milling process, and it's the essential ingredient in what's known as a ploughman's lunch. Drunken Cow is a cheese that is marinated in red wine, sweet red wine, or it can be any red wine. And then it's aged, and it has a delicious flavour. Some of the wine soaks into the rind of the cheese, and it tastes absolutely amazing. Feta, it's made a couple of ways. You can make a cow's milk feta with the addition of lipase. You can use goat's milk. Or the traditional method of making feta from Greece is 70% sheep's milk and 30% goat's milk. But feta is very simple to make, very easy, and you can eat it within 3 or 4 days. So absolutely delicious. Halloumi is a nice simple cheese to make. It's a traditional Cypriot cheese, very simple, great beginner's cheese. It can be eaten fried. You fry it up so it gets a nice crust, it goes golden brown, and then you can eat it with some watermelon, which is an amazing thing to eat with halloumi. It really does tickle the taste buds. So try a bit of watermelon next time you eat some halloumi. Another simple cheese for beginners would be cream cheese. Very simple ingredients. All you need is milk and no cream. I just use milk in my version. Turns out amazing. Milk, some rennet, and some starter culture. And yep, you can fancy it up at the end, form it into some logs, put some herbs and spices around the log. And I've recently made a cheese ball, and there's a video on that. It's very simple to make and absolutely delicious. And I would then go on to make, say, Wensleydale. This one is quite intensive, but it's a good cheddar-style cheese, absolutely delicious, not crumbly at all. That Wensleydales I tend to make anyway. But be aware that it does take about 9 hours from milk to the final pressing. So it's fairly labour intensive, but it has an amazing flavour. And I've got a nice blue cheese, which would be easy to make as well. It's Stilton, in the style of Stilton. It has extra cream added to the milk, so it's more creamy than what a normal cheese would be. And it actually does taste very amazing. Some great flavours. You got the blue from the Penicillium Roque 40, and you can see the blue veining there. And it's got a nice rind all the way around. And it must be matured in a plastic container, a ripening container, if in your home cheese fridge. Otherwise, you'll get some cross-contamination. Okay, now on to cheese making equipment. A lot of these days for beginners, it's probably best to buy a kit. And there are a lot of good cheese making kits out there. In fact, we sell some at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, as well as all the ingredients and all that sort of stuff. And the other essential ingredients, so if you're going to make semi-hard cheese, make sure you get yourself a press. Make sure you get yourself a kit. And get some basic molds and some cultures as well. Most of the kits have all the rennet, calcium chloride, baskets, followers. Some have cheese wax in them as well. And they're very comprehensive. But yeah, kits are probably the best way to go for beginners. They have full instructions, so you're not guessing for your cheese making. So the very first cheese you make, obviously you want it to be successful and you don't want to get discouraged. So kits are probably the best way to go. So that's equipment. Now, cheese making courses are great fun, indeed they are. And I've taught quite a few cheese making courses now. I have since stopped face-to-face courses because I could only reach locals. And all that being great, and I love teaching locals, but I wanted to reach out and teach a lot more people. So I've developed a cheese making course over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy, the beginner's course. And it's a great little course. It's got recipes and instructions on how to make 9 different cheeses, all the way from the simplest to an intermediate cheese being cheddar. So if you've got cheese making courses locally to you, then I would not hesitate for you to go on them, and I recommend that because there's nothing like learning from an expert on how to make basic cheeses. And if you want to go up a level, then check out my online course over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I have written a cheese making book, and it's called Keep Calm and Make Cheese. It is very popular. It's sold over, I think it's nearly 10,000 copies now, which is absolutely fantastic. This is my first book. I'm currently writing another one, but this one's got over 25 tried and true recipes, tested them all just to make sure they work for you and there's no issues. Because I find with a lot of cheese making books, the recipes haven't been tested. There are mistakes through them, so yeah, it's a bit of a worry. But I've tested all these ones. There's over 60 pictures, full colour pictures within the book, and links to cheese making videos within the recipes. So as many recipes as I could, I actually linked the cheese making videos within the book, and you can click it. So great little addition to your cheese making library. You can also catch me over on Little Green Cheese Podcast. We'll release a weekly one. I try to anyway. And there are 82 episodes at the moment. And there are many of the episodes are interviews with home cheesemakers, and there are also many tips and techniques and listener questions that I answer during the show. Other places you can find me are my blog, littlegreencheese.com, and of course on YouTube, where this is showing, is the direct link to that is cheeseman.tv. You can always catch me there. It redirects to the YouTube channel. Anyway, hopefully this has been of some information to you, and you've learned a little bit about the basic cheese making process. I've been very excited to bring this to you today. Hopefully it's been of some use. Anyway, if you like this sort of thing, give it a thumbs up, leave me a comment. I can do more webinar sort of presentations. But I've really enjoyed doing this and doing the slideshow and presenting it to you. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we will see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. G'day, Curd Nerds. Today I'm making Asiago Pepato. Asiago is a firm cheese. There's two types. There's a soft, well, not a soft, a semi-hard version, which is aged for 3 weeks, 21 days. And there's a firm grating Asiago, which is up to a year, 1 or 12 months old. So I'm going to be making the semi-hard version of Asiago Pepato, and hopefully in 3 weeks' time we'll have a taste test video. Anyway, on with the cheese. So you're going to need 6 litres of full cream milk, 2 litres of reduced fat milk, a quarter of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 2.5 ml or half a teaspoon of calcium chloride, 2.5 ml or half a teaspoon of liquid rennet, and 1.5 teaspoons of black or green peppercorns. I chose to use green peppercorns, and you'll need a saturated brine solution at about 18% saturation. So bring your milk up to the target temperature of 33 Celsius or 92 Fahrenheit. And then just remove that from the heat. So we're going to add in the thermophilic culture. This is the quarter of a teaspoon. So sprinkle that over the top. There we go, and we're going to let that rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after it's rehydrated, I put it back on the heat because it was losing its temperature. Just give that a good stir top to bottom. Now you'll notice a fair bit of what looks like cream on top of this milk. This is because in the carton the milk had floated to the top and it was solid. So we're going to let that acidify now for 45 minutes. Otherwise known as ripening. So after 45 minutes has elapsed, we're going to add in the other ingredients, except for the peppercorns. So we'll just check the temperature first, and that's sitting at a nice 33 degrees Celsius, that is. And just give that a stir. And I'll put my thermometer back on, and we'll just check to make sure everything's okay. So we're going to pop in the calcium chloride now and just stir that through. Stir for about 2 minutes just to make sure it's well incorporated into the milk. So we're just going to add the rennet now, and the rennet will coagulate the milk. So stir that for no more than 1 minute, because you'll break up the protein structure otherwise. So once that's all stirred up, all you have to do is then put the lid on. So we're going to let that set for 45 minutes, and it should be firm now. If not, wait for another 10 minutes. You're going to cut the curd, or we're going to check for a clean break. So this is a good indication. That was a good indication. There was no sloppiness on the sides of that break. We're going to cut the curd into 1.25 or half-inch cubes. So I did the horizontals with my curd cutter, and you can do the verticals with just a knife, long flat knife. Now, if you don't have a curd cutter, you can just do a 45-degree angle around the pot, and you've got to still get a fairly good cut. Now we're going to allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. Stops them from going mushy when you first stir it. And now we're going to slowly increase the temperature to 40 degrees Celsius or 104 Fahrenheit over the course of 20 minutes. So if you do have any large cubes in there as well, you can cut those with the spoon. So don't heat that too quickly though. So that's at temperature now. So I just found it a little bit easier to stir it with the whisk there. So remove it for the heat and then stir for another 20 minutes. So there we go. Still at 40 degrees. Just making sure, checking that every so often. Don't have to do it all the time. You can see the curds have shrunk a fair bit there. So I'm just going to put it back on the heat again. So we're going to heat that up slowly. And we're going to increase that up to 48 Celsius or 118 Fahrenheit over another 20 minutes. So stirring all the time to prevent the curds from matting into one big clump. So we're at 48, nearly, that'll do. So you can see that there's a lot of whey there. A lot of whey has been expelled from the curds, which is good. It's exactly what we're after. So I'll just take that off the heat so it doesn't go up anymore. And we're going to allow the curds to settle for 20 minutes. This also helps acidify the curds a little bit more as well. So we're going to drain off the whey through a cheesecloth lined basket. I've got that sitting in a colander. So you can drain that off. Now you can use the whey if you want. I've chosen not to. I've got some in the fridge still. I have lots of whey. So I was just showing you the peppercorns. So put a third of the curds into the basket, and then get your teaspoon and just sprinkle a layer of peppercorn. So you're looking at 3/4 of a teaspoon roughly. And then put another third of the curds on top. So you just estimate, there's no way of measuring it. And then sprinkle the remainder of the peppercorns, which is 3/4. And then you fill it with the rest of the curds. There we go. Now I find green peppercorns are good because they're quite soft, so when you cut the cheese you don't actually rip it when it's ready to eat. So I'm just making sure that the cheesecloth is pulled tightly so there's no big clumps of it sitting there on the sides of the mould to make any cosmetic marks, I suppose, in the cheese. So we're going to pick that up in a second, and we're going to take it over to the press. See the way that I folded the cheesecloth over and then put the follower on top? You don't put the follower on top of the cheese on the curds itself. You fold the cloth over and then put the follower on. So I'm going to pop that into my trusty cheese press. I'm going to press it 5 kilos or 11 pounds for 1 hour. Now I'm guesstimating there, as you can see, I've only closed it down a little bit. You'll see a little bit of whey come off in a second. Just make sure that you've got it evenly under the follower there. And just sit that aside, room temperature, for an hour. So an hour later, we'll come back and undress the cheese. You'll see it's got its shape now. So you will see there's some cheese that's come up over the follower there. And we just turn that over, and that helps to put that back into the cheese again. So we're going to press it at 11 kilos or 22 pounds for 1 hour again. So the whey should run off fairly clearly now, because all the proteins are incorporated into the cheese itself. So I'll just release that again and turn it over once more. You see there's no bits creeping up the side of the follower now. There we go. Now the cheese basket I'm using there is a 145ml. I don't actually sell them anymore. They're actually a swimming pool skimmer baskets made from food grade plastic, so they work really well. Now we're going to press again, final pressing, 20 kilos, 46 pounds for 12 hours. So the next day for me here, I'm just going to take that out of the mold. So it's got a big bit that has cracked up on the side there after I pressed it hard. So I'm just going to trim that off, because during aging that may collect mold, and it's just cosmetic, but it's best if you cut it off. So just with a sharp knife, I sprayed the knife with vinegar before I started and dried it off with a clean tea towel. Okay, we're going to pop that in the brine now. So this is saturated 18% brine. I'm going to brine that for 10 hours and turn it once. Notice how I sprinkle a little bit of salt there, because I didn't think I had enough brine in there to hold it down. So just sprinkle some salt over the top, and that'll help absorb salt as well. So then flip that over at the 5 hour mark and sprinkle a little bit more salt on top as well. Anyway, so we pull this out after the 10 hours of brining. So we're going to air dry that now at room temperature for 2 to 3 days. And we're going to place it in a ripening box. And we're going to ripen at 12 to 13 degrees or 53 to 55 Fahrenheit at 85% humidity. So during the first week we just wash and turn it daily. So I'm washing with a simple brine solution there. Then after the first week we turn and wash the cheese with a simple brine solution for twice a week up until the 21-day mark. Well, there you have it, curd nerds. I've got my Asiago Pepato here in the ripening box. I'll show you that in a second. Now, if you want to mature this any further, you can. After 2 months of washing it twice weekly, then you can simply brush it. I've got a little soft brush here. This is a nail brush, or I think a baby brush or something like that. Anyway, a nice simple little soft brush. It doesn't have natural bristles, so they won't fall out and go all over your cheese. So just dip that in your simple brine solution and just brush the cheese down. Do that once weekly, and you can mature this cheese up to 2 years. So it's a very long lasting cheese. We'll see what it looks like after 2 weeks. Let's have a quick look. There it is there. It's got a nice solid rind, which is really good. You can still see some of the peppercorns in there. There's no off smells, and you can see a little bit, I don't know if you can there closely, but you can see a little bit of the salt. It's not mold or anything, it's just salt from when I've been washing it. And it hasn't cracked, and it's still firm in the middle. Now I'll be cracking this open in about a week or 2 weeks time. This is going to be the fresh style of Asiago Pepato, and we'll go from there and have a taste test. It should be pretty good. Anyway, so if you like this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. That'll be fantastic. And don't forget that you can subscribe to the channel as well. So if you want to see another cheese like this, just click through here and you'll see the video for Romano, which probably has a little bit more flavour than this one. Don't forget that you can also support the channel over here at Patreon. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be doing a taste test for the Asiago Pepato that I made about 4 weeks ago. Now I was going to taste test it at 3 weeks, but time kind of got away from me, so I'm going to taste test it today. So, let's have a look at the cheese. So, I did wash it every 2 days after that initial 1 week of washing it every day. I turned it about every 2 days. It's got a nice white, this is actually salt, this is not a mold covering, so it's a salty. There's a little bit of, just a tiny little bit of blue mold in the lines that were formed by the pressing. It smells, well, cheesy I suppose, and it's got a little bit of a bulge on the edge of the cheese. So that's the features of the final cheese. It doesn't feel hard, it feels moist in the middle. I can press it. So let's have a look inside. So as you can see the peppercorns there, and that's from the salt brine wash. Little bit of blue mold just there, but that's because I probably didn't wash in between the cracks properly, but that's okay. And there's again the salt where I've rubbed it. So let's crack it open across the line and we'll see what happens, eh? So that cuts. It's quite a firm cheese. It's an Alpine cheese after all. And here's the moment of truth. Oh, that's refreshing. So it's a nice, firm consistency, a little bit of eye formation, very tiny. And you can see the peppercorns there, where I've got it. I had it in 2 layers in the video. So this was the bottom of the mold. But you can tell from the bottom of the press, so there was a layer there at the 1/3 mark, and then another layer there at the 2/3 mark, then it got compressed down. But yeah, it looks good. All right, so let's have a taste, shall we? I'll cut off a bit first. Cut it into quarters first, shall we? Oh, very firm cheese. That's good. Oh, smells delightful. So let's cut a slice, shall we? Oh. Oh, it cuts nicely. So there's a bit with a big peppercorn. I don't know if you can see that there. Oh, out of the light. There we go. Oh, good rind flavour. Very nice. It's not as salty as I thought it would be. Certainly has good flavour. Remember, this has only been aged for 3 weeks, so you know it has got some. It's subtle, yet when you bite into a peppercorn, obviously it's very peppery, so that's a good thing. Very nice. I'll try some of this. Some of the paste that's closer to the inside. That's a lot stronger actually, further from the rind. Oh, one of my taste testers has come to visit. Come on, here, Holly. Can't see you. Come on, Teddy. Another one's come along. Hang on a minute. There you go. They both approve as well. Very nice cheese. So, nice tight knit cheese. Easy to make. Ripens in 3 weeks. I'll let it ripen to 4. You can ripen it up to a year, from what I've read. I don't think this cheese would last. The rind would probably get too hard. This size, I think that the cheese, traditional cheese would be a lot bigger than this. This was only made with 8 litres of milk, so I would make it a lot bigger if I was going to age it for a lot longer. But for a 3-week-old cheese, this is very, very nice. So, give Asiago Pepato a go. It only takes 3 weeks to mature. Delicious, fantastic cheese. I highly recommend it. It really is a nice, delicious flavour cheese, and I would certainly serve this up and present this on any cheese board that I would serve up. This is a keeper. I would make this one again, no problems at all, and hope you are encouraged to try it. So the recipe for this cheese, Asiago Pepato, you can find that here. Don't forget that you can buy the ingredients for this cheese over at our shop at littlegreenworkshops.com.au through to here. And also don't forget that if you like to see more cheese making videos, you can support the channel via Patreon through here. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today's cheese is an Italian one. It's pronounced Bel Paese. Well, I believe that's how it's pronounced anyway. And it means beautiful country. It's a traditional cheese in Italy, and it is it heats up quite high to about 42 degrees Celsius. We add in some thermophilic culture, and then we treat it like a big camembert, where we turn it in hoops. So, an interesting cheese, one I've never heard of before. So we're going to give it a go today. So on with the cheese. Well, it's a nice simple recipe. We're going to be using 8 litres of full cream milk, 1/4 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture. I'm using MO292 in this case. 2.5 mils or half a teaspoon of calcium chloride in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. 2.5 mil or half a teaspoon of liquid rennet in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. And you'll need some saturated brine solution, about 18%. Now once you've got all your milk in there, we're going to bring it up to quite a high temperature for cheese making. We're going to bring it up to 42 degrees Celsius or 108 Fahrenheit. So heat your milk up, and once that's done, we then add the thermophilic starter culture. So just sprinkle that all around and on the top of the milk, and allow that to rehydrate, because it is a dehydrated, freeze-dried culture. So I let mine rest for 3 minutes, and then I gave it a good stir. Then we add the calcium chloride, so there's no ripening period for this cheese. We add our calcium chloride straight in, and we give that a good stir as well. Mix that thoroughly through the milk. So once that's mixed thoroughly through the milk, we're going to add the rennet. This has been diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. So give that a good stir for no more than a minute. So I've just sped this footage up here. So you can see I'm stirring using a top to bottom motion, trying not to break the surface. So pop the lid on, and we're going to allow that to set for 40 minutes. So 40 minutes later, we're just going to check for a clean break. Now I'll come clean here, no pun intended. That is not as clean a break as it should be. So I could have waited another 10 minutes before I cut the curd, and you'll see why in a minute after all this has been cut. So there's the horizontal cuts. It's quite firm, the curd is, due to the high temperature as well. So you just cut that with a whisk. Now you'll notice that the whey is not yellow, it's quite creamy still. So we're using the whisk to cut the curds to the desired size, which is about 9 millimeters or 3/8 of an inch. So the curd size is quite small for this cheese. So we're going to let that rest, so we will heal the curds for 5 minutes. And then we're going to stir for 30 minutes. Now if you don't think your curds are cut properly, you can use your whisk again. Just dab that in up and down gently, and that'll break the curds up into the right size cubes that you'll need. Now we're keeping the target temperature at 42 degrees Celsius or 108 Fahrenheit throughout the entire process. We don't heat the milk any further unless we need to, unless it cools down below that temperature. So we stirred for 30 minutes, and you can see the curd size is quite small. I would say it's probably just above rice grain size. So very small curd after we've stirred for that 30-minute period. So we're going to drain off some of the whey now, just using a ladle. After we let it settle for 5 minutes. Should read my own instructions, shouldn't I? Okay, now we're going to ladle it off. Now, because this whey is quite creamy, I reserved it to make a ricotta salata, and you can check that video out using the card just now. So there was quite a lot of casein still in the way, and like I said before, I should have left it for another 10 minutes before I cut the curd. However, the cheese did not suffer at all, so that's really good, and it has turned out fantastically. Anyway, on with the cheese. So we've got down to the level of the curds, and we've taken it over to the sink. Now you don't need a cheesecloth or anything because the curds are so tight knit they don't fall through the holes in your cheese mold. So just ladle that into your cheese mold. I'm using my 165mm in diameter. That's the size mold it is. And it easily takes anything made between 8 and 12 litres of milk. So we're going to let that rest, and we drain it for 7 hours. Now every hour we turn it. So flip it over. It's like a big camembert or brie, whatever you want to call it. But there's not going to be any mould ripening on the surface of this. This is just to form the cheese. So 7 hours later, we're going to brine the cheese. But yeah, it's really firm when you pull it out of the mould. There we go. So no pressing was required at all. Just ignore that press that's there. That's actually pressing the ricotta salata that I made from the leftover whey. So now we're going to pop it into the brine for 7 hours. So we want that quite salty. It's going to be quite a nice cheese. It needs that 7 hours because it's a very tight knit cheese. So it's going to be difficult to get the salt all the way through if you don't leave it for a long period of time. So you can turn it once during the process, but after the 7 hours are finished, we're going to pat that dry with a lint-free cloth. I'm using paper towel in this instance, which works equally as well. So there it is in all its glory. You can see how tightly knit that is. And that's without a press. So that's what I really like about this cheese. No pressing, no cheesecloth. And would you believe, we actually ripen it in the normal kitchen refrigerator. So we're going to put that in a ripening box. We're going to ripen that at 4 degrees Celsius or 40 Fahrenheit at 80 to 90% humidity, which you'll achieve easily enough in the ripening box. So every couple of days, just drain the water out, any whey that's come out, and we flip it over. So this is for the first 10 days we do this. And pop it back in the box and then pop it back in the fridge. At about the 10-day mark, you'll notice that it gets a bit slimy. Now that's okay, because what we do now for the next 3 weeks, we're going to wash it with brine every couple of days, so twice a week. So just coat that with a brine solution, just wash off what is the slime. You're not pressing too hard when you wash the cheese, just nice and simply brush it over and you'll feel that slimy coat kind of dissipate a little bit. So we're doing this twice weekly. Nice and easy. And we pop it back in the ripening box, pop it back in the fridge. Now, after 3 weeks in the ripening box, that includes that 10 days as well, just clean it up with some brine solution, just make sure there's no slime on it anymore, and pat it dry. Then we can eat the cheese right now at this stage, or you can wrap it in foil and allow 2 to 6 weeks further ripening. So it's, as I said, it's a very firm cheese, but you'll be surprised how creamy this cheese actually tastes. It really surprised me. I had never heard of it before. I thought, well, give it a go. And Kim has told me, Kim's my lovely wife, she's told me it's now her #1 favourite cheese. So Caerphilly has been knocked down the list. Well, let's have a listen to Gavin and see what he thinks about this cheese. It's really good. Great cheese. It's got to have a bit more. That's very nice. You didn't hear what he said? He said it was good. Thanks for watching the Bel Paese video tutorial. Don't forget that you can visit the shop, littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and check out some of the other videos over here. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making Caciocavallo. Now, Caciocavallo is literally translated from Italian as cheese on horseback. And I just happen to have a couple of cheeses on horseback just here. Very excited about this cheese, you know me. Anyway, so there's my Caciocavallo, and this is the not so finished product. It's ready to be matured now. So I'm going to go and hang that up in my laundry to mature. But anyway, let's get on and see how I made Caciocavallo. So I'm using Inglenook Dairy's unhomogenized milk for this cheese. The ingredients I'm using is 14 litres or 14 quarts of whole cow's milk, 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of thermophilic starter culture, 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of mesophilic culture, 3/4 teaspoon or 3.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup or 60 millilitres of non-chlorinated water, 3/4 teaspoon or 3.5 millilitres of liquid rennet. I'm using single strength IMCU 200. That's diluted in 1/4 cup of cool non-chlorinated water. You'll also need a bowl of iced water and some saturated brine solution at about 18%. So I'm just whisking in the cream that was sitting on top there, and we're bringing the target temperature of the milk up to the target temperature of 35 Celsius, which is 95 Fahrenheit. So take out all your utensils and then just sprinkle the mesophilic starter culture over the top. We're using 2 sachets of the Mad Millie mesophilic starter culture there. So there's 1 sachet, and here comes the next, when I managed to rip the top off it. So that equals 1/4 teaspoon. So then for the thermophilic starter culture, I'm using MOT 92 by Sacco for this culture, but any thermophilic will do. Okay, allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. Usually I cover the pan. In fact, there it is there. So once the 5 minutes are passed, we stir in the culture that is still floating on top. So use a top to bottom motion to get it right down to the bottom through a mix throughout the cheese. The milk, that is, not the cheese. So cover that and allow it to ripen for 60 minutes at 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit. So some cream would have floated to the top, and it did in my case. So I'm just stirring that back in now. So that's incorporated back into the milk. And then add in your calcium chloride solution. This adds back soluble calcium into any heat treated milk. And as this has been pasteurised, I needed to do this. Okay, it's time to add the rennet to the milk. So after you've added the rennet, stir for no more than 1 minute. So take out all of your utensils, just checking the temperature there. It's dropped down a little bit, but that'll be okay. So cover and allow the milk to set for 60 minutes at 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit. Okay, let's check for a clean break. And that is perfect, nice and clean. Now, if that didn't work for you, wait another 10 to 15 minutes and then check it again. Okay, I'm just using my trusty curd cutter here. Now, because it was such a firm curd set, I was chasing it all the way around. Anyway, now cut the curds into 1.25 centimetre or 1/2 inch cubes. So I'm doing the vertical cuts there with my curd knife. So try and get them as even as possible. That way you don't have to recut them as you're stirring them later on. So I'm going the other way now. Just making sure I've made even cuts at about 1/2 inch. Okay. So pop the lid on and allow it to heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later you'll see some whey sitting on the top, which is all fine and good. And I've turned the heat on there. But first of all, we're just going to stir it gently and cut any large cubes as necessary. And there are a few there, but I'll work through those as we stir. Now, over the next 30 minutes, you need to heat the milk or the curds and whey up to 40 degrees Celsius or 104 Fahrenheit. You can see that I'm cutting large size cubes there as we go along. So once you're up to 40 Celsius, then we turn the heat off. You can see a lot of whey's been expelled there, which is a good sign that you've done the right thing. So we're going to have to stir for another 15 minutes, holding the temperature at 40 C or 104 F. So 15 minutes later, even more whey has been expelled. You can see that they're about the size of kidney beans, the curd cubes that is. Now I'm quite lucky because the pot I used was 14 litres, so it's really close to the top. So I was careful not to make any splashing moves. That might have got the whey tipped all over the side. Anyway, so we're going to let the curds acidify over the course of 1.5 hours. So it settles to the bottom during this time as well. So this is for the acid development, so we can stretch this cheese later on. So after the 1.5 hours, we're going to drain off the curds and whey through a cheesecloth lined colander. Yes, you can keep the whey if you like, There's only so much whey a man can drink. Okay, that has formed a consolidated mass, which is perfect. Now allow that to drain for a further 30 minutes. This also assists in acid development within the curds. The pH should be between 5.3 and 5. I measured it previously with some paper. Meanwhile, don't forget to heat up 8 litres of water to 85 Celsius, 185 Fahrenheit. This is for stretching the curd. Move your curd mass to a chopping board. Now I chose to make one Caciocavallo at a time, so I cut it in half and then shredded up the half there. You can see I'm putting the cubes into a large wide stainless steel bowl, which is perfect for this sort of thing for stretching curds. So the cube sizes don't have to be exact. So I'm only working with 1/2 of the curds at a time, and it's about this time we need to put on your heat resistant gloves. These are very thick rubber gloves that I got from the hardware store, and I sanitize these every time I want to make pasta filata cheese. So I'm using some of the hot water that was 85 Celsius, and I'm going to pour that over the curds until they're just submerged. Now just to let you know, this is very hot stuff. Make sure you're wearing heat resistant gloves, or you're using 2 spoons or something to consolidate the curd mass to make it shiny. So all the cubes will melt together during this phase. And they do stretch a little bit, but the water does cool down really quickly. So once it consolidates into a mass, you can see it stretches readily. And I'm just stretching it a few times there. And then folding it over. Now I tried to make it into the ball shape that I wanted, but it wasn't stretchy enough. The water had cooled down too much. So I heated up some more water in the process, just to just check the temperature there, and I'm not sure if you can see it, but it says it was about 50 degrees Celsius. So too cool to do what I wanted to do with it. So I'm draining off the water, and we're going to add more hot water over the curds until they're just submerged as well. There we go. So now that it's hot enough, it stretches really easily. So once you've stretched it a few times, then we're going to shape it into a pear shape. So it's got a round bulbous bottom, and it's got a little bit of a neck, and you need that neck because we're going to hang the cheese on string to cure. So however you do it, I'm not an expert at this by any means. So create your neck and the bulbous bottom, and then once it's formed, place it into the ice water bath for 15 minutes. And that's what mine looks like. Good enough, I reckon. So then you take the remainder of the curds and you do the same thing. Cut them up into small pieces, use some hot water, stretch it out, and then shape it into a pear shape, as I'm doing right there. I really do find this relaxing. It's good fun to make pasta filata cheese once you get the hang of it. You can make all sorts of shapes. Now, if it no longer stretches, then drain off the water and add more hot water, and that's how you go through the process. Now, taking one out of the iced water and putting the other one in.
So pop the second one in the ice water once you've got the shape that you wanted. And I'm just sitting the other one on a chopping board until the other one's ready. Okay, get out my trusty brine container and put the one that's already been cooled down into it. And we're going to brine that for 6 hours if you've made 2 cheeses. If you've used the whole batch to make 1 cheese, you need to brine it for 12 hours. Okay, so that's still in ice water, so I'm just going to tip that out now. And I had to make up a second batch of brine. I just couldn't fit these 2 large cheeses in the same container. So this is cool brine. This is not hot. I just used the pot to mix it in. So there's our brine solution, just pouring that over the cheese, floating in the bowl, which just goes to show you don't need a specific brining container. You can brine in anything as long as you remember to turn the cheese over at the halfway mark. So the halfway mark for this cheese was out 3 hours. So 3 hours into the brining, I turned them over so that the top was then the bottom, so the cheese gets an even salting all the way through. So 6 hours later we have our cheeses. So now we're going to take them out of the brine. That one's a little pedantic, it won't sit still. Oh, sit, will you? Goodness me. Okay. Now they're both sitting together nicely. So we're going to air dry these cheeses for 2 to 3 days until they're touch dry. They may go yellow, they may also flatten a little, and that's no issue as long as you turn them regularly so that they maintain their shape, or some semblance of their shape anyway. So you can see they've yellowed a fair bit there, they've dried out. And once touch dry, take about 2 meters of food safe twine and make it into a loop, and then you can just simply loop each cheese around the neck with the twine. Don't need anything more than that. So I haven't tied a knot or anything, it's just a loop around the neck. And then on the other cheese, on the second cheese, do the same. Make a loop, just fold it back on itself. I was confused a little bit at the time. There you go, I figured it out. That's how we make a loop, Gav. Fine. Right, pop it over the neck of the second cheese. So we cure at 17 to 18 degrees Celsius or 62 to 65 at approximately 80% humidity. So there we go. After 1 month, we can rub the rind with olive oil. We cure for 2 to 4 months for a table cheese, or 6 to 12 months for a hard grating cheese. I'm going to opt for the table cheese myself.
Well, I think you'll agree that was a very fun cheese to make. I really enjoyed the stretching part to make these into the cheeses they are now. Now, they do tend to flatten during the air drying time. Don't be too worried about that, because as I've experienced when I've made provolone the same way, they tend to then regain their shape during aging. They form the bulbous sphere, like a pear shape. So all those hard surfaces will flatten out as the cheese ripens. Anyway, very exciting. Thanks for watching as always. Don't forget that you can buy kits. I would recommend the Italian cheese making kit to make Caciocavallo. It's got all the ingredients in there. Now, if you haven't checked out my Patreon page, there's lots of great perks over there, including rewards for different tiers. The link is in the description below. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today is the Caciocavallo taste test. And there's my two little beauties just there. So, they've been aging for 6-8 weeks now, and they're fairly firm on the outside. I didn't have them in any specific humidity. I just kept them hanging in my kitchen. And here's a picture of what they looked like when they were hanging in the kitchen. Anyway, I'm going to pull the string off them, and we're going to have a taste test and see if it tastes, well, as good as they say it tastes. So get rid of the string. Funny odd shape, as you can see, that's where it's been hanging by the neck. So a bit unusual, but yeah, nice firm cheese at the moment, but hopefully it'll still be a little bit moist in the middle of the cheese. So let's cut open its bottom. I've got a very sharp knife here. Oh, there we go. Let's make a hole first. And it does have a fairly firm rind. It's about, I'll say about 2 centimeters into the cheese, but the middle is not really soft, but it's you can press it in, so that's a good start. But really dark looking cheese. Anyway, I'll cut off another slice for tasting. It cuts fairly well. It's not really hard to cut into, but yeah, very nice. Just cut this bit in half here. Oh, this bit's hard. So we'll cut that. Cuts fairly easily. There's a bit of, I don't know if it's oil. Yeah, it is, it's oil. It's summer here in Australia, of course, and the recipe said that I should have oiled the cheese at about the 1 month mark. Now, a lot of the natural oils of the cheese, because it was fairly warm in the kitchen, about 25 degrees is about the hottest it got in the kitchen itself. That's Celsius, that is. And it did have a natural oil all over the cheese, which has helped form the rind. Anyway, let's have a taste, shall we? Smells a little bit like Parmesan, of all things. Anyway, I'll give it a try. Very nice indeed. It's got a bit of a creamy texture. It's not gritty or anything like that. Fairly smooth. Tastes a little bit creamy, which is good. So that was the center part of the cheese. Let's try the rind. Very nice. The rind is a little bit nuttier. A little bit harder, of course, and firm, but the flavour's more intense near the rind than it is the centre part of the cheese. Now, this will be a good grating cheese as well for over pasta, but I think we'll just eat it as is. Go great with salads and that sort of thing, but it tastes really nice. So, highly recommend Caciocavallo. If you're going to take the time to make this pasta filata style cheese. Give it a go, it's really worth it. Very nice. I think the rind is my favourite part. So a great cheese to make if you don't want to refrigerate it or haven't got a cheese cave or something like that. Like I said, I simply hung these two cheeses in my kitchen on some string. It was salami string actually, so it was a food grade string. Hung it up in the kitchen, and this is in the Australian summer, so you could do this in any season, in most climates. Obviously, the longer you hang them, the harder the rind's going to become. So I stuck to 8 weeks. I know I was only supposed to ripen them for 6, but I wanted the rind to get a little bit harder. So a great beginner's cheese if you can handle making the pasta filata, part of the process, and then move on and make these 2 Caciocavallos. So thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. You can get supplies and equipment and the starter cultures over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, or you could even buy the Italian cheese kit that has everything you'll need to make this cheese. Don't forget that the show is supported by you, the patrons and YouTube members, and they keep the show running. So if you find the time to donate as little as $2 US, then please do so using the links down in the description below. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. G'day, Curd Nerds. Welcome to another cheese making tutorial. Today we're making cacio ricotta. Now, cacio ricotta is a very simple Italian farmhouse style cheese. Now, you don't have to use any special cultures for this cheese. I used a Greek yogurt as the starter culture for this, and it's turned out quite well. It differs a little bit than normal cheeses because you actually add the salt to the milk. This helps to expel more whey during the cheese making process, and you actually get a higher yield. Also, it's very similar to ricotta in the very first stage where you heat the milk up to a high temperature. Anyway, let's get on and see how I made cacio ricotta. First of all, sanitize all of your cheese making equipment. And the milk and the yogurt I'm using today is from Inglenook Dairy. They're a local dairy supplier. Great milk. Lay all your utensils and ingredients out and make sure they're ready to go before you start making cheese. The French call this mise en place. The ingredients you'll need for this cheese is 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole cow's milk, or you can also use goat or sheep or any combination of the 3. Half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water if you're not using raw milk. 85 grams or 3 ounces of non-iodized cheese salt, coarse. 115 grams or 4 ounces of prepared yogurt, either Greek or Bulgarian is fine. 1.5 millilitres or 5/8 of a teaspoon of single strength liquid rennet, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. I'm using IMCU 200.
So once your milk is poured into your pot, if any cream has floated to the top, then now's the time to give it a whisk. So the first ingredient we're going to add to the milk is the calcium chloride. So just stir that through for about a minute. Now add the salt to the milk at this stage and stir it thoroughly to dissolve it. Now it wasn't dissolving fast enough for my liking, so I moved to using a whisk. So heat the milk to 90 degrees Celsius or 195 Fahrenheit. This is very similar to making ricotta, or sweet ricotta. Now remove that from the heat once it's hit the target temperature. Pop the lid on, and we're going to allow the milk to remain at that temperature for 15 minutes. So 15 minutes later, I'm just putting it into a cool water bath. It's about 18 degrees Celsius. If it was colder, that's the temperature it came out of the tap. But we're trying to rapidly cool down the milk now down to the target temperature, the first target temperature, of between 42 and 43 degrees Celsius, or 108 to about 110 Fahrenheit. Now we want to move past the danger zone as quickly as possible so it doesn't get infected with any unwanted bacteria or yeasts. Now I did have to add some ice to the water bath because it was heating up quite rapidly, and that assisted in cooling down the milk. So I'm pretty close there. So I just set the precision cooker at the target temperature I want to make this cheese at, which was about 42 degrees Celsius. And I've kind of overshot the cooling there, but that'll be okay. It's only 1 degree off. So now we're going to add in the prepared yogurt, and you stir well to incorporate that into the milk. Now you can either make the yogurt yourself or you can buy store-bought yogurt. Just make sure that it's pot set and it is unsweetened. There shouldn't be any other ingredients except milk and the starter cultures in your yogurt. Now it wasn't incorporating properly, so like the salt, I just gave it a quick whisk. And that helped get the starter culture all the way through. Now we're going to add the rennet and stir whilst you're doing that. And stir for no more than 1 minute. Pop the lid back on top, and we're going to allow that to set now for 1 hour. So during that time, just keep it at the target temperature with your water bath. Now we're going to check for a clean break. Just pop the knife in at 45 degrees and then flip it sideways and then lift it up. Now it looked a bit sloppy there for my liking, so I tested it again, just get some of that foam out of the way. Or froth, as they call it. Checked it again, still a little bit too sloppy, so if yours is like this, then just wait another 15 minutes for it to set firmer. So 15 minutes later, I'm checking for a clean break again. And that's much better, much firmer. So cut the curds into 4 centimetre or 1.5 inch columns. So in a checkerboard manner. Don't do any of the horizontal cuts.
So allow the curds to heal for 15 minutes. Now they're very delicate curds because we heated the milk up to such a high temperature. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use a balloon whisk and just cut the curds smaller just by stabbing it up and down. And that should cut the curds all the way through, which it has. Now we're going to stir the curds for 10 minutes very gently because they are very delicate. So after 10 minutes they shrink quite a bit. Now if you want a less moist cheese at the end and are going to age it for a month or so, then probably stir for about another 10 minutes at this stage. But I wanted a fresh cheese, so 10 minutes was enough. Pop the lid back on again, and we're going to allow the curds to settle down to the bottom and rest for 10 minutes. So after 10 minutes, we grab a sanitised sieve and a ladle, and we're going to remove the whey down to the level of the curds. So get as much whey as you can without compressing the curds. There we go, that's enough. Now using 2 medium-sized baskets, just ladle the curds evenly into both of them. Now this is probably the first time you've seen me use this size basket. It's part of our blue cheese basket set. This is not a blue cheese, of course, but it was just the right size for this cheese, and you can find that over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. So put all the curds into the basket. If it doesn't all fit, just let it drain for a little bit, and then just pop the rest in. There we go. Draining well. So in the meantime, we're going to just get 2 ramekins now, and we're going to place them in the bottom of the pot that we just took the curds out of, and pop the 2 baskets filled with curds on top of them. This stops the draining baskets from accumulating whey underneath, and keep them covered and keep them warm so that the bacteria can help develop eat the lactose and develop the acid during the draining period. So we're keeping it warm at around about the 30-degree mark. So during draining, to assist that, just free up the holes by turning the basket at 45-degree angles and then rotating it. And you'll find that the curds come away from the holes and it drains better. So after about 2 hours, you should be able to take them out of the baskets and just flip them in place, and then pop them back into the pot again to keep draining for the full 4 hours. So after the 4 hours, we're going to remove them from the pot. Just make sure that your box is sanitised. I actually sanitised this before, but decided to spray it with vinegar, white vinegar again. So after draining, just flip it once more, and leaving them in their basket, just pop them into the ripening box. There we go. Let those now drain for a further 30 minutes, and then place them into the kitchen fridge. So I'm just sanitising my hand with raw vinegar there. Undiluted vinegar. So flip the cheeses morning and evening for 4 days and store in the refrigerator, the kitchen fridge, at 4 degrees Celsius during this time. Anyway, back to Gav. So there you have it, very simple cheese. I made it on Saturday and it's now ready to eat on Wednesday. So that's how simple it is to make. All right, so I've got them sitting in the baskets here. Let me just turn one out because it is ready to eat. I'll just put that other one there for later storage. It's a very soft cheese, but yet the outside, the rind is firm, which is great. As I said, the salt was already added to the cheese. So let's cut out a little wedge. I'll just put that over there. This reminds me a lot of Bel Paese, if that makes sense. And yeah, it actually kind of looks like it when Bel Paese's made. This is normally used as an Italian table cheese. So it can be, it's eaten, you know, fresh with salads and stuff like that. So let's try. Nice simple flavour. It's creamy. A little bit of salt there from the salt that we added into the milk. I didn't add any other salt, which is fantastic. But yeah, nice, not firm, soft texture. You could probably spread it on toast if you wanted to, on bread. But yeah, it holds its structure. I wouldn't say it melts because it's not made in that style. So you probably would have a bit of trouble trying to melt this. But yeah, very nice. This is going to go down well over the next few days. Milky is what I would describe it as, with a nice hint of salt. It's not overly salty, so those of you who can't have a lot of salt in your diet, this cheese will probably be very good for you. Even though it looked like there was a lot of salt that I put into the milk, I think it was about 80 odd grams of salt. A lot of that salt would have gone in the whey when it drained away. So a nice salty texture. These will last probably about 2 weeks tops because, you know, they're very moist, so they're prone to attracting molds and yeasts on the surface. So just store them in a plastic container in the kitchen fridge and they'll last as long as they can, I dare say. But delightful little cheese, great little recipe that I got from cheesemaking.com. So thank you, Jim, for coming up with this recipe. Anyway, that's how you make cacio ricotta. Whew, great little cheese. And it was great to be back in the kitchen making cheese again. These baskets here that I used are part of a 3-basket set. It's called our blue cheese making set, and they're fairly affordable and you can order them online at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Anyway, curd nerds, thanks for watching and I will see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds, I'm Gavin Weber and you're watching the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. During the live stream, you'll see many Italian style cheeses that I've made on my YouTube channel. And the videos are all there free for you to watch at any time. This live stream is obviously a compilation of all of those videos, including cheeses like Buffalo Mozzarella and some famous hard Italian cheeses like Parmesan, Grana Padano style, Asiago and Pecorino Romano. I hope you enjoy the stream and get some value out of all these videos. I'll obviously be joining you in the chat for the entire time, maybe less a couple of hours that I need to have a sleep, but I'll be there in the chat to answer any questions during the stream. So, thanks for watching, and I hope you're enjoying the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. G'day curd nerds, welcome to day 3 of the Cheese a Day challenge, and today's cheese is Shaw River Buffalo Mozzarella. Now I'm very excited about this cheese. It's the first time I've had authentic buffalo mozzarella, obviously not made in Italy, but it's made here in Australia, and I'll just read a little bit about it. First of all, the ingredients: pure buffalo milk, 100%, salt, non-animal rennet, and culture. So that's what the ingredients are. And a bit about the mozzarella. It says Shaw River Buffalo Mozzarella, hand stretched using traditional Italian methods to produce beautifully smooth white balls of milky, fragrant taste. Ideal for cooking or serving fresh in salads. Okay, very cool. And the fat content is 24.7%. It's manufactured in a town called Yambuck in Victoria, which I don't think is very far away from here. 300 kilometres, something like that. It's not very far. Anyway, so let's get into the Shaw River buffalo mozzarella. Now you've noticed also I've got some basil from the garden, or basil it's called here, and some fresh cherry tomatoes. So I'm going to attempt to make a traditional Italian salad there. Oh, now I've got to figure out how to open it. It says tear off. Okay, let's give that a go without knocking me tomatoes everywhere. Oh, there we go, got that. Just water. It's not even brine. I thought it would be brine. Anyway, let's get this mozzarella out. There we are. Beautiful looking ball of mozzarella. Better than I could make, I reckon. Anyway, I'll just reserve that over there. Springy, lovely. Looks like it's just been pinched off there. But it's soft, very nice indeed. All right. So let's have a taste test. Oh, before I go, my lovely wife Kim, who's out of shot, has reminded me that these tomatoes are homegrown. I grew them myself. So lovely little cherry tomatoes. I think they're called Tommy Toes is the variety. So let's slice. Oh, slices so smoothly. Look at that. Absolutely delightful. Oh, and it's oozing too. Right. Let's try a piece by itself first. That is amazing. That is much better than the mozzarella that I make. But seeing I use cow's milk to make my mozzarella, chalk and cheese, totally different. The buffalo milk obviously has that special property that's an extra. It's got a lot of fat in buffalo milk as well, but this cheese, oh, that's amazing, really amazing. So they obviously know how to make their buffalo mozzarella down at Shaw River, that's for sure. Pardon the pun. Alrighty, let's try some tomato and some basil. Bit of basil. Let's put it all in a cracker, if I've got a cracker that's solid there. What do you reckon, all in? Oh, the flavours. There's a party in my mouth. It's amazing. That is really, really good. When combined, it was great by itself, but combine it with fresh basil and fresh tomatoes picked no more than 20 minutes ago, then they're amazing. mind-blowing flavour experience. Really good. I've got to have another piece. And it's just oozy, milky. That's half. Let's not be greedy. A leaf. And then a tomato. Let's try that again, because that was just mind-blowing. Let's go. So good. That is perfect. So, how much this little piece of cheese cost? Well, let me have a look. That little piece of cheese, which weighs 120 grams, cost me $11 Australian. So, fairly expensive, but I tell you what, for the taste, I'd have no hesitations to buy that again. Traditional Buffalo Mozzarella is just an amazing cheese, so absolutely delightful. Highly recommend Shaw River Buffalo Mozzarella. Now just remember, through these videos, they're not sponsored. I've gone out and bought all of the cheeses myself. However, maybe near the end of the season, as I get closer and start running out of cheeses from the supermarket, then I may call out to see if any artisan cheesemakers would like me to sample their fare and show it on the Cheese a Day Challenge. Now, don't forget that the show is sponsored by you guys, the patrons and YouTube members. So if you're interested in supporting the show financially, please pop over to the links are in the description below. Now, tomorrow's cheese is King Island, hang on, what's it called? King Island Dairy Tasmanian Pepperberry. So that's a unique cheese, yet to taste it, so that will be very interesting. So it's a native pepper from the Australian bush. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you tomorrow on the Cheese a Day Challenge. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Welcome to day 11 of the Cheese a Day Challenge. Today I'm going to be trying some cherry Bocconcini, which is it's made in Australia, La Casa del Formaggio, so the home of cheese. Says, tradition of Italy, made in Australia, 220 grams net. Well, that'll be including the brine. Unfortunately, it's not made with buffalo milk. So it says ingredients: pasteurized cow's milk, salt, non-animal rennet and starter cultures, fat content of 20.3%, which is on the light side, so that's good. But yeah, so let's crack into this. It says celebrating 30 years of cheese making in Australia. So where is it made in Australia specifically, does it say? It's made in Glynde in South Australia. There you go. That's where the factory is, or the headquarters, or what have you. All right, so let's try and get into this bad boy. And we just pop the lid, I would expect. Here we go. So Bocconcini, or Bocconcini, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I think that's about right. Let me know in the comments if I'm right or wrong. See, it's a stretch curd cheese, so in the same family as, say, mozzarella. But let's get one of these little balls out. I don't know if you need a cracker. You would serve this up with a salad mainly. It looks like it's been made with a machine, because there's like machine cuts on how it comes out. It tears like a typical pasta filata cheese. You're going to unravel it. Don't want to torture this poor little thing. They're not very salty, very fresh. Very fresh, milky. What else? Sweet, definitely sweet. Milky. A little bit of chew, but not overly so. Doesn't melt in the mouth, doesn't coat it or anything like that. Yeah, nice little fresh cheese. That's quite nice. This might be one of the shortest Cheese a Day Challenge videos yet, because there's not much more to say. It's quite nice. I would have preferred a Buffalo Bocconcini because it's much more fat in buffalo milk. Cow's milk, yeah, it's okay. This is nice. Yeah, I like it. It's quite good. You can eat it by the ball and just keep eating. A little bit of a squeaky texture on the outside of the ball, but absolutely delicious. And it's not a very high salt content. Let me just kind of have a look at the packet without spilling it everywhere. It says 74 milligrams per 100 grams. So that's not a lot of salt. So the brine that it's floating in is not very salty. Very lightly salted, which surprises me because I would think that this cheese will be normally a little bit more saltier than this. But yeah, hey look, it stands on its own. So this would be perfect as part of a caprese salad, which is basil, fresh tomato, and mozzarella. But mozzarella, this is baby mozzarella, basically. And yeah, absolutely perfect. And did you know that the caprese salad has the 3 colours of the Italian flag on it? So red, green, and white from the cheese. There you go. And that's why it's arranged in that manner in restaurants. So yeah, delicious. And this, yeah, would be absolutely perfect with basil and tomato. Bit of pepper and salt. Yeah, very Moorish. I like it. If I could find a Buffalo Milk's version, that would be spot on. But I don't know if there's enough days in the month of February for me to go and hunt one of those down. But lovely little cheese. Go and check it out. I'm sure there's versions near where you live of Bocconcini or Bocconcini. Great little cheese. If you want to make mozzarella the traditional way, very similar to this, then you can go and check out the video on the egg card. I've made it before. Not as fresh as this, that's for sure. And this is very delicious. But it's mozzarella with cow's milk nonetheless. So that was day 11 of the Cheese a Day Challenge. Tomorrow, day 12, we're having something special. I've managed to find a piece of Comté, which is a French cheese. And that's the AOC version. I managed to get not a knockoff, but the real deal. Whew. Tell you what, that cost a pretty penny. But anyway, we'll try that tomorrow. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. G'day Curd Nerds, welcome to the Cheese a Day Challenge. Today, day 18, we are going to try some real Parmigiano-Reggiano. So this is the PDO, or the Protected Designation of Origin cheese. So this is the real deal. I can't really tell it's the real deal yet until I open it up, because it should have some markings on the rind where it has been etched, hot etched. With the maker's mark. So it says Parmigiano-Reggiano, aged over 30 months, crafted in Emilia Romagna, I wish I could say that right, but northern Italy, to exquisite standard and matured for a minimum of 30 months. This very strong cheese boasts nutty notes with a savoury depth. Made in Italia. 30 grams, estimate. Alright, so let's try this. I don't have a grater with me. I'm not going to grate it today. Does it say what's in it? Let's have a look. It says milk, salt, animal rennet. That's it. Nothing else. Fat content is 29.7%, or grams per 100. Rightio. So, unwrapping the Parmigiano-Reggiano. Seems to be quite a craft in itself. Oh, it's in a plastic wrapper. Righto. Okay, yep, it has the right markings. There's PDO on the other side, or DOP in Italian, same thing. Right, didn't know I needed a scissors to get into it. Very deceptive. So this is all in Italian. All this is some brand they put on it. So all the rest is in Italian. So it has been cryovac for aging, not aging, for transport. It's aged naturally. Let's get into it. Oh, I can smell the nuttiness now already. Oh, there we are, nice and hard. Turn the bag inside out, I'm going to read it. Oh, now everything smells like Parmigiano-Reggiano. Yeah, it's authorised by the Parmigiano-Reggiano Consortio. Oh, so Consorzio. Alright, so it's a real deal, apparently. Alright, now I could grate it. The smell smells like... Oh, smells like Parmesan. Oh, it's got that stink, that piquant funk that Parmesan normally has. Can I just grate a bit using this? Oh yes, I can. This is good. So you can tell it's the real deal. There's a stencil that's been stenciled in. It's got the maker's mark. It says DOP. Normally it'd have Parmigiano-Reggiano written all over it, but that's if you get the big, 60 kilo wheel. This is a thin wedge. You can imagine bigger than this, bigger than the platter here. But this is a small piece of the wheel. So yeah, it's authentic, all right. So it's the real thing. Smells real. If that's such a thing. But yeah, definitely piquant, strong. What's the word I'm looking for? There is a certain nuttiness to it. Yeah, all right, let's try it. This is wafer thin, so I expect big surface area. Oh. You can't imitate that. You can try. Oh. That is delicious. Goodness me. There's a umami flavour that is really strong, piquant flavour, so a little bit spicy, but not hot and spicy. It's just got a flavour, and on the tongue it just melts. A little shaving, so perfect on pasta, or Caesar salad, anything that Parmesan goes with. Alfredo, beautiful. Oh, that flavour's going to linger in there for a while, I reckon. Oh, it is beautiful. Can I cut off a bit? Oh, now it's at the back of my tongue as well. Right, so there's a decent chunk. It's crumbly. It's just beautiful. Oh. Look, I make a good Parmesan style, right? But nothing doesn't compare to this. This is just amazing. So I'm glad they did cryovac it, because it would have dried out. It's still got a little bit of moisture, just a little, just enough. But that, eaten as shaved or grated, is the perfect way to get the full flavour experience in your mouth. Just to die for. Beautiful cheese. You can see why it's a classic all the way through the world. And there's been many, many imitators of it. But this is the real deal. Parmigiano-Reggiano. Just absolutely perfect. What more can I say? Go and buy some, put it on your pasta. Get the real stuff. I wouldn't go for the fake stuff. You can make it yourself, but it's certainly not as good. But it has some similarities in flavour. The home cheesemaker can certainly make something close to it, but not like it. So, hate to put a downer on my own craft, being a home cheesemaker, but this is just absolutely perfect and heavenly. So, if you're into Parmesan, or the real thing, Parmigiano-Reggiano, then you can't go past getting a piece of the PDO cheese. So that was day 18, Parmigiano-Reggiano, PDO. Beautiful cheese. Tomorrow, got another Millerwa cheese, and it's going to be a Normandy-style camembert made with cow's milk. Now, I don't know if it's raw milk. I'm not sure. I don't think they're allowed to make that here in Australia. If they do, it'll be very strict. But we'll give it a try. It's by Millerwa, as I said. So it should be quite an exceptional little cheese. We'll give that a try. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you want to check out how I made Parmesan style, not quite as good as this, of course, then you can go and check out the video in the end card or in the info card. If you want to check out this amazing apron, then I will also put a link in the info card and in the description below. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds, welcome to day 25 of the Cheese A Day Challenge. Today is the cheese that cannot be mentioned. Grana Padano. Yes, I've got some of the real stuff here. Finally. Let's not talk about the Consorzio, Grana Padano. This is an authorised piece of Grana Padano made in Italy. It says it's crafted in Lombardy in Italy using traditional method and matured for a minimum of 14 months to develop a rich flavour with sharp and sweet notes. It is a PDO cheese, protected designation of origin, and it is certified by the controlling body. There you go. A 4-star health rating, 250 grams. What does it say? Ingredients: milk, salt, animal rennet, preservative, which is lysozyme from egg, so that prevents late blowing. There you go. I didn't realise that could be used in a PDO cheese. Obviously, it's in the specifications. So fat content is 29%, so not as fatty as, say, cheddar. So yeah. Anyway, let's try. How do we get into it? That's the thing. Right? Is there a? Oh, there is a little thing up here. There we go. The Consorzio doesn't want me to get into their cheese, does it? Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, I've got to get some mussels, I think. Anyway, right, let's get it out. Oh, there we go. Right, so very similar to Parmesan, where they have, it's a stencil using the mould, and then the final Consorzio stamp is heat etched into the cheese. So definitely the real deal, as you saw with the stamp. But yeah, it smells very similar to Parmigiano-Reggiano. Made in a different region of Italy though. So let's get a curl going. This is a bit more elastic than Parmesan, yeah. Parmesan was a little bit more crumbly and a little bit more difficult to do this. So this is a little bit more firmer. The smell's still got that, you know, typical Parmesan funk or grainy cheese funk. The name Grana means grain. So, yeah, let's have a smell. Have a smell of the cheese. Yeah, it's got you can smell the typical. It's not as strong as Parmigiano-Reggiano, because that's the really only thing I can compare it to. It's not as funky as Parmesan or Parmigiano-Reggiano. Milder in flavour. Slightly nutty. Right amount. The salt's nice. Salt content. Certain there's an umami, you know, flavour to it. Savoury flavour. Slightly brothy. Nice cheese though. You know, seeing I tried Parmigiano-Reggiano the other day, I'm going to be honest, it doesn't compare, really. It's the poor cousin to Parmesan, so. Nice though. Go well on pasta. If you want a milder flavour, if you don't want as strong as Parmigiano-Reggiano, you can use Grana Padano. Because it's not aged as long as well, it hasn't got that more intense flavour. I'm sure you can get longer aged Grana Padano cheeses, but this one says it's only aged to 14 months. So it's a bit milder than Parmigiano-Reggiano. Still nice though. We'll use this over the period of 6 months odd on pasta and stuff like that. But yeah, nice cheese. Certainly you get a nice curl out of it. So thinking back to when I made cheese and desist cheese, which I had to call it because I was cease and desisted by the Consorzio of Grana Padano. That fiasco happened quite a while ago now, just as COVID was breaking in 2020. And personally, I prefer my version of Grana Padano. It's not a counterfeit. It's in the style of this, a grainy Italian hard cheese. But mine had a little bit more flavour. If I can remember a lot of the flavours of the cheeses that I've made, and the cease and desist cheese was certainly one of them. So I'll put the link to the recipe in the info card and on the end card, so you can check out the cease and desist cheese. If you're interested in making something like this, but a little bit more flavoursome, I dare say. Hopefully the Consorzio will take this with a grain of salt. It's a milder style of Parmigiano-Reggiano. And yeah, look, it stands by itself. If you don't like the funkiness of, the stronger flavour of Parmesan. So I think it's quite a nice cheese. It's a PDO cheese made in Italy. And yeah, can't say much more than that. Anyway, if you want to buy this apron, which is the OG of cheese aprons, as far as I'm concerned, you can check it out in the info link as well. So tomorrow on day 26, we've got a cheese that's was made not far from here, in Yarra Valley, and it's called a salted honey cheese. So very interesting, very similar to the log size of the Meredith Dairy Sherv with dill that we had at the very start of the Cheese a Day challenge. But yeah, interesting little cheese. I'm excited to be trying that tomorrow. But today was Grana Padano, the cheese that cannot be named. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy, or Curd Nerd Academy, over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced, and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making Crescenza, or stracchino. That's the same cheese. Well, it's an Italian cheese made with cow's milk. Goes by 2 names, either stracchino or Crescenza, and it is a fresh cheese, fairly fresh. Now, unfortunately, due to some illness, this cheese has gone a little bit longer than it should have. You can normally eat it within 7 days. Now, the good thing is I took the recipe's warning and added some Geotrichum candidum, which is a white mould, to the milk, as well as the other ingredients. So this cheese has got a nice white coating all over it of powdery mould. Anyway, let's get on and see how we made Crescenza, or stracchino.
So the milk is pasteurised, unhomogenised from Inglenook Dairies. The ingredients: I'm using 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole cow's milk, a quarter of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water, an eighth of a teaspoon or 0.75 millilitres of liquid rennet, single strength, diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 56 grams or 2 ounces of fresh yogurt, 1.5 tablespoons of cheese salt, and 1/64 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum. Now heat your milk up to 38 degrees Celsius or 100 Fahrenheit. Then add in your calcium chloride solution. Give that a good stir through. And then we're going to add the salt. Normally you don't add the salt at the start of the cheese making process, but with this cheese you do. So add in your 1.5 tablespoons of salt. This is non-iodized salt. So we're going to stir the salt and the calcium chloride through the milk. Now we're going to add the yogurt into the milk. So this is 2 ounces or 56 grams of yogurt. It's best to get the ones with the live cultures in it. So this is a replacement for thermophilic starter culture. This works very well indeed. So before we stir that in, we're going to add our 1/64 of a teaspoon of Geotrichum candidum to the milk. This helps it last longer and doesn't go off as quick as the cheese normally would if you didn't add the Geotrichum candidum. So stir the milk thoroughly, so you're now stirring the Geo and the yogurt, and stir until you don't see any lumps in the milk of the yogurt. That's all dissolved. So we're going to cover that and we're going to allow it to ripen for 30 minutes. So 30 minutes later, we're going to just gently stir the cream that's floated to the top back into the milk. And then we're going to add the rennet solution to the milk. Gently pouring that in whilst you're stirring the milk. I'm going to stir that through for no more than 1 minute. So I'm going to cover that and we're going to allow the milk to set for 60 minutes at 38 degrees Celsius, 100 Fahrenheit. So we're going to check for a clean break now. Just put the knife in at a 45-degree angle, turn it, lift, and if it looks clean, a clean split, then it's all good to go. We're going to cut the curds into 5 centimetre or 2-inch columns. So it's vertical cuts only, no horizontal cuts at this stage. So we're going to cover and allow the curds to rest for 30 minutes to heal and to expel some whey. So 30 minutes later, you'll see a fair bit of clear whey has been expelled. Now we're going to increase the cut size to 1.5 centimetre or 5/8 of an inch cubes. So just doing the vertical cuts there. Try not to split the cuts you've already done. It's a little bit tricky, but you can do it. So there's the verticals, and I'm going to use my curd harp to do the horizontals. Just ever so gently. It was a little bit difficult, but managed to get it done. There we go. Once around. So just checking the temperature. Should still be at 38 Celsius, 100 Fahrenheit. If not, just heat it up a little bit more. Just gently lift the curds. And for 15 minutes, we're going to gently stir them, but not continuously. So during the 15 minutes of stirring, you just stir every 5 minutes, just give them a little bit of a lift to prevent them from matting. You don't want to expel too much whey. You need it's a fairly moist cheese. So after you've done the 15 minutes and a few times stirring, I'm going to dip off the whey to the level of the curds. So I'm just using a sieve there and a ladle to scoop out the whey down to the level of the curds. Okay, so once that's been achieved, you can make a little bit of ricotta out of it, probably not too much out of that whey, but we're going to move over to the draining area, or my sink, which has been sanitised. I'm going to ladle the curds into 2 square baskets evenly. So 1 scoop in each basket, and then continue to fill them all up. There we go. Didn't take too much at all. So these are square feta baskets that I'm using. They are not open-ended. They've got a bottom to them. Makes it a little bit easier when we're going to flip them. So you'll need 2 draining mats as well. So place a mat on top of the basket and then flip it over. This is to create a flat surface on the top straight away. Don't let it drain too much. So we're going to flip the curds over every hour for 3 hours. So an hour later, it's drained a fair bit, so just flip it over. And do the same with the other one. I'm just placing the mats underneath just to make them drain a little bit easier. And there's a bit of a close-up. So it's formed a nice surface on them now. And an hour later they've drained quite a bit this time. So we're just going to flip them over again. So this is at the 2-hour mark. So they're probably about reduced it by about a third so far. So last flip. Just banging them so they settle into the moulds. So we're going to allow the cheese to drain now for 8 to 10 hours or overnight. So remove the cheese from the baskets and place it in a ripening box that has a elevated mat in it. Now you can use any plastic tub and possibly a bamboo mat, which will work. Just keep it off the bottom so the whey doesn't soak, the curds don't sit in its own whey. So I'm going to ripen at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit for 5 days. So that's about the initial height of the Crescenza. So don't forget that every couple of days or 2 days we are going to turn over the cheese just so it doesn't form pyramid shape. We want it like a rectangle shape. And if there's any whey in the bottom, then tip that off. There wasn't when I turned this one over. So the cheese can be eaten at 5 to 10 days and ripened up to 4 weeks. Now if you do ripen it up to 4 weeks, this is what happens. It grows some mould. This is after the 4 weeks, and you can see a nice white coating of white Geotrichum candidum. Now that won't ripen the cheese per se, it'll stabilise the curds so it won't go off.
Well, there you have it. That's how you make Crescenza or Stracchino. And it's a lovely little cheese. As you saw in the close-up there, you've seen that there's a white mould all over it. Now, if you're going to eat this fresh, then you won't need to add the white mould, the Geotrichum candidum. Now, but because I knew it was going to mature for a long time, and at the time I'd lost my voice, so I couldn't do any videos, so I had to wait a little bit longer. I was quite fortunate that I had added the Geotrichum candidum. So let's get in and see how this cheese tastes, shall we? It looks, well, furry, which is good. Very light coating of mould, white mould on top. Let's cut into it. It's supposed to be a very soft, mild, ripened cheese. And I've got some crackers here just to see what it tastes like. On my plate, let's go for it, shall we? Let's go a corner. Now, like I said, it had been maturing for 4 weeks. Soft paste. Smells lovely. Smells very sweet, which is good. And put a little bit of that on the cracker with a white mould. That is a very delightful little cheese. The paste isn't runny. It's soft. There's no bitterness, no aftertaste. Just a nice, round, well-rounded little cheese. Very lovely. I think it'd be very nice even with even when it's fresh. So this is 4 weeks old. Very nice. I'll have a little bit more. Cuts really well too. It's got a certain richness about it, which is good. There are no sharp acidic flavours, so very smooth, well-rounded cheese. Well, I call it probably semi-fresh as well. So, very, very nice. I like this cheese a lot. Now, it's so smooth. Well, I've been told anyway. You can spread it. Which you can. Spread it on your cracker. Spread it on bread for breakfast. I think there's lots of Italian recipes that use Crescenza or Stracchino in recipes. So it's a very well-known Italian cheese. And yeah, mainly made with cow's milk. I think if you made this with goat's milk, it'd have a little bit of a tartar flavour, and I think you certainly could make it with goat's milk using the same method. Maybe use a little bit less rennet, but yeah, real nice cheese. Ooh. So it spreads well as well. That's a keeper. I've got 2 of those. I'll have to wrap one up in paper, so on some wax paper, or maybe even some micro perforated paper that camemberts and bries are normally ripened in. It'd be interesting to see what happens if I did put it in micro perforated paper and see if the centre starts to go a little bit runny. But seeing it only had Geotrichum candidum and no Penicillium candidum, it's preserved remarkably well. The paste structure is the same as what it would be when it's fresh, so I'm very glad I added it. Anyway, so you can buy the ingredients for this cheese over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. We've got a vast range of moulds and cultures over there, as well as equipment and kits that you can check out. This show is supported by patrons as well as YouTube members. If you want to support the show financially, check out the links below. All right, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making Formaggio Ubriaco, better known as Drunken Cow. So drunken cheese, or drunken cow cheese, or Formaggio Ubriaco, I think that's how you pronounce it, Ubriaco, there you go, that's as best as my Italian gets, is a cheese found from Italy, obviously. It's a washed curd cheese that is then soaked in red wine for 2 days. There's a bit of a procedure to it, but we'll show you that in the video. I've made this before. It actually features in my book, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, which there'll be a little link up there. But this recipe I've scaled up to 2.5 gallons or 10 litres of milk. And the milk I used for this cheese was from Inglenook Dairies, a great dairy producer we've got here locally that makes very good milk. They don't standardise it. It's whatever comes out of the 3 dairies they source the milk from. Fantastic provider. Anyway, let's get on and see how we made the cheese.
So the ingredients for this cheese is 10 litres or 10 quarts of whole cow's milk, that's unhomogenized, an eighth of a teaspoon, a heaped teaspoon of mesophilic starter culture. I'm using Sacco's MO30, a half a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in quarter of a cup of cool non-chlorinated water, half a teaspoon of liquid rennet. I'm using single strength IMCU 200 diluted in quarter of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 1.5 tablespoons of non-iodized salt, and 1.5 litres, which is about 1.5 quarts, of sweet red wine. I'm just turning the heat on there to start warming the milk up. So I'm reaching a target temperature initially of 32 degrees Celsius, which is 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So once I'm happy with that, I'm going to be adding the starter culture. So that was a level teaspoon. So I'll just sprinkle that over the surface. I wanted a heaped teaspoon, so I just remembered to add just a little bit more. There we go. So we're going to cover that, and we're going to allow the starter culture to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to stir the starter culture into the milk. So I'm using a top to bottom motion there to try and mix the cream in as well. So just a quick check of the temperature, and it's crept up a little bit there. It's about 32.9 Celsius, but that's okay. We can fix that up in a second. So once it's all stirred through, I'm going to put the lid on, and we're going to allow that to ripen for 15 minutes at the 32 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. So I'm just going to remove that from the heat, take that off my little double boiler thing there. So after the 15 minutes, we're going to just stir that cream back in again. But first check the temperature. Okay, just a little bit above 32, so 32.5, that's good. Not too high. And the next ingredient we're going to add in is calcium chloride. Getting ahead of myself here, I think. There we go. So adding in the calcium chloride solution, give that a good stir through. And then we're going to add the next ingredient, which is the rennet. So after we've added the rennet, we only stir for no more than 1 minute because the coagulation action does happen quite quickly. So that's about 45 seconds speeded up. So take all your utensils out of the pot, cover it, and we're going to let the milk set to coagulate for 1 hour at 32 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. So after an hour, we're going to check for a clean break. So I'm going to use my trusty curd knife there. And that looks pretty solid to me. So if yours isn't set, then wait 10 minutes and try again. I'm going to cut the curd into 1.25 centimetre or half-inch cubes. So I've done the horizontal cuts with my curd harp, and I'm using my curd knife to do the vertical cuts. So I've done them one way and then perpendicular back the other way to form the cubes. Now be consistent and try as best you can to get an even cut for the cubes. Now just going to pop the lid back on again, And we're going to allow the curds to stand and heal for 5 minutes. This prevents fracturing of your curd. So they do settle a little bit. So now we're going to use our spoon to lift and move the curds around just to check that they're all cut. Now, if you do find any big pieces, this is the time to cut them with the edge of your spoon. So gently stir now for 10 minutes. And this helps expel some of the whey. So after 10 minutes, we're going to allow the curds to settle for another 10 minutes. Okay, after 10 minutes, you'll see that the curds have sunk to the bottom, and we're going to dip off the whey now to the level of the curds. So using the sieve and the cup stops you from getting any of the errant curds into that whey you're dipping off. Now we're going to add back in 2 litres of water, which is about 2 quarts, at 50 degrees Celsius or 122 Fahrenheit. So we're going to give that a quick stir and then check the temperature. Now the temperature, new target temperature, should be 34 degrees Celsius or 93 Fahrenheit. And that's spot on. Now, unlike other washed curd cheeses, we don't fill it up to the level of the curds we took out. We're only putting in 2 litres. Now we're going to gently stir that for 10 minutes, just to make them shrink a little bit and a little bit more whey expelled. Okay, so we're going to take all our utensils out. We're going to cover the pot again. Oh, first we'll check the temperature. It has dropped down a little bit by about 0.9 of a degree centigrade, but that's okay. So we're just going to cover that and let the curds settle again for 10 minutes. So after 10 minutes, you'll see that the curds have settled back to the bottom of the pot again, which makes the next step quite easy. So I'm going to dip off the whey again to the level of the curds. There we go. I can just see the curds there. So we're going to add in 2 litres of water again, but at a higher temperature. So just pour that straight in. The temperature we should have been at, the water is 65 degrees Celsius or 149 Fahrenheit. So that's 2 litres of water. So give that a good stir because it tends to mat at that temperature. You need to stir it quite quickly. So it would have risen in temperature. We're just going to check that now. And you can see that the new target temperature is 38 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's fairly spot on once it's all stirred through. I was happy with the temperature at that stage. Okay, so we're going to continue to stir that now. And we're going to stir that gently for 10 minutes. And this will expel some more whey. So by adding that water in, basically you're lowering the acidity of the final cheese. So after that 10 minutes of stirring, we're going to allow the curds to settle for 45 minutes. So we're going to pour the whey through a cheesecloth lined colander. And notice I'm keeping the curds in the pot. And we're just tipping off the whey as we need to. So over the course of about maybe 1 or 2 minutes, you'll see the whey build up, and you can just pour it off again a little bit. You're just trying to form a slab of curds there. So I'm going to rest the curd slab now for 10 minutes, and we're going to turn it once at the 5-minute mark. So this is the 5-minute mark. We're just going to flip that over now. Excuse elbows and shoulders. Okay, not going to worry about chipping off the whey there. Okay, in this somewhat blurry section of the video, we're going to break up the curd slab into thumbnail-sized pieces. And you can see that I'm kind of shredding it, basically. So just making sure that all the that curd mass has been broken up. By doing it into thumbnail-sized pieces, you don't expel any of the milk fat. So we're going to add the salt now. So we're going to add through the 1.5 tablespoons of salt into the curd. So that's 1 tablespoon. And now I'm going to measure out 1/2 tablespoon. Don't be fooled by the table salt there. I've actually filled it up with cheese salt, so that's fine dairy salt, non-iodized. So just gently mill that through the curds. And to a somewhat clearer picture, we're going to line the mould with the cheesecloth, and we're going to fill the basket with the curds. Just scrape out all you can there. There we go. So we're just going to bring the basket over to the draining area, and I'm just pulling down on the sides of the cheesecloth to get out any wrinkles. Pop the follower on top, and I'm going to press it 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for 30 minutes. Now that means my spring will be about halfway closed. It's only for 30 minutes. This helps form the initial rind of the cheese. So after that 30 minutes, I'm going to remove the cheese from the press. And just be gentle here. It may not have formed a rind properly, but be gentle, turn it over, and we're going to repress it at 10 kilograms, 22 pounds for 12 hours or overnight. Okay. So the next day for me, I get to remove it from the press again. And we're going to turn it over. And we're going to repress at 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for another 12 hours. So that's about half closed on my spring. So we're going to fill a suitable size container with enough wine to cover the cheese. Now, I estimated it was about 1.5 litres of wine. So I'm using a sweet red wine here, which up until a few years ago used to be called Lambrusco here in Australia, but I think the AOC laws prohibit us from doing that. Now we're going to place the cheese into the wine bath, just covered. It'll sink to the bottom, it won't float. So it'll sink straight to the bottom of that. And we're going to pop it in there for 24 hours, and we're going to turn it over once. Before I do that, of course, I've got a little bit of wine left in that wine bag. I'm going to sample it, as you do. Get out every single little drop there. that in the bin. Okie dokie. Salute. Nice drop. Okay, so after the initial 24 hours, we're going to reserve the wine. Don't throw it away, whatever you do. We're going to air dry the cheese now for 12 hours. So you can see there, it's a nice crimson colour there. After that 12 hours, we're going to pop it back into the wine bath again for 24 hours, and we're going to turn that once at the 12-hour mark, just to make sure that we get an even rind. So once all the wine bathing is finished, we're going to remove it, and we're going to allow the cheese to air dry until it is touch dry. Now for me, this took about 4, maybe 5 days. Now the wine did have cheesy bits in it, so I didn't keep it for drinking. I just threw it away. If you've got a use for wine that's got cheesy bits in it, then you're welcome to use it. So there it is, a nice crimson colour. I think that it would have penetrated into the rind a fair bit. After about 2 weeks, I found that it became infected with a bit of mould there. Looks like mostly blue and a little bit of white mould as well. So if this happens to you, just clean off the mould with a simple brine solution where necessary. So that mould actually grew just after it was touch dry for me. Now, whether I didn't sanitize the ripening box well enough, I don't know. But best way is to clean it off. Now I did notice that a little bit of the red wine came off as well. But so you can ripen it at 10 degrees Celsius, 50 Fahrenheit at 85% relative humidity for 3 months and turn weekly for even ripening. Now you can also wax or vacuum pack this cheese, and I actually chose to vacuum pack it because of that mold growth.
So I hope you agree that was a pretty simple procedure for making cheese. The washing of the curd was fairly easy. Just got to watch those temperatures of the water that you put in. Make sure they're about what I suggested. Another thing, when we're maturing this cheese, we're going to mature it for 3 months only. It's quite a young sort of cheese. I'm going to ripen this at 10 degrees Celsius, which is 50 Fahrenheit, for the 3-month period. Now, you would have noticed in that last segment there, it started to grow a little bit of mold. Now, if I keep washing this with a simple brine solution, I'm afraid I'm going to lose the colour on the outside of the rind. So what I'm going to do with this one, I'm going to vacuum pack it, and hopefully that'll prevent any mold growth from getting onto the surface of the cheese, because I've excluded the oxygen. Anyway, if you want to make this cheese, then we've got kits to do that over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Don't forget, while you're here on the channel, to subscribe and give the video a big thumbs up if you liked the content. This show is also supported by patrons. You can pop over to the patron link in the description below. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, curd nerds. Today we're finally going to be taste testing the Formaggio Ubriaco, or better known as drunken cheese. So this drunken cheese has been maturing for 3 months. It says it needed to be tried or tasted on the 10th of August, which is pretty good, and it's what is it? It's the 21st, 22nd, I can't remember, 22nd of August today, so I'm a few days over. But yeah, absolutely looks pretty good. Just first inspection. Got a little bit of whey seepage there, but that's normal, seems to be normal with cheeses. And I've got some paper towels here to sop up any mess. And even hidden away, I've got a tea towel I can wipe my hands, so we won't have any off-screen shots or anything like that. Anyway, let's get into the taste test, shall we? So let's get this bag off. So there's about 10 millilitres of whey there. Let's get rid of that. Pat down the outsides. First impressions, it smells like wine, of all things. Funny about that. Still has a fairly vibrant red colour, which is great, which I would expect. Nice, looks good. Right, so let me, smells cheesy and winey. Wow, that's kind of overstating. So let's break out the trusty, get rid of that. Right, I'll get this right this time. So put the cheese there, put this here, make sure there's no dust. Right, oh. I'll get it right one day. Right, here we go. Cheese on top. Stretch it. Cheese on top. Nice, here we go. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. There we go. Whoop. Fantastic. All right, so it's pure white in the middle, which is cool. Oh, has a nice smell to it too. So the outside smells like wine. You can't really see a distinct layer. It's probably about 2 millimeters, which is very small, into the edge of the rind. So it's definitely there. It's soaked in a little bit, but I didn't really expect it to soak in too much at all. So I'll just plonk that bit there. And let's cut this into quarters. That bit there. And then we'll see if I can cut off a slice. A slice worth eating. There we go. More like a chunk than a slice. Whoop. Alright. Got bits everywhere here. Right, so we've got, let me just wipe my hands. So I've got a bit of cheese, and it doesn't bend. It's really crumbly actually. It's quite crumbly. So I may have overstirred the cheese too much. The curds, I mean. So well, let's try it without any rind at all. Quite nice, pretty sharp actually. Doesn't taste like there's enough salt, but I know I put a fair bit in there. Tastes alright. It's not bitter. It's not sour. It's sharp. I'll give you that. It's sharp. So there's a bit with a bit of the rind. It's nice. It coats the mouth pretty good. Let me just get rid of that. It's more like a feta that has been undersalted. So although it looks fantastic, I would not say this is one of my all-time up there top 10 favourites. Still nice, don't get me wrong, but But yeah, look, it tastes like feta, so without a lot of salt. So a very unsalty feta. The crumbliness, especially the texture, the crumbliness, definitely like that. And well, yeah, and the flavour, very much like feta. I think you could use this in salads, no problems at all. You wouldn't even know the difference. So, the more you eat though, it tastes actually better. So, it's a pretty nice cheese. Now I'm thinking, now I've had a few bites and the temperature changes in your mouth. Very unique. It's a flavour I really haven't tasted before. I'd eat more. I really would. Maybe not in the top 10, but seeing I've probably made about, 150 cheeses now, definitely be in the top 50, for sure. Not bad at all. Pretty good effort. So, give it a go for yourself. I would probably salt this a little bit more. I think maybe the red wine bath may have leached some of the salt out of the cheese, so it could pay to leave it in the brine longer. Having said that, like I said, nothing wrong with it. Tastes okay. In fact, you could compare it to a commercial cheese and get away with it, no problems at all. However, when you're making cheese that you've been making and the flavours are always overwhelming and fantastic, this one just doesn't overwhelm. It tastes like a nice cheese. So give it a go. Try drunken cheese. See what you think. See if you get the paste as white as this, because this looks like a ghost. And it's quite amazing. There's no yellowing from the beta carotene from the cow's milk that I used. So yeah, absolutely nice, but not up there with it in the top 10, that's for sure. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate your time as always. Don't forget to like if you liked it, dislike if you disliked it, and subscribe if you haven't already. Also, you can check out equipment and kits and supplies over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, a little company run by my wife and I, and we ship all over the world. Anyway, curd nerds, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the curd nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the curd nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
G'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be making Fontina. Well, Fontina is a cheese from Italy. It's a semi-hard cheese, so it's on the softer side of this variety of cheeses. It's a washed curd cheese, only needs one washing, but anyway, let's have a look at how we make Fontina.
The milk for this video has been provided by Inglenook Dairy. I'm using their unhomogenized variety. So for the ingredients for this recipe, you'll need 10 litres of whole milk or full cream milk. I'm using unhomogenized, as I mentioned, an 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture, a 1/2 teaspoon of calcium chloride that's been diluted in 1/4 of a cup of cool, non-chlorinated water, a 1/2 teaspoon of liquid rennet. I'm using IMC 200, and that's diluted in 1/4 of a cup of cool, non-chlorinated water. Now, as far as salt goes, any sort of salt will do, sea salt, even pink Himalayan rock salt, but you get a bit of a funny colour there. But make sure it has no iodine in the salt whatsoever, because that will kill the starter cultures. So we're just bringing the milk up to temperature, and the temperature for this milk is 31 degrees Celsius or 88 Fahrenheit. So we're going to add the starter culture in a second. So I'm using a Mad Millie mesophilic starter culture there. 1 sachet is good for 10 litres of milk. Just making sure I'm getting all of that out. There's none stuck in the bottom. So we're going to allow that to rehydrate now for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, I'm going to give that a good stir into the milk. So I've stirred for about a minute there, just to make sure that the starter culture has been incorporated into the milk. Just doing a final check of the temperature, and yeah, it's about right, which is good. So 31 degrees or 31.2, I'm a little bit over. So now we're going to cover that and allow it to ripen for 60 minutes or 1 hour at the 31 Celsius or 88 Fahrenheit. So an hour later, after the bacteria in the starter culture have churned a little bit of the lactose into lactic acid. Just giving that a stir. A little bit of cream has risen to the top. Just checking the temperature, and yeah, it's still at 31, which is good. So I don't need to heat the milk any further. So during that whole ripening period, the heat was off. Milk does hold its temperature very well because of the solids in it. So now we're going to add in the calcium chloride solution. Just pour that in while you're stirring. So give that a good stir for about 30 seconds to a minute. I'm just doing some top to bottom stirring there. Just making sure it's thoroughly mixed through the milk before we add the next ingredient, which is the rennet. So I've got the rennet solution there. Make sure you are using non-chlorinated water for anything that you dilute, because it's the chlorine in the water that inhibits the coagulation action of the rennet. So give that a stir for no more than 1 minute, because after that the milk starts to set. And what you're doing there, if you stir after that minute, you're actually breaking up the structure of the curds. So there we go. So pop the lid back on, and we're going to allow that to set between 45 and 50 minutes. Depends on the strength of your rennet. So it's still at that 31 degrees Celsius or 88 Fahrenheit. So once that time has elapsed, we're going to check for a clean break. So I'm going to use the knife test, just pop that in. Pull it up, make sure it's strong enough. It looks a little bit sloppy there. So if it's not set properly, then just wait another 10 to 15 minutes. It certainly doesn't hurt. So I've made a decision there that it's actually not firm enough. So I left it for about another 10 minutes. All right, 15 minutes. Okay, so 15 minutes later, I'm just going to check that again. Same method, clean break. And that's a lot better. Okay, and just to check, just make sure we check the knife. There we go. A lot less runny out. Nice firm split there. Big thumbs up from Gav. So we're going to cut the curds into pea-sized cubes. So a little bit difficult with the curd cutter because it's only got gradients of 1 centimetre. But I tried to cut it as fine as I possibly could here, especially on the vertical cuts anyway. So nice and small. Now as you stir the curd, of course, it's going to shrink, but it's fairly small to start with. So just cutting some of the bigger chunks that I missed there. Okay, so we're going to cover that again. And we're going to allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. And then we should be able to stir them okay. And they shouldn't fracture on us. Okay, there should be some Milky Way on the top. Just open that up. Yep, there's a fair bit of that there, which is good. So we're going to kind of lift the curds to start with, and if we see any big cubes, we're going to just cut them. Now, in this case, because I needed the curd size a little bit smaller, I just used my balloon whisk just by gently dunking it into the curds, and it does cut up some of the bigger pieces of curd quite easily, especially when we're trying to get the curd to the size of, you know, pea size, which is fairly small. So that's done, and we're going to start to heat the milk up. So for 10 minutes we're going to stir. Just checking the temperature there. So I'm just making sure that it's back at that 31 degrees Celsius again, because it may have dropped down over that period of coagulation. So it was a bit, so I did have to turn the heat on a little bit there, just to warm the curds up. It was only about 1 degree. Okay, so as after we've stirred, you can see the curds have shrunk some more and expelled a fair bit more whey. Now we're going to let it settle for 5 minutes. So pop the lid back on. Okay, so 5 minutes later, most of the curd has sunk to the bottom. So this is where we're going to wash the curd. We're going to scoop off 2 litres of whey, which is approximately 8 cups. There we go. So we're going to replace that with some water that we've heated up beforehand. And we've heated it up to 63 Celsius, which is 145 Fahrenheit. So now we're going to add that water to the curds and whey. And what we're doing here is it's called washing the curd, and that's actually reducing the acid in the final cheese. We're diluting the whey and reducing the amount of acid that it has contact with. So kind of like washing the curd. Okay, so we're back up to the same line as, and you can see on the side of the pot roughly, you're at the same line the whey was originally. So give that a good stir. So the new target temperature should be about 39 degrees Celsius or 102 Fahrenheit. Now if it's not, just heat it up a little bit, using a double boiler. I'm going to stir for about another 10 minutes. So while we're stirring, it's reducing the acidity of the curd, making Fontina a much milder cheese than some of your stronger types like cheddar and Gouda. That has a washing as well, but it's a bit stronger. Okay, so I've stirred for 10 minutes. So I'm going to let the curds settle for 5 minutes so that it makes it a lot easier when we go to drain off the curds and whey. Okay, over to the sink area, and I've got my colander there lined with cheesecloth. Now I've got a pot underneath to keep the whey, which I made some ricotta out of later on. And then I used the rest of it to water my tomato plants. They seem to like the acidic whey quite nicely. So just move that out the way and then drain the rest through. Okay, so I'm going to drain the curd now for 10 minutes to allow a bit of the moisture to get out of it. Now I try to do something fancy that probably didn't work so well, but I'm going to line my mould with the cheesecloth and fill it with curds. Now, I thought, well, I already have the curds there. Let's see how that happens. So I tried to stuff it in there. It took a little bit of finesse, but I managed to get it in there, which was good. A little bit of whey at the top. What I should have done is had a separate cheesecloth. Anyway, we're going to press it 5 kilograms or 11 pounds for 30 minutes. So it's a fairly light pressing, this initial one, so it knits together and forms the basic shape of your cheese. So I'll just put that aside. So back to the cheese press. We're going to remove it and just take it out of the basket. Now be very gentle at this stage because you don't know what condition it's going to be in. That's formed a shape fairly good. So we're going to press it now at 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for at least 12 hours. So it's not the most, it's not the heaviest pressing that you do for cheese, but it is still fairly firm. You want those curds to knit together quite well. Okay. Is that Teddy? That's Deja Vu. Anyway, we're going to remove it from the press now. And there may be some little jagged bits that the follower didn't quite catch. So if you need to trim it, now's the time. There we go. So I've got a very sharp knife. I'm just trimming the edges of the cheese, which are quite tasty, but they're not salted, so they're a bit plain, I suppose. Now we're going to put it into the 18% saturated brine. And you can check how to make brine by looking at the little information button now. Now we're going to brine that for 10 hours and we're going to turn that after 5 hours. So it's best to put it back into your cheese cave and then bring it out again when you are ready to air dry it. So there we are, well brined little cheese, Fontina. So I'm just going to put that on a bamboo draining mat and on a chopping board there. Now you can reuse your brine over and over again. So once out of the brine, we put it on a bamboo mat and air dry that until touch dry. Turn every 12 hours for even drying. It should take about 2 to 3 days. Now we're going to place that on a mat in a ripening box and ripen at 13 degrees Celsius, which is 55 degrees Fahrenheit, at 90 to 95% relative humidity. Anyway, back to Gav. So as you can see, it was a very simple process to make Fontina. As I mentioned, it comes from northern Italy and it is a semi-hard cheese. After it's air dried for 2 to 3 days and it's touch dried, I'm going to wash this cheese
every 2 days for the first month. That'll form a nice rind on the cheese. After that, then I will turn it and wash it twice weekly for up to 3 months. So 3 months is when the taste test is going to happen for this. Now, if it does start to harbour a whole bunch of bacteria, then I may have to vacuum pack it. But anyway, I dare say it's going to turn out to be a lovely cheese. Don't forget that you can buy kits and supplies to make Fontina over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and if you subscribe to the channel, you'll get notified of interesting cheesy content on a weekly basis. You can also be a patron of the show and pledge monthly support to help the show grow. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
So I've been asked lately how I mature my cheese. So I thought I'd give a quick update on the Fontina to show you what I'm doing during the affinage or the maturation period of the cheese. So with this cheese, I'm basically washing it once a week, taking it out of the ripening box, making sure I drain all of the whey out of the box and then give that a quick rinse under the tap, under the hot water, and then basically take it off its mat. You can see a little bit of a white bloom has happened there. This is the 11-week mark, so I'm just wiping that over with a simple brine solution. That's 1 cup of cooled boiled water with 1 teaspoon of non-iodized salt. So I'm just wiping that all over. Now, if I had a brush, I could use a brush, but I prefer to use my hands because I can actually feel the surface of the cheese and see if there's going to be any blemishes or any of the rind may come loose. I don't really want that to happen. I want the rind to stay intact during this washing process. Now you can see there that I'm scraping off little bits of mold growth. There's been some blue mold that started growing on the outside of this as well as the white bloom. So I'm just picking that off there and give that a final rinse. So basically the reason you do this washing for these sorts of natural rind cheeses is to develop the rind itself. And that's what I'm trying to do in the maturation box. Now the maturation box traps in any of the moisture that may evaporate from the cheese itself, and it creates a little humid pocket. It's a little environment that the cheese can develop in. So make sure that once you've washed your cheese that all the lids and the box itself is dry. Just forgot to do that before I put the cheese back in. So I'm just draining that out, wiping it through with a paper towel. Just make sure that's all dry. And then I'm going to spray that with white vinegar to kill off any yeast or molds that may grow. So just a light spritz there with the white vinegar that's in that bottle. So I'll just pop the cheese back in there, pop the lid back on, so you don't dry it off or anything like that. Just let it stay there moist. It'll absorb the salt anyway. So pop that back into your cheese cave. So that was at 11 weeks. So at the 12-week mark, and it hasn't got many weeks to go actually, I get to taste test this in a couple of weeks. So we're just going to wash that over. A little bit of the blue came back again the next week, so just wiping that off there with my hand and using that simple brine solution again, just wiping that all over, just dipping my hand in to keep it moist, and basically that's all we're doing. And that'll help firm up the rind, as I mentioned before. Pick off any bits that shouldn't be there. There's always a bit that shouldn't be there. But yeah, just nice and simple. Don't wipe it over with a cloth or anything like that. Like I said, if you've got a brush, then you can use a brush, but I find that it sprays the simple brine solution all over you. So don't do that. Unless you've got a really big brush. Okay, once again, just wiping that over. And this will be ready on the 7th of March. So I hope you enjoyed that Fontina update and how I mature my cheese when I'm making a natural rind. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and check out some of our other videos here. You can support the channel via Patreon. Check out the link below. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be doing a taste test for Fontina. Well, I made this Fontina about 3-4 months ago, and it has a nice natural rind that is well developed. I'm not sure how thick it'll be, but yeah, this is traditionally a natural rind cheese. So I did, however, vac pack it for the last 3 weeks, just because it was starting to get attacked by some mold, so I wanted to make sure that that didn't happen. The rind had developed, so so I was quite happy with the ongoing maturation of the cheese. So anyway, let's get stuck into it and open it up and have a look. So it looks like the rind's developed well. It's got some mechanical holes or a little bit of gas maybe. Not too sure. It's expanded a little bit in the centre. The paste looks like it's creamy all the way around the outside, and there's a little bit of white paste in the middle. So I'm happy with the texture. It looks pretty good. Let's just put this side apart, away. And I've got a brand new cheese slicer. This is by Bosca from Holland. I don't know if they're a flash brand, but they pretend to be. So, oh, look at that. So a nice, look at that. That's fantastic. Nice big slice of cheese there. That's the best cheese slicer ever. Anyway, very thin. Oh, this is an outstanding cheese. It's smooth, it's creamy, a little bit of afterbite, only slightly though. Let's get some more of that. That is an absolutely delightful cheese. Oh, it's all over me. It's crumbling. I've got some dogs. There you go, dogs. Here, want a bit? Teddy approves. Oh, and so does Holly. If you want to see my dogs, check out the Edam video. Anyway, they're down there. They're hovering for cheese. But yeah, very impressed. This is a very, very nice cheese indeed. Mechanical holes besides, the paste has developed perfectly. So, like I said, this is, I think it's more towards the 4-month mark than the 3-month mark. The smell is absolutely divine. It smells like, oh, it smells like, I don't know, I've smelled so many cheeses lately. This one smells like, it smells like cream. Yeah, it does. It smells like just, I don't know, I can't say, cheesy cream, I don't know, maybe. But yeah, it does smell like cream. But the flavour, this is up there with the good ones. So I'm very impressed. I took the time to mature this one properly, natural rind. And, oh, that is absolutely delightful. Can't get enough of that. So check out Fontina, check out the video here. Don't forget that you can buy the kits to make these cheeses over at Little Green Workshops. Let me know what you think of Fontina if you've ever eaten it before. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel because you'll get informed of lots of cheesy content as it comes out on a weekly basis. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo. And for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. So, just checking in, seeing how you're all travelling. It's lovely to see you. This is I am live. This is live. There's about a 20-second delay. So, yeah, it's great to see so many people still hanging around and popping in and popping back out again. So thank you so much for watching so far. There's heaps to go. We've only been going for 3 hours. There's another, 9 hours to go. So hope you enjoyed the rest of the stream, and I'll get back to the videos. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Welcome to another cheese making video tutorial. Today we're going to be making a cheese similar to Gorgonzola. So notice I said similar to Gorgonzola. The last thing I want is the cheese police to be coming down on me and doing another cease and desist. I know the Italians are passionate about their cheeses, so this is kind of like Gorgonzola. Anyway, I'm using a recipe from cheesemaking.com, so Jim Wallace, I think, is the author of this recipe. And there's two types of Gorgonzola. One's called dolce, which means sweet or fresh, and the other one is known as Gorgonzola piccanti, which means spicy or hot. So this is the dolce version, so the smooth one. It's only aged for 90 days. So it's in its ripening box. It's still ripening. There won't be a taste test portion of this video. This is just the making video. The taste test will be in about 2 months' time for this cheese. Anyway, enough waffling. Let me get on and show you how I made a cheese similar to Gorgonzola. So firstly, make sure you sanitize all of your equipment and place it on a clean tea towel. So the ingredients for Gorgonzola are 8 litres or 2 gallons of whole cow's milk, 1/8 of a teaspoon of Floridanic aromatic mesophilic culture, 70 grams or 2 ounces of prepared Greek or Bulgarian yogurt, 1/16 of a teaspoon of Penicillium roqueforti, I'm using the Stron variety, half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of single strength rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and 2.5% of coarse non-iodized salt by weight of curds, and you'll see that a little bit later in the video. So clip on your thermometer and make sure that all the cream has been incorporated back in. But firstly, we're going to rehydrate the Penicillium roqueforti in 1/4 cup of milk for 30 minutes. Whilst you're waiting for that to rehydrate, heat your milk to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Now initially I heat mine directly on the stove and then place it into a water bath with my precision cooker and bring it up the last couple of degrees. So I just cover that until it's at its target temperature. It's not quite there, it's about a degree off. So about 10 minutes later, I just check again. Just give it a quick stir to make sure the cream's incorporated back in again. And then check the temperature to make sure I'm at 32 or 90 Fahrenheit. So we're going to add the yogurt to the milk. Just pour that in. If there's a bit left in the jug, just scrape that out with your stainless steel spoon. Now remember that yogurt has some mesophilic and some thermophilic starter cultures in them. Now just whisk that to combine the yogurt through the milk. It's only a little bit of yogurt. And then we're going to add the Penicillium Roque 40 solution. Just dip a little bit more milk in there and stir it out so it all goes through. And then give that a quick whisk as well. That way, you know, the mold spores are all the way through the milk. Now finally, we add in the Flora Danica, the aromatic mesophilic starter culture. So just measure that out and then sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. So because this is a freeze-dried powder, we're going to allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, we're going to stir the culture in to the milk. So now we're going to allow the milk to ripen for 60 minutes or 1 hour. And this increases the acidity of the milk. So give that a quick stir to make sure no cream is floated to the top. Check the target temperature before we proceed any further. Yep, 32, spot on. That's Celsius, that is. Now we're going to add the calcium chloride. Now this helps set a better curd by adding back some soluble calcium into the milk. You only really need to do this when the milk has been pasteurised. So we're going to add in the rennet now and stir that through for no more than 1 minute. So we're going to cover that up, make sure no dust gets into our milk, and we're going to allow the milk to set for 30 minutes. So after 30 minutes, we're going to check for a clean break. Yeah, that looks pretty firm. We'll just pop the knife in though. Twist, and yep, that's a nice clean split. So I'm going to cut the curds into 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch cubes. I'm doing a checkerboard effect there to start with, and then I'll do it at 45-degree angle. Notice I'm not using my curd harp because the lines between the strings on the curd harp are 1 centimetre, which is about ½ an inch. Too small for this cheese. To just give that a very gentle initial stir to break up any of the larger curd cubes. And then cover that back up again and allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, you'll see a bit of whey has been expelled, but during the next 15 minutes, just stir the curds every 3 to 5 minutes just to prevent them from matting. We don't want too much whey to be expelled during this cheese because Gorgonzola style cheese is very moist. So So I'm just, you can see I was cutting up a few of the larger cubes as well. So I'm stirring about every 5 minutes. Just a quick stir prevents matting. And matting is the curd sticking together. And then cover again. Notice that I'm keeping the curds at the target temperature the whole time. Just getting rid of any floated, it's solidified cream usually that floats to the top. Just give that a quick stir again. And that's the final 5 minutes. We're going to allow that to rest for 10 minutes now, just so the curd settles down to the bottom. Makes this next step a little bit easier. I've got myself a 2 litre jug there, or 2 quart jug. Now using a whisk, not a whisk, a sieve. That's not a whisk, this is a sieve. And we're going to remove, using a ladle, 2 litres or 2 quarts of whey. There we go, spot on. Now you can use that whey for lots of other things. So during the next 15 minutes we're going to stir the curds again every 3 to 5 minutes to prevent matting. I just stir mine every 5 minutes. So this is after the 15 minutes of stirring. You can see the curds have shrunk a little bit and have expelled a little bit more whey. Now we remove some of the whey just to stop it acidifying as much. It's not a very acidic cheese. We're going to allow the curds to rest for 15 minutes. This makes draining a lot easier. So just line your colander with a loose weave cheesecloth. Just give it a quick stir, just stop matting, and then drain it through the cheesecloth. Get every other bit out with your hands, nice clean hands. So give that a quick stir to prevent matting when it's in there draining. We're only going to drain it for a minute or two. So break up the curds with your hands. Now the reason we're breaking up the curds like this is because we want there to be pockets of air in the cheese after it has consolidated when we put it into the basket in a second. This helps the veins develop because of those pockets of air after we pierce the cheese. So make sure that they're well mixed like that. So I'm putting the basket back into the pot in its water bath still. I'm going to transfer all of the curds into a sanitised 165mm or 6.5 inch basket. I found this to be the perfect size. So we're going to be keeping the curds at 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit during draining. That's why I've got the basket in the pot again. By keeping it warm, it helps the acid continue to develop, albeit slowly. So we're going to allow it to drain for 4 hours, and during that time turn the cheese every 1 hour. Now initially it's okay to have the basket directly on the bottom of the pot, but you can see there's some whey expelled there that I've tipped away, no pun intended. And I'm going to have to elevate the basket now. So I'm just using 2 small ramekins to elevate it so it doesn't sit in the whey that drains out of the cheese. So after 2 hours of draining, there's still a fair bit of whey coming off. Just tip out the stuff in the ramekins there. Don't want them overflowing. Now, the cheese is firm enough that you should be able to just flip it over in its basket. There we go. Plonk it back in. And pop the lid back on and keep it warm. Oops, it's falling over. All good. I could take a little bit more water out, but there's a minimum depth for the water for the sous vide. Anyway, one final flip at the 3 hour mark. Now you notice that the curds haven't consolidated like a normal pressed cheese would. You don't need to. You need that open structure for a blue cheese. So after the 4 hours of draining, we're going to place that on a mat, or two, or maybe just one. Can't make his mind up. Right, we have to figure it out, Gav. You can do it. We have to weigh the cheese because we have to do 2.5% of salt per weight of the curd. So I'm just putting a clean mat on top of the scale, just tearing that back to 0 and then putting the cheese on top. So it worked out to be 1.152 kilograms or 2.54 pounds. So 2.5% of salt is 28 grams or 1 ounce. So make sure you weigh your cheese. Don't use tablespoons because the different grades of salt can weigh differently. So I'm using a coarse salt there. And we're going to apply a quarter of that to the top surface of the cheese and just gently rub that in. This is just an estimate, so it's about a quarter of the salt. So just loosely rub that over the top surface, and that will form a brine when combined with the whey that's dripping out of the cheese, and then pop that back in the basket, and that'll all absorb into the cheese. So we allow that to drain overnight. Make sure if you've got any insect problems, not that we do, but I do pop a trusty umbrella over the top. So the next morning, we're going to take it out of the basket and salt it with another quarter of the amount of salt we had. Sprinkle that over the top, just give it a rub, and give the sides a bit of a rub this time as well. Pop it back in the basket. Then pop the umbrella back on again. So in about 12 hours, I think this is the next night. I'm just going to take that back out again, salt the top again. There's a little bit of salt left. Rub it on the sides as well. Pop the umbrella back on again. So I don't think I showed the final salting, but I salted it 4 times, you know. 4 quarters equals a whole. So I'm just spraying my hands with white vinegar there before I touch the cheese. So we're going to transfer that onto a ripening, onto a mat and then into the ripening box. So place a lid on top. We're going to mature the cheese at 11 to 13 degrees Celsius or 52 to 54 Fahrenheit at 90 to 95% relative humidity. During this time, it'll start to grow mold. So about 7 to 10 days, this is about 10 days, it's time to pierce the cheese so we can get the blue veins inside the cheese. Now, by piercing the cheese, we're allowing oxygen to get into those fissures and cracks that we hope are in there because we didn't press the cheese. So just quick white vinegar, wipe over the hands again, and then just dry those off. Prevents any molds or yeasts from being on your hands while you're doing this process. Obviously your probe, or you can use a number 2 knitting needle as well, but I use the probe off of the thermometer, and that's been sanitized as well. So just pierce that all the way to the bottom. So I space it about every 2 centimetres or 5/8 of an inch. I do an outer circle, then I do a couple of inner circles of piercings. So once the first side is complete, I then flip it over and repeat the process. Now I do it at some angles as well, just to make sure that I can get access to all of those crevices that we hope are there. So pop it back into the ripening container. Now I turn about every once a week, turn the cheese. But I'll let Gav talk about maturation. So there you have it. It's been aging in the cheese fridge now for a month. It's still got 2 months to go. So let me just show you what I've done with this ripening box. It's nothing special. So this is the standard ripening box. It's available at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. So I've got the cheese on its mat, as you can see there. It's covered in blue mould, but also in the mat, to keep it humid enough, I've got it's a dishcloth, but it's not used for dishes, it's a clean one. And it's just a little bit moist, just to keep the humidity in the box. And you can feel in the box it's a little bit humid, which is good. There's no moisture on the bottom, it's just a damp cloth, which is great. So on the pad, now I've got clean hands, so I'm just going to do its weekly flip. And all we do is just flip it over. It's been pierced, as you saw in the video. So it's ripening very well. It's got blue-green mould all over it, which it should do. Hopefully that's penetrating into the structure of the cheese. It was a very loose structure. I'm hoping to get a lot of veining there, so that will be really good if that happens. Also, you'll notice there's a little bit of white mould growing on the outside. That's usually just Geotrichum candidum, which makes it kind of the skin go a little bit wrinkly. But that's no big deal, that's fine. So don't rub that off, whatever you do. It's just part of the normal flora of the cheese. So I'll just put that back in its box again. So I'm very pleased on how this cheese is progressing. Like I said, I've been turning it once a week during the maturation. So total maturation time of 90 days for this cheese. So hope you enjoyed the video. Like I said, taste test in a couple of months' time. But you can purchase all the stuff you need to make this cheese over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And if you enjoyed the video, leave a little like and don't forget to hit the bell when you subscribe to get notified of more cheesy content. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be tasting Gorgonzola. So this Gorgonzola I made on the 9th of January 2022. It's now 19th of March. So it has been aging for, what's that, 2.5 months, give or take a few days. So 2.5 months, so what's that, 8, 10 weeks, about 10 weeks-ish. So that's about right. So it's between 8 and 10 weeks for Gorgonzola to mature. So this is Gorgonzola Dolce, which is the sweet version, not the stronger, harder, drier Gorgonzola Picante. So just to get that difference straight off the bat, this is the Gorgonzola Dolce. So let's open it up, have a look. A little bit of moisture on top of the ripening box, but hey, that's normal for ripening boxes. We'll just put that, where we're going to put that there. Okay, put that tea towel there. And It's got a little bit of white and blue mould, and it's starting to see the mould soften the outside of the paste, which is a good thing. So it does smell a little bit of ammonia, but that's normal every week when I take it out and turn it over. I've got clean hands, by the way. I did sanitize them before I started the video. So let's just take that off of the mat. Starting to, you can see the mat there. Starting to get a little bit of, it's not orange mold. Some people say it's a Brevibacteria linens, but it's not. It's the breaking down of the Penicillium rogue 40. So it's a little bit sticky. So what we can do, we can clean that up. But before I clean it up, I need to check the insides. Now, I've never done this on a video before. What we're going to do is we're going to use my trusty cheese trier. So what this does, it takes a core from up to the center. So I need to go to the center. So it's about to there. So what's that? It's 2/3 along. And we'll get a core and see if there is indeed vein development within the Gorgonzola. So, what's the best way to show it? Probably like this. So, we're going to push it in to where we think we need to go. And we give it a turn. And, of course, that is in the way. And we gently pull it out. And we can see that there is some vein development on the inside. And the paste, let's just try a little bit of it. That's why it's called a trier. Oh, that's beautiful. Messy hands, but because we haven't done anything with the outside. That is absolutely delightful. Oh, goodness. No need to plug that up. I will. I'll just... No, I won't. Oh. That is so good. That's almost like the stuff you get out of the packet, but better. Oh, let's make a little ball of it. Right, let's clean it up. I've done the taste test now. Let's go home. Just tricking. Okay, so I'll clean that up with my ripening box. So I need to spray my hands a little bit with some vinegar. It's just white vinegar in the spray bottle. Just cleans up the hands a bit better. And there we go, much cleaner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scrape off the blue molds on the outside so the cheese is more presentable. There's not much to scrape off, just a little bit. What I could have done to help age this cheese a little better, not that it's not aged better, that, you know, straight from the horse's mouth. Just wipe it on the towel, it's a bit yucky. This is the easiest way I've found to do this. If you're going to do it at all, you could just simply eat it with all the blue on, but I find this scraping method nice and simple. You could reuse some of that Penicillium rogue 40 if you wanted to. I never have, because, you know, you just use the fresh stuff straight out of the freezer. Seems to work for me. Now, the Penicillium rogue 40 mold I used was a strong version that we have on the website at Little Green Workshops. Now, if you wanted even a milder flavour, which you could do, you could use there's a mild version of the Penicillium rogue 40. Now, if that plug of cheese that I pulled out with the trier hadn't had the right veining, then I could have waited a bit longer. So put the plug straight back in again, or the end of the plug anyway, and could have put that back in and put it back in the ripening box, and we could mature it longer. So So the best way to store this, now that it's mature, is in the kitchen fridge in aluminium foil. If you've got it, just the normal kitchen variety seems to work fine. It allows the cheese to breathe still, and it will slow down the maturation process because it's in the fridge at 4 degrees Celsius. Anyway, that's looking pretty good, or in Australia we call it pretty schmick. Alright, we're going to cut it open in a minute. Hold your horses. Oh, lovely. Alrighty. So all that mould is going into the bin. Cutting my finger off. I'll clean that up. Right, so just fold that over, pop it into the bin. It's going to smell a little bit. I've still got some on my hands, so I'll just get rid of that now. Tea towel, that's perfect. And I'm going to use a little bit of paper towel to just clean up a little bit more. So this is what they do, they clean it all up. That's why it looks really good when it's packaged up, because they get rid of all this stuff. Right, done. All right, so let's clean up my hands. A little bit of vinegar, because that seems to work the best. Rightio. So we're now going to cut into it and see it in all its glory. Now it's all cleaned up, it's presentable. I'm using a lot of paper towel. This is recycled paper towel, by the way, from, it says on the packet, office paper. So they've made a paper towel, so it's not virgin trees, so I'm using as much as I like. Alrighty, so let's cut into it. Let's see what it tastes like. Even though we've had a try already using the dryer. Alrighty, nice cut. Oh, yes. Oh, very good. So, perfect. There's a big gash in the middle, that was me. Took a bit out. Anyway, you can see there we've got some nice veining. It's a bit subtle, but that's perfect. All the piercing I did worked fine. Thank goodness for that. And we got some lovely, let's just cut it in half. Some lovely veining throughout the cheese. Very light. But remember, this is a light sort of cheese. So, as in the Gorgonzola Dolce being a sweet cheese. As in sweet in the blue versions anyway. So the paste is, let's have a look. Just pull that off the knife. So the paste is not as elastic as some cheeses. It does break. That's good. There's subtle Penicillium Roqueforti all the way through the paste. The good thing is it's not a very firm paste. There's lots of air pockets for the Penicillium Roqueforti to grow in, which is absolutely what we want with this style of cheese, which is why it wasn't pressed. Most blue cheeses don't get pressed. Oh, that's a cheesegasm if I ever saw one. Oh my goodness, that is delightful. So it's soft and it's smooth, so I can squeeze it between my fingers and it makes a paste, a form of paste as I heat it up. Yep, that works. So yeah, you could spread it a little bit, but my goodness, the flavour is outstanding. It's one of those creamier, milder cheeses that you get, milder blue cheeses. Certainly nowhere as strong as a Stilton, nowhere as strong as the Shropshire. So on the milder side, as it's supposed to be, it's on the creamy side, similar to Castle Blue, but not as strong as that one. That one was a little bit stronger, but certainly creamy. Oh, it is delicious. So yeah, Gorgonzola, Dolce, perfect cheese. Can't say much more than that, that if you want to make a nice blue cheese, it was fairly simple to make. Just follow all the instructions in the videos and you won't have too much trouble. So if you want to pick up the kit for this, you could use the blue cheese kit that we've got in stock at Little Green Workshops. Also, if you want to get the cheese trier, we've got lots of these in stock. So pop over, have a look at that. It is perfect for checking the consistency of blue cheeses like this. Also fantastic for looking at the flavour profile of long-aged cheddars, to get an idea of whether it's ready, whether it's mature, whether it's a little bit bitter still and can use longer aging without having to cut the cheese open. So absolutely perfect, great little tool. So the cheese trier, or cheese iron, it's known in some countries as well. Perfect little tool for testing the inside of your blue cheeses. Okay, that's me for today. Thank you very much, curd nerds, for watching this. I've really enjoyed presenting Gorgonzola Dolce to you, the taste test anyway. It is a delightful blue cheese. If you're into blue cheeses, then this is absolutely perfect cheese to make for the home cheese maker. If you like the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed and want to get more cheesy content like this, then hit the subscribe button and hit the little bell to be notified when I release more cheesy content. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds, I'm Gavin Weber and you're watching the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. During the live stream, you'll see many Italian style cheeses that I've made on my YouTube channel. And the videos are all there free for you to watch at any time. This live stream is obviously a compilation of all of those videos, including cheeses like Buffalo Mozzarella and some famous hard Italian cheeses like Parmesan, Grana Padano style, Asiago and Pecorino Romano. I hope you enjoy the stream and get some value out of all these videos. I'll obviously be joining you in the chat for the entire time, maybe less a couple of hours that I need to have a sleep, but I'll be there in the chat to answer any questions during the stream. So, thanks for watching, and I hope you're enjoying the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. This video is a bit of a strange one. I received a cease and desist letter from, who are they? The Consortium for the Protection of Grana Padano Cheese. Yes, this is one of those videos. So, a intellectual property company who are representing the Consortium for the Protection of Grana Padano Cheese sent me an email yesterday, late last night, and let me just read it to you. It says, "Dear Mr. Weber, kindly see attached cease and desist letter concerning your use of registered trademark Grana Padano on YouTube. Looking forward to receiving your feedback. Best regards, Giorgio Lombardi. Well, thank you very much for your kind letter, Giorgio. I shall now read the letter to all of the curd nerds. So, it says... Goodness me, this is a perler. Dear Sir, I'm writing on behalf of the consortium, which is entitled to safeguard the designation of origin Grana Padano and watches over the production and commercialisation of Grana Padano cheese. As you may know, the Domination Grana Padano is registered and protected as PDO, which stands for Protection Designation of Origin, under Regulation EU number blah blah blah. In this regard, please note that the PDO can only be used in connection with products that are registered in a defined geographic area and have particular characteristics that also the regards for grating, slicing and packaging of these items. Okay, yep. So I knew that, and I actually stated it in the Grana Padano video that I made. And here's a little snippet of the intro of the video. So yes, I said style cheese. It's not the real deal. It's not Grana Padano. It should be a fairly hard Italian cheese that is grainy, just like Grana Padano is, and its cousin Parmesan, or Parmigiano-Reggiano. Anyway, the letter goes on to say, moreover, the consortium has obtained in Australia several trademark registrations, all covering cheese in class 29, considering in the words Grana Padano, for example, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I'll post the letter in the description below so everybody can have a look at it if they really want to. The consortium found out that you uploaded on YouTube the video entitled How to Make Grana Padano Style Cheese, available at, and they quote the link. In this regard, this is funny. Anyway, I'll keep going. In this regard, I wish to inform you that the above described conduct, I can't even get my words right, conduct is a clear infringement of the consortium's intellectual property rights. Indeed, your video seems to describe how to create counterfeit replicas of Grana Padano cheese. Really? Okay. On the other hand, YouTube users could understand that Grana Padano can be produced anywhere. On the contrary, the specific rules for production of Grana Padano require that it is created in the production area in Italy by authorised entities controlled by the consortium. And in big bold letters it says, in the light of the above, I kindly ask you to immediately remove your video, available at the link, which is the Grana Padano video. I look forward to receiving your positive feedback within 5 days of receipt of this letter. Should you fail to comply with the above, the consortium will not hesitate to take the necessary steps to ensure the protection of its trademark rights. Yours faithfully, Giorgio Lombardi. So what makes me laugh about all of this is that I must have got fairly close to the mark as far as nailing the recipe for this cheese. I think not only are they trying to protect their brand, which is fine, that's perfectly okay, it's the law, but I must have really nailed the Grana Padano recipe. And for me to get that sort of letter, they obviously were pretty upset that I got their recipe fairly close. I know that when I tasted the cheese, and they haven't asked for the taste test video to be taken down, so you can go and check that out at the little info link over there. So what do I have to do? Obviously, I've got to take down the Grana Padano video, really I suppose I don't have a leg to stand on, even though I did state in the video, this is not Grana Padano, this is Grana Padano style. It's obviously not even the same size as, you know, a 40 kilogram wheel of Grana Padano. However, this is how pedantic the consortium wants to be, then I will comply with their wishes. I'll take down the video. Anyway, I will be taking the video down. Today's Friday, so I've got 5 days to comply. I received the email yesterday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Sunday night, I will take down the Grana Padano video. So until that time, if you want to go and watch it and use the recipe, then that's perfectly fine. That's up to you. I will comply with their wishes and take down the video. So in the future, when I make a PDO or AOC cheese style, I'll definitely not be calling it the name of the cheese. I'll come up with my own name and I will do it in a style. And you'll see hints in the videos that basically kind of indicate what style of cheese it is. But this is beyond, as far as I'm concerned, it's beyond a joke. But like I said, I will comply with the cease and desist letter. Anyway, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds. I know this is a bit of a weird one, but I definitely, this one was out of the blue. I never thought this would actually happen to a small home cheesemaker. Put your thoughts in the comments below in the video. I'd love to hear what you've got to say. Did I overstep the bounds of their intellectual property, or is it just a storm in a teacup and they're just trying to protect their brand with whatever means necessary? I really thought if I got one, it'd be from the Parmesan group. But yeah, Grana Padano, there you go. They're really protecting their intellectual property. Which, look, if somebody did that to me and it was a blatant misuse of my intellectual property, then yeah, I'd probably get upset too and write a letter and send a cease and desist. But yeah, very formal, and yeah, thank you very much, consortium. Anyway, like I said, leave your comments below if you think either way. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and there'll be a regular cheese-making video out this week as well. Members and patrons have already got a sneak peek at it, and it's all about cheese boards. Very exciting stuff. I really enjoyed making it. It was great. All right, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Well, that was a bit of a whirlwind 24 hours since I posted the video cease and desist. What have I got to say? Well, I actually received an apology yesterday from the Grana Padano Protection Consortium. And allow me to read the letter that I received from the Director General, Stefano Berni. It's very interesting. It's a funny way to say sorry, but yeah, it's an apology nonetheless. But before I start, thanks everybody for watching the previous video. Really appreciate that, and all the views and so many thousands of comments on the video. It's been very humbling and overwhelming that this home cheesemaker can get so many views and so many news articles. I'm actually awaiting a phone call from some other journalists to do a story on the piece as well. But whether that happens or not is a different thing. We'll see how that goes. So my offer to take down the video still stands. I am going to take down the Grana Padano cheesemaking video on Sunday, morning my time at 9 a.m. Straight after the live stream that I normally have called Ask the Cheese Man. And I'll live on stream, I'll take down that video, and there will be a surprise straight after it. There will be a premiere of a new video that may or may not be the same as a grainy Italian hard cheese that cannot be named. Anyway, let's read out Stefano's letter. Before I start, thank you very much, Stefano, for sending me the letter. It's very kind of you to reach out personally from the consortium and not via lawyers and the like. By the way, there's a link to the letter in the description below if you want to read it for yourself. Dear Gavin, we saw your video from the 27th of November, which was yesterday my time, and you well say, our task is precisely to protect Grana Padano's name in Italy and in the world. The counterfeiting reports that come to us from our lawyers every year are so many, more than you can ever imagine, with great damage to our producers. You are certainly not among those who create such damages. However, the improper use of Grana Padano designation, legally registered name, in brackets, in your videos have been noticed by the control agency we have and reported to us by our direct superiors at the Ministry and EU Committee. Gee, I did get some attention, didn't I? Though it is true that you clearly state at the beginning of your video regarding the production that it is not real Grana Padano PDO, according to the laws, Italian and European, exploiting the reputation of a designation is not allowed and we were forced to report it. We did not intervene before because your good faith is clear from your video, and we are very sorry to see you and your community so angry towards us. Well, personally I'm not angry, but the community has spoken, I suppose. Stefano, that's just what they do on the internet. Perhaps in this case, it would most probably have been enough to talk things through together so as to find a solution to the problem. Yes, indeed, it would have, Stefano. He goes on to say, P.S. On a further note, you didn't quite get the real recipe of Grana Padano. It is slightly different, smiley face. So if you ever come to Italy, once this awful pandemic is over, we would like you to be our guest, and we will take you to one of our dairies where one of our master cheesemakers can teach you all the tricks of the trade. If you would like to contact us, feel free. Kind regards, Stefano Berni, Director General. Wow. Stefano, I would love a all-expenses-paid trip to Italy to go and see your cheese factory. That would be very interesting. So thank you, Stefano, for your letter. I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate you reaching out. And thanks for clearing up some of the thing. I think it would have been better if you guys had reached out beforehand without getting an IP lawyer involved. Not that I've done anything legal my end, but like I said, it clearly stated in the video, this is not a PDO cheese. However, I did use a picture of your cheese wheel in my video, and to that I apologise. With that said, as I mentioned previously, there will be a new grainy Italian hard cheese video coming soon on Sunday my time, 9 a.m. my time, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, which is 2200 UTC or Greenwich Mean Time. So watch out for that. It will be preceded, of course, by my regular Ask the Cheeseman live stream. So finally, just like to say a big thank you once again to all of my curd nerds and the curd nerd community for standing behind me during this funny state of affairs. Who would have thought that a simple cheese making video for home cheese makers would have had so much of an impact It's so many people have told me in the comments of the last video that they have downloaded a copy of the video themselves, and that's fine. I've got no issues with that. But I am still taking down the original video as per my previous comments. So thanks for watching. If I have any other updates, then I will post them. But watch out on your local interwebs. There's sure to be a story about this soon in the mainstream media. They're always a few days behind. Yeah, thanks again. And this is Gavin Webber, home cheesemaker and Chief Curd Nerd, signing off until the next cheesemaking video. See you later. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're making cheese and desist style cheese. So yes, I said style cheese. It's not the real deal. It's not cheese and desist. It should be a fairly hard Italian cheese that is grainy, just like cheese and desist and its cousin Parmesan. It's made with a semi-skimmed milk of about 2% fat, and you need to use a lot of it because the yield is quite low. Normally full cream cow's milk gives you a yield between 10 and 12%. I found that I got a yield that was significantly less, probably in the tune of about 5 to 6%. So out of the 14 litres of milk that I used, I got about 1.2 kilos. But you'll see that near the end of the video. Anyway, enough of me waffling. Let's get on and see how I made cheese and desist style cheese.
I'm using Inglenook Dairy low-fat milk today. It's pasteurised and homogenised. The ingredients for this cheese are 14 litres or 14.8 quarts of low-fat cow's milk at 2% fat, 1/8 of a teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1/32 of a teaspoon of lipase diluted in 60 millilitres of cool non-chlorinated water, 1.25 millilitres or quarter of a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in 60 millilitres of cool non-chlorinated water, 2.5 millilitres or half a teaspoon of liquid rennet. I'm using single strength, diluted in 60 millilitres of cool non-chlorinated water, and you'll need a saturated brine solution at 18%. Now, I used 3 litres of 5% milk and 11 litres of 1.3% milk. Now, heat your milk up to 34 degrees Celsius, 93 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can see I've reached the temperature there already. Now just remove your utensils before you move on to the next step. I'm adding in the mesophilic starter culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon, just pouring that over the top of the milk. Then we add in the thermophilic starter culture. I'm just pouring that over the milk as well. So make sure that you cover the pot, and we're going to allow that to rehydrate for 5 minutes. Okay, the cultures are rehydrated, so we're going to mix those thoroughly through the milk. Just give it a good stir. Just gently mix those cultures that are floating on top into the milk, and then mix it in a top to bottom manner, as you can see there, sped up of course. So I'm stirring for about a minute. Now I'm going to add the lipase solution, which has been diluted or dissolved in 60 millilitres or quarter of a cup of water. And just give that a gentle stir through. Now we added at this stage well before we add the rennet. So allow the milk to acidify now for 45 minutes. So 45 minutes later. Now you'll notice a bit of cream has risen to the top there. So I'm going to stir that back in. I did use some cold pressed raw milk in this. That's the 3 litres of whole milk that I used. Okay, just check the temperature. Yep, we're about right. Nearly 34 Celsius. That's fine. So we're going to add the next 2 ingredients. So add the calcium chloride solution to your milk and give that a good stir. Then add in your rennet solution. And stir for no more than 1 minute. Okay, cover the milk again, stop any fluff or dust getting on your milk. And we're going to allow that to set now for 45 minutes at the target temperature of 34 Celsius, 93 degrees Fahrenheit. So hopefully your milk has set. I'm going to check it with a clean break, and that's simply putting a knife in and twisting it. And if the milk looks like it splits without any sloppiness, it's all ready to go. If it's not set, then wait another 15 minutes and it should be okay. So we're going to cut the curds now very small. So I'm trying to get as small as I can there, 1/2 centimetre or 1/4 inch columns. I'm not making cubes, I'm making columns. So I'm only doing the vertical cut for this cheese at the moment. So I've gone one way and then perpendicular go the other way to make the columns. There we go, columns all cut. Now I'm going to use a balloon whisk, just checking to see if it reached the bottom of the pot. It's always a good start. And we just plunge that and cut the curds smaller. So we're trying to halve the size of the curds that you originally cut with the knife. Probably down to about baked bean size, I think. So now we're going to gently stir the curds whilst heating them up to 56 degrees Celsius or 133 Fahrenheit over the course of an hour. So about 5 minutes in, the whey was a little bit close to the top for me, so I just scooped out about a cup's worth, maybe 2, and just got rid of that. Just made it easier to stir for the hour. There we go. So now I can stir with my whisk. Now if there are any big bits, just cut them with the whisk wires. And I'm just stirring for the whole hour, just using the whisk. And you'll see that 1 hour later that the curd size is about the size of a plump rice grain. That's the size you're looking for. Now this is the same with any hard Alpine or hard Italian style cheese. Very small curd size and cooked to a very high temperature. So we're going to remove the heat, so I'll just turn that off. I'm going to allow the curds to settle down to the bottom for 1 hour. This also helps them acidify even further. So 1 hour later, take it over to the sink area and we're going to drain the curds through a basket. I've got that lined in a cheesecloth lined colander, and just pour the curds into the basket. There's no draining time. I'm just getting that ready to take over to the sink area. Pop the follower on top. Now we're going to press the cheese. So the initial pressing is not as heavy as you would think. I've done about halfway down the spring. It's about 10 kilograms or 22 pounds. I'm going to do that for, just had to retighten the spring there, for 30 minutes. So 30 minutes later, just take it out of the basket, out of the press. Take the follower off and just be gentle because it hasn't formed properly yet. As you can see there are some loose bits on the top. Maybe I should have pressed it for about an hour instead of 30 minutes, but it all works out in the end. The curds are fairly dry as they are for this style of cheese. So just pulling that gently off of the cheesecloth so I don't tear the rind at the bottom. Now I did spray the cheesecloth with vinegar before I put the curds into it. So for the second pressing, I'm going to press at 22 kilograms or 50 pounds for 24 hours. And I had to come back and retighten the spring probably about every 3 hours for this one. So 24 hours later, I'm going to remove the cheese from the press and the mould. And you'll see that the rind is all closed up and everything looks good. There we go, beautiful. Very firm, it's a very firm cheese. So there's a close-up of what it looks like after it's come out of the basket after the 24 hours of pressing. So we brine this cheese, so we're going to place it into an 18% brine solution for 18 hours, and we're going to turn it over at the 9-hour mark. Now I wasn't sure if it was going to be completely submerged, so I sprinkled some salt on top and then popped it into the brine container. You can use any plastic container, doesn't have to be fancy like this one. So once you've taken it out of the brine, air dry it for 2 to 3 days or until touch dry. It took about 2 days for mine to get dry. However, it dried out a fair bit. As you can see there are some cracks in the surface of the cheese. Now, if I had left this to naturally produce a rind, I would get mould in those cracks. So we're going to ripen that at 10 degrees Celsius for no less than 6 to 9 months. Total yield was 1.278 kilograms. And what I did after that was I vacuum packed it straight away so no mould will get into the cracks. So during maturation, turn the cheese weekly. That helps even ripening. Cheese and Desist can be aged for up to 2 years for a strong flavour. Now back to Gav.
Well, there you have it. It's a fairly simple cheese to make. A lot of stirring. You just have to make sure that you cut the curds very small down to rice grain size curd, and they shrink as you stir for that 1 hour period and the resting period as well. You may have noticed that near the end it started to dry out a little bit too quickly, so I quickly vacuum packed this cheese. The surface was very dry, the curds will be very dry, but that's the style that Cheese and Desist is. It's a very grainy, dry cheese. I don't think it will have to mature for the full 9 months, seeing it's a very small cheese. The flavour should be there within 6 months. I might try a small sample and then vacuum pack the rest for 9 to 12 months. Anyway, time will tell, and we will see that in the taste test in a few months, well, in about half a year's time. Well, g'day curd nerds, welcome to another cheese tasting video. Today we're going to be tasting Cheese and Desist. Now this cheese was made on the 25th of August 2019. So it is over a year old, so it's 12, 13, 14 months old. I made it with Inglenook Dairy low-fat milk, which was about it was about 1.5% fat, but I added a little bit of full cream milk or whole milk to it to bring the fat level up to about 2%. And I did have the tasting down for the 25th of May, but it's obviously gone past there due to lockdown and a whole bunch of other stuff that the studio that I'm filming in now wasn't ready, but now it is. So it's a pretty good looking cheese. It seemed to have survived the vac packing quite well. There's a little bit of moisture underneath the plastic, but I think that can be expected for a cheese that's been aged this long. It feels very firm, as it was when I put it into the vac packing. So I kind of expect it to have that grainy texture, which is exactly what
Cheese and Desist
and these styles of cheese have. It's in the same family, obviously, as Parmigiano-Reggiano, or as known here commonly in Australia as Parmesan. So it's in that family of very small curd grains, long aged, a low fat style milk. So that's the sort of cheese it is. So let's have a look at the cheese. I've got my trusty scissors here. We'll cut her open. So, yeah, there is a bit of moisture in the bag. But it's not too bad. Actually, when you look at it like this, there's hardly anything. It's just surface. Oh, and you can smell already the aroma of the
Cheese and Desist style cheese.
very, very good. So, let's just, I'll get rid of a bit of that moisture. I've got some paper towel here, which I sometimes use just to sop up a little bit of the moisture. Certainly won't hurt this cheese at all. And on the reverse side, I can actually see some crystals on the outside, which I can't expect to be either calcium lactate or tyrosine. I think it's tyrosine. So, without any further ado, before I do, I'll just wipe my hands because I've got that lovely juice all over it. Right, here we go. Oh, this is a very hard cheese. It's cutting well. Alrighty. Oh yeah, nice grainy texture. It's very good indeed. Very grainy. Beautiful colour too. That Inglenook dairy milk makes a really good coloured cheese. So let's just shave a slice off. So I want to get into this bad boy. Cuts well, but as you can see, it is grainy. That's exactly what it's supposed to be like. So perfect texture. The smell, oh, smells like I've gone to heaven. Hard Italian cheese style. Let's try a little bit without a cracker to start with. Oh, that is sensational. That was absolutely worth the wait. This is going to be fantastic in pasta dishes, over salads. Oh, let me have a bit more. So good. Don't normally eat it on a cracker, but I'll have a piece. Adds a little bit to it, but not much. Better as a grating cheese. Well, the flavour's certainly all there. As I said, the texture is perfect for this style of cheese. This is going to be a fantastic grating cheese. Now, to store it long term, basically what I'm going to do is cut it into probably eighths and vacuum pack each eighth. So when we go to cook pasta or what have you, whatever we're going to use. The
Cheese and Desist
is just we use 1/8, and I'll store them in the kitchen fridge. I don't think I'll let it age any longer, even though it would become stronger if I did leave it at 13 degrees Celsius in the cheese cave. But I think this is perfect. I wouldn't age it any further, if you know what I mean. So a fantastic result. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds. If you want to make this cheese, then I highly recommend the Italian cheese kit over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Well, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream.
Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making a cheese that's from Ricky Carroll's Home Cheese Making Book, 3rd edition. It's called Guido's Hard Italian Cheese. So Guido's cheese is a very simple Italian cheese. Let me just read a little bit about it. So in the book, it's on page 146. So that's good to always have more than one edition, of course. So Guido lives in, I don't know if he still does, but he lives in Collingdale, Pennsylvania, and his full name is Guido Giantini. Hopefully I said that right. And a little bit of the spiel says, when Guido and his American wife, Margot, moved from Italy to Pennsylvania in 1999, he discovered to his dismay that it was hard to find good Italian cheese that tasted the way it did in his home in Florence. He decided to make his own. So this recipe is based on the recipe that's in the book, which is a very simple recipe. However, there is a better one that's been transcribed and kind of updated. I printed it off. It's from the Learn to Make Cheese Facebook page, which I'm a member over there of that group. Really good interactive group. But yeah, the recipe is in the files. It's called Guido's Hard Italian Cheese. And it's kind of in metric, and some of the instructions in the Ricky Carroll's book are a little bit difficult to understand. So they've made it simple, and so I've used this, changed a little bit of the weights for pressing and some of the brining time. So yeah, there we go. So enough waffling. Let's get on and see how I made Guido's Hard Italian Cheese.
So a big thank you to Inglenook Dairy for supplying the milk for this video. First of all, don't forget to sanitize all of your equipment. I boiled all the stainless steel stuff, and all the plastic stuff I sprayed with white vinegar after pouring boiling water on them. To make Guido's Hard Italian Cheese, you'll need 8 litres or 8 quarts of whole cow's milk, at least 3.25% fat,
1/4 teaspoon of thermophilic B, that's ST and LB starter cultures. 1/2 teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. 3/4 teaspoon or 3.75 millilitres of single strength liquid rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. I'm using IMCU 200 strength, and an 18% brine solution. So pour all your milk into the pot and give it a good stir. If you need to whisk any cream in, this is the time to do it. That has floated to the top. And chloride early in the make, and just give that a good stir through. Calcium chloride is used to increase the calcium levels in the milk, so you get a better curd set later on when you add the rennet. Let's give that a good stir through. Now we're going to add the thermophilic starter culture. I'm adding 1/4 teaspoon there. However, the sachet stated that you can use up to 10 litres of milk for 1 sachet of the thermophilic B. This is a brand that I stock in our store from the culture cupboard. So we need to allow that to rehydrate so you can stir into the milk better. Just pop the lid on and wait for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we stir the culture into the milk. Some of it hasn't rehydrated, but that won't matter. There's a lot of culture in there. So give that a good stir so it's mixed thoroughly through the milk. And just check the target temperature. If you're using a precision cooker, it shouldn't change very much at all. So pop the lid on, and we're going to allow that to ripen for the very small time of 10 minutes. Not much acidification. So after the 10 minutes, we're going to give that a brief stir to put the cream back in, remembering I'm using unhomogenized milk, cream-lined milk. If you're using pasteurized homogenized milk, you probably won't need to stir it as often as I do. So once the cream's incorporated back into the milk again, it's time to add the rennet. So make sure that when you're pouring the rennet in, you're stirring the milk all the time. But then stir for no more than 1 minute because it works fast. So pop the lid back on. I'm going to allow that to set for 15 minutes because we're using a fair bit of rennet. Now check for a clean break. Now I thought that was quite sloppy, that clean break there, so I decided to wait for another 10 minutes. Just to let it firm up a little bit. So we're going to check for a clean break once more, and that's a lot less sloppier. That looks much better. And we're going to cut the curds into 0.6 centimetre or 6 millimetre or 1/4 inch columns. Now I'm not cutting them horizontally, just the vertical cuts at this stage because I can't get them that small. So there's a little bit of a trick. But first of all, we're going to allow the curds to heal a little bit so they don't fracture when we stir them. We'll allow them to heal for 5 minutes. This is because the coagulation time was on the lighter side. So we're going to use a whisk now to stir the curds for 40 minutes whilst increasing the heat to 49 degrees Celsius or 120 Fahrenheit. I find that by turning the sous vide or the precision cooker to the temperature you want straight away, it takes about that amount of time for it to get to that temperature. So with the whisk, I'm just stabbing it up and down at the moment, and that's basically cutting the curds into the desired size. And just gently stirring. So I decided to stir for about 40 minutes to get to a very small curd size. So by the time we're finished, it's very small. They're about the size of a plump cooked rice grain. Maybe a little bit bigger, but very small indeed. And you'll have a lot of whey left over. So just confirming that the temperature is correct, very close to 49 degrees Celsius. Now you notice that the precision cooker is set at 50. Rarely does it get to the exact temperature that's set on the precision cooker. Usually it's about 1 degree Celsius lower in the milk than it is set on the precision cooker. So I'm just removing all the heating that we need now. That's all over. Maybe I should have put the lid on so no water splashed into the whey. But we pull the plug out now. So the water bath is no longer necessary during this cheese making process. So that's all drained away. Now the curds are fairly hot. Like I said, they're 49 degrees Celsius, which is probably a little bit hotter than you get out of the hot water tap in your home. Now just leaving that there for a second, and you can see that I've got a cheesecloth lined medium basket, and we've lined that with a loose cheesecloth. So this is a medium to large basket. Takes about a kilo of or 2 pounds of curds. So I'm just stretching the cheesecloth there so there's no wrinkles in the side of the cheese once it's pressed, and then we take it over to the pressing area. I'm just spraying white vinegar on my hands there to avoid any yeast or molds, even though I did wash them with soapy water. So I'm going to fold over one side of the cloth, and we're going to put the follower on top. And we're going to put it into the cheese press. This is a spring type cheese press, and the spring is rated at 50 pounds or 22.5 kilograms of pressure when using a basket with a diameter of between 150 and 170 millimeters across the top. You can see how I use this cheese press in this video in the info card. So I'm tightening down the screw, not all the way. We don't need maximum pressure straight away. So about 11 kilograms or 20 pounds of pressure for 15 minutes. That'll help drain some of the whey out and not entirely close up the rind of the cheese, because you don't want it fully closed at this early stage, or the cheese will retain too much moisture. So remove that from the press, turn the cheese and redress. Not quite fully closed rind at the moment. Pop it back into the mould, fold the cloth over again, pop the follower on top and press away. Now we're going to press at 11 kilograms or 20 pounds for 15 minutes again. We'll have to do this pressing and flipping procedure for a few times to get the cheese to consolidate well. So remove from the press, turn and redress. And the rind's starting to come together now. Pop it back in the mould, put a bit of cloth over and press again. So same pressure, but this time for 30 minutes. So once again, remove from the press, turn the cheese, redress it again. And you can see the cheese is coming together very well. Fold the cloth over, pop the follower on top and press at the same pressure again, 11 kilograms or 20 pounds for 1 hour this time. So an hour later, Remove from the press, turn and redress. And there's a good rind on the cheese now. Hasn't locked in too much moisture. We've had free flowing whey out of the basket during the entire pressing process. There's no cloudy whey. If you're pressing it too hard, it'll be cloudy. I'm going to press for 12 hours at the same pressure, 11 kilograms, 20 pounds. So 12 hours, or that can be overnight. So the next day, for me it was anyway, it was time to brine the cheese. So remove that from the press. Now be careful, because we have pressed for a long time, the cheesecloth may stick a little bit to the cheese. Gently pull it away and you won't have any issues. So I've got an 18% brine solution. You can see how to make this in the info card now. So plonk your cheese in there. You don't need this fancy little bowl that I've got. Any plastic container will do. If you've got some cheese floating, just sprinkle a little layer of salt over the top. So we're going to brine that for 12 hours, which is quite a long time. It's going to be a salty sort of cheese. So 12 hours later, we're going to remove it from the brine and place it onto a drying mat. Now I did turn it once during the 12-hour brining session, just to make sure it had even salt absorption. So using some paper towel, just dry off the brine. And we're going to allow it to air dry for 3 days, and I'm going to turn it twice daily. This is because I'm vacuum packing the cheese. If you're not vacuum packing the cheese and want to form a natural rind, you can pop it straight back into the ripening box and ripen it at the target temperature you'll see in a minute. So the post-brine weight is 900 grams or 2 pounds, which is a fairly good yield for using only 8 litres of milk. So after about 3 days it took to air dry for mine, I'm going to vacuum pack the cheese. I'm just using a Food Saver brand by Sunbeam, no affiliation or anything. I'm double sealing it. I find that sometimes a little bit of air seeps into the bag. So vacuum that. It's not moist, so you can vacuum it as fast as you want. And once again, I'm double sealing it again. So I'm going to pop that into the cheese fridge after I've written on it. Got to figure out how long for. So ripen at 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit for 3 weeks in your cheese fridge. Don't forget to turn it at least twice a week. Anyway, back to Gav. So there you have it. That was how you make Guido's hard Italian cheese. There's two versions, well, two aging alternatives on the recipe from the Learn to Make Cheese website, and one is a natural age rind. Now I found that it's a very small cheese, so if we naturally age this, it's going to tend to dry out really quickly. But what I did was vacuum packed it, so I let it air dry for about 3 days, as you've seen in the video, and now I vacuum packed it, and in 3 weeks it is going to be ready to eat. So how good's that? A nice 3 week table cheese. And yeah, so I am going to do a taste test in 3 weeks' time, and we're going to try the Guido's hard Italian cheese. I dare say, look, from the cheese making experience, it was very simple. And there weren't too many steps, not a long ripening time. And yeah, it's 100% cow's milk, and yeah, really good cheese. So we will find out what it tastes like in the taste test in 3 weeks' time. So thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a like, a thumbs up. If you enjoyed cheese making in general, then don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and you'll get notified of more cheesy content like this one. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be tasting Guido's hard Italian cheese. Now, I made this cheese in early February 2022. It's now 19th of March 2022, so it has aged a little bit longer. But to slow down the aging process, what I did, because I kind of wanted to taste it around the 3 to 4 week mark, I had it in the kitchen fridge. So that slowed down the ripening process. If I had to have left it at 13 degrees Celsius in my cheese cave, then it would have continued to ripen and mature a little bit longer. Now, because this is a hard Italian cheese, there's no issue with this being aged longer. You could age it up to 6 months, 12 months, no big problem. The flavour profile, however, will change dramatically as it ages. Anyway, without further ado, let's cut it open and have a taste. So there's no moisture inside the bag, which is fantastic. I opted to vacuum pack this. You can do a natural rind, but this is a fairly dry cheese, no moisture in the bag whatsoever. So it didn't leak any way, so that's fine. It's a good sign, actually. As far as smell goes, it smells very nutty, actually, which is really good. It's very firm indeed. Not to the point where it's dry, but yeah, anyway, so let's cut into it. Oh, it's cutting very well. There's some slight, let's have a look, they're probably more mechanical than anything else, but some slight holes, but a really close-knit paste. I think it's probably more mechanical than anything else. You can see the holes here and over here. But as far as smell goes, it smells sweet. So let's cut it into a quarter so we can taste it. Pop that over there. I know I'm a lefty. Right. Slice a bit off. Slices really well. It's not crumbly. It has an elastic sort of paste, very similar to a Swiss cheese or even Gouda. All right. Yeah, 2 nice slices. Lovely indeed. That looks really, let's have 3 slices because you can never have enough cheese. Alrighty. So the one that's more finely sliced. Now, could you do other things with this? Could you grate it? Yes, of course you could. There will be no issues with grating this cheese for pasta or whatever, in sauces, whatever you want. Nice quick cheese, but let's taste it. Proof is in the pudding. Oh, I like that a lot. That's less on the piquante side of hard Italian cheeses and more on the nuttier flavour towards things like Gruyere, Emmental, Leerdama, that sort of thing, but without the super nutty flavour of when you add propionic bacteria, propionic shamani, which creates holes. Now this cheese, because of the flexible paste, you could actually add some propionic shamani if you wanted to create some eye texture within it. I couldn't see that being an issue. If you want to do a little bit of a variation there, that would work. It's not overly salty, so it's not a real salty cheese. It's got a beautiful mild flavour. I like this a lot. And I love the way the paste is elastic. By elastic, I mean that you can bend it. Oh, hang on, let's better example. Here's a big piece. You can bend it a fair bit without it cracking. as you can see there in the close-up. So I bent that nearly in half before it actually breaks, and it's starting to break now as I've folded it closely. So yeah, nice. So there's no difference between the center of the cheese flavor wise as to the outside or the rind, because it was vacuum packed. There's no real distinction. It's just the same sort of flavor. There's no drying of the rind. You can't really see a distinct rind at all, even though I air dried it for a couple of days there before we vacuum packed it. But certainly no mold, really good, like I said, elastic paste, and a very subtle flavour, but it's nice for a quick, harder style cheese that's matured in 3 weeks. Like I said, it was ready in February. It's now March, but like I said, for the last 3 weeks, I've had it in the kitchen fridge, so it wouldn't have developed in flavour any longer, any further, is what I mean. But yeah, nice, very tasty, good table cheese. I would serve this on a platter, no problems at all. What I will do is I will vacuum pack these other 2 bits, so this half and this quarter, and I'll put them into the cheese fridge, and they will mature further at a higher temperature. So what I'll do is open those up at 6 months and 12 months respectively, and do another taste test, see how much it compares, what it compares like. But as it stands, very nice little mild cheese. So yeah, really good. I don't think there's much more to say about Guido's hard Italian cheese, except that it was simple to make. The ingredients are readily available from cheese making suppliers. And yeah, what kit would I recommend? At a buy range of kits at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, I would select the Italian cheese making kit. So that would be a cheese kit that would be perfect to make the Guido's hard Italian cheese using the 8-litre recipe. So a big thank you goes out to Learn to Make Cheese, which is a Facebook group that I got the recipe from. It's a winner as far as I'm concerned, and as a beginner's cheese, it's absolutely perfect. You wouldn't have any issues making this cheese and getting it to this state to taste. Now, it probably could do with just an hour longer in the brine, maybe, but it does taste really nice. There's no bitterness whatsoever. The culture that I used was a very simple thermophilic culture. It's known as thermophilic B, if that makes sense to anybody, using a relative culture chart. But yeah, we have this in our store, the culture for this one, and it's just simply called thermophilic mozzarella parmesan. So it is a thermo B style culture. So yeah, perfect for this style of cheese. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. And if you haven't already subscribed, please do so, because over 90% of the views that I get on YouTube are from unsubscribed viewers. If you want to get notified of more content like this, hitting the bell is the thing to do. For all good kits and cheese making supplies, you can do no better than popping over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I've put a link in the description below for those who want to purchase anything to make Guido's hard Italian cheese. All right, well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print on demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk Curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to make a version of quick mozzarella. I had just had a weekend with my lovely daughter Amy, and she's lactose intolerant. So what we decided to do was to make a few cheeses and record the making of them. So we actually have a lactose-free milk here in Australia called Zymel, and it's full cream milk, proper full cream milk. It's been pasteurised and homogenised, but it's also had an enzyme added to it which is called lactase. Now what lactase does is it breaks down lactose into its two component sugars, glucose and galactose, and therefore people who are lactose intolerant are able to digest this sort of milk. So we decided to make some cheese with this, and this cheese today is quick mozzarella. So I'm going to make that and show you the steps on what we did. Alright, let's get on and have a look at how we made the cheese.
So the ingredients for this cheese is 4 litres of lactose-free whole milk or full cream milk, 1.5 teaspoons of citric acid mixed with 1/4 teaspoon of calcium chloride, and that's diluted in 1/2 cup of non-chlorinated water, 1/8 teaspoon of calf lipase diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, half a rennet tablet. I'm using Fromage's 50 tablets, and that's diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. You'll need 1 teaspoon of cheese salt or normal table salt, and we're going to use some iced water to cool the cheese down. So we're going to turn the heat on and heat the milk up to 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit. Now your milk may be a little bit higher temperature than this, but that's okay. This is the stage we add the first ingredient in. So the temperature of this stage is about 8 degrees, if that, 8 degrees Celsius, which is fairly cold. You probably wonder why the hands in this video are not mine. Well, that's because my daughter Amy is actually making the cheese. It's a lactose-free cheese and she's lactose intolerant. Okay, she's adding in the citric acid / calcium chloride solution just to acidify the milk and to add a little bit more soluble calcium back into the milk as well. Now it's the high acidity of the milk that allows you to stretch the cheese in the final stage. So this is crucial. Make sure you measure it out correctly and that you dilute it sufficiently. We're now going to add in the lipase solution into the milk and give that a good stir as well. So once all that's stirred through, we're just going to check the temperature. It's just above 13 Celsius there. So we're now going to continue to heat the milk through to 33 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. And it looks like we're pretty close to the target temperature there. So 32.7, 32.8, that'll do. Okay, so we're just going to turn the heat off. Take our thermometer and our spoon out. Well, we can put our spoon back in, that's fine. We're going to stir something in a second. So we're just going to add the rennet solution. Now if you're using the tablets, then you may need to swish that around a little bit before you pour it in. Now optionally you can use half a teaspoon of rennet, liquid rennet, single strength liquid rennet, but you'll actually have to wait a fair bit longer before you get a decent curd set. So we're stirring here no more than 1 minute. In fact, the more you stir, the more it starts to look like scrambled eggs. And this could be discerning for the first time mozzarella maker, but not to worry. So we're just going to cover that, and we're going to allow the milk to set for 5 minutes at the target temperature of 33 Celsius, 92 Fahrenheit. So we've come back to the milk 5 minutes later. We have gloves on, and there's a reason for that, because the curd's going to get awfully hot awfully quick. So it's going to check for a clean break, and that's about as clean as it gets. The whey, as long as the whey is fairly clear, I think it's okay. So cut the curd into 5 centimetre or 2 inch cubes, and we're only going to be doing vertical cuts. We don't worry about the horizontal cuts for this. This just helps the curd release a little bit more whey. There we go. So we're going to turn the heat on again, and we're going to continue to heat up to 40 degrees Celsius or 104 Fahrenheit. Just a quick check, and that's fine. So we're going to gently stir the curds, and you can see there that they kind of look a little bit like scrambled eggs. Now that's perfectly fine. You don't have to have solid cubes of curd like many other cheeses. As long as the whey is fairly clear, then you shouldn't have any issues moving on to the next steps after this. So we're stirring all the time. We just don't want the milk to burn on the bottom, because we're using it directly heated. There's no double boiler in this entire video. It's all direct heated. So once we get to 40 degrees Celsius, we're going to turn the heat off now, and we're just going to move that over to the sink area. And we're going to drain it through a butter muslin or cheesecloth, tight weave cheesecloth. Now the curd is fairly firm, which is good, and you won't see any more fracturing of it now it's been heated to 40 degrees Celsius. So just pour all that in, get any little bits out that you may get out. So we're going to place the curds into a microwave-proof bowl now, and I've got a Pyrex bowl there, which tend to work the best, better than plastic. The plastic ones tend to melt because this cheese is going to get very hot. Now the rest of the video is actually a bit of a running commentary, so I'll sign off and hand over to Gavin and Amy.
You actually filming me the day you track pants?
Yes.
Oh god, I look forward to this.
Oh, it's so funny.
This is horrible.
Well, I can go above. There we go.
Oh,
We're above the
geez,
track,
thanks,
but you've already done the track.
I know, it's too late. I already know that I'm wearing the hideous track pants.
You could be the next YouTube sensation, Amy.
Miranda sings, but Daggy.
That's right. That's right. Where's the lipstick?
Miranda!
Oh, I should leave this audio in. So good.
commentary. The commentary.
Yeah. So when it's done, bring it over here. Just drain it with your hand on the side, and I'll do a shot of that.
In the cheese block or just by itself?
No, just to the side. Hopefully, it won't slop out.
Put in all this effort, it just slops everywhere.
Yeah. Well.
Over to the cheese.
Right.
It's freaking hot.
Yeah.
Mr. Magoo.
Right, another 30 seconds. Beautiful.
You sanitize the thing.
It's all good.
The microwave buttons.
Yeah, I did all that.
Oh, great. Then it just explodes the microwave. Just goes Would it actually do that if you cooked it for too long?
No, it doesn't.
Would it
Explode.
burn?
It could burn. Right, so here we go again.
It's freaking hot.
I know, it's supposed to be.
Well, it hurts.
Do you want me to take over?
No, it's fine. Doing it in my daggy track pants, Kim. All the internet has seen. Is that enough? More?
A bit more. See if you can knead it a bit. No.
Right.
Knead it. Knead it good. Is it staying together? Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. Oh, good. We just... Yeah.
Oh, it's hot.
Just a bit, and then just drain that off, and then do another 30 seconds.
Do you want me to flatten it?
No, that's all cool. It'll flatten itself. This time, you should be able to make it shiny and stretch.
Like third
So if
degree
you're going to
birds
move
here.
that one there back a bit. 'Cause I'm
Happy
gonna-
with my cheese hands?
Yes, that's fine. I do my cheese hands all the time. That's it. You excited? It's going to work.
I like that you were so non-confident at the start. Now you're
I know.
like, yeah, it's going to happen.
I know. Following the cheese. Hang on, let me adjust. Whoops, we've got fingers in the way. We've got everything going here. Yeah, so knead it. Is it super duper hot?
It is really hot.
Do you want me to take over?
It's fine.
Because you should be able to make it into a shiny ball now.
Oh, should I? Well, it's freaking hot.
Right, alright. Yeah, swap sides.
Oh, it's starting to fall apart at the bottom.
Alright. How are we going to do this? That's because it's sticking to the glass. Oh, we needed some salt.
Yeah.
Salt. I need a teaspoon.
We were meant to put this in before we started heating it up.
No. This is just the right time to add it.
Okay.
Because what that does is it expels more whey.
at that.
All over it.
Yeah. Oh, except for that bit.
Just ignore that bit.
Yeah. What we don't have is some iced water. That's what I forgot. Right, there's our mozzarella. No, that'll fall over. So what we'll do, now we've got our mozzarella, and it needs to be heated up again because see how it's starting to split?
Yeah.
So I'll just heat that up a little bit. Got you going around and around.
Exciting.
There we are. Oh! Now that is mozzarella. You get a wide angle shot. Ooh, ooh. How high can you get it? Is this fun or what? Well, there you go. Who said the lactose-free milk couldn't make mozzarella? Anyway, let's do some mozzarella balls. One. Two. Probably get 4 out of this. 3. And the last one's always the baby one. Give it a twist. There we go.
Nice.
So they sit in there for 5 minutes. There's an action shot for you. Over the thing. Nice.
Get my excellent shadow over the top of it.
Fine. So they're just cooling down. They'll be really nice to eat in a minute.
That's a big bit.
Yeah. What's it taste like, Amy?
No. Smells like nothing.
Right. Is it alright?
Yeah. Tastes like a bit salty
It's supposed to be salty. Mozzarella.
and spongy.
Spongy.
Spongy and slightly salty. That is
Well,
my review.
That's mozzarella for you. Beautiful. Gorgeous. So, thoughts about the process?
It was quick, easy.
Yeah? Hence quick mozzarella.
Dad did most of the hand burning stuff, even though my hands look like this now.
All good.
It was good.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
2 thumbs up.
Right, excellent. Well done. So, let me just take this over. So there you go. We made quick mozzarella out of lactose-free milk. So it can be done for all those people who are lactose intolerant.
Yay.
Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
See ya.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to learn how to make Montasio. Well, Montasio is an Alpine cheese in the style of, say, Gruyere, that sort of thing. Sometimes it has small eyes, sometimes it doesn't. It's made with unpasteurized cow's milk and sometimes with some goat's milk added. However, it is a DOP cheese, and this is definitely not the DOP version. So to all my Italian viewers out there, please don't flame me in the comments, because this is just a version that I've created myself. So, Montasio. Like I said, Alpine cheese comes from northern Italy, in the foothills of the Alps, and it is for this recipe we've used 50% goat's milk and roughly 50% cow's milk. So it should have a nice piquant flavour when it's mature. It's going to mature over the period of an entire year, so I'm going to have it in the cheese cave, but I'll show you that at the end of the video. Anyway, let's get along and see how we made Montasio.
So as you can see there, I'm using 5 litres of goat's milk and 6 litres of cow's milk from Inglenook Dairy. Now you could use just 5 litres of cow's milk and 5 litres of goat's milk, and that would work equally as well. So the ingredients list there, I've got 5 litres of goat's milk, or 5 quarts, 6 litres or 6 quarts of unhomogenised cow's milk, a quarter of a teaspoon of thermophilic starter culture, 1.5 milliliter or half a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in 60 millilitres of non-chlorinated water, 2.5 milliliters or half a teaspoon of rennet, liquid rennet, and that's single strength, diluted in 60 mils of cool non-chlorinated water. And I'm going to be using a saturated brine solution at 18%. So we heat the milk up to the first target temperature of 35 degrees Celsius, which is 95 degrees Fahrenheit. So once we brought that up to temperature, we're going to add the thermophilic starter culture. And I'm adding in a quarter of a teaspoon there. Just sprinkling it all over the top. And because that was the end of the jar, I just knocked it in. I didn't have quite a full teaspoon, a quarter teaspoon there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, because I know the milk will heat up too much because I've got it sitting on top of the heat, I've taken that off the heat now. So allow the starter culture to rehydrate for 5 minutes before we stir it in. So 5 minutes later, I know that the milk's going to start cooling down now, so I put it back on top of my double boiler arrangement there. And what we're going to do next is we're going to start stirring the starter culture into the milk. We're going to mix that in thoroughly. Take your thermometer out as well. And once you've finished stirring in a top to bottom motion, we're going to allow that to acidify now for 40 minutes. Acidify is another word for ripening. Okay, 40 minutes later, some of the cream would have floated to the top, so we've got to give that a little bit of a stir first to mix that back up again. So once you've stirred the cream back into the milk, we're going to add the next ingredient, which is the calcium chloride solution. Now the calcium chloride helps add back insoluble calcium into the milk, and this lets it have a much better curd set. So during pasteurization, some of the calcium is destroyed. Okay, so we're going to add the rennet to the milk now, and that'll help the milk to set into curds and whey. So we give that a stir for no more than 1 minute. And then we cover it up to make sure no dust or fluff gets into it. And we're going to allow that to set for 40 minutes at 35 degrees Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit. So 40 minutes later, well, first thing we're going to do is check for a clean break. So there was a little black thing on top, I got rid of that. Check for a clean break, and that is really good. So if it's not set though for you, then wait another 10 to 15 minutes and then check it again. Right, so I'm going ahead and cutting the curds now using my curd harp. So cut the curds into 0.5 centimetre or 1/4 inch cubes. Should be about pea size, so I'm doing that with the whisk. So I did use my trusty curd cutter to cut it the horizontal cuts. So to make sure they're all an even consistency, I'm using my balloon whisker there just to dab it up and down, and basically that cuts the curds into the desired shape. So we're looking for about pea size. So that's enough. We don't want to fracture the curds. So what we're going to do now is allow those to heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we see a little bit of whey on the top, and that's perfectly fine. Now just turn the heat on there, because what we're going to do over the next 40 minutes is we're going to gradually stir the curds gently, and make sure all of the curds are cut, of course, using my balloon whisk again. I'm going to heat that up to 43 degrees Celsius, which is 110 Fahrenheit, over that 40-minute period whilst we're stirring. So we continuously stir so that the curds don't mat together, and we're trying to get them to expel as much whey as we can. So I'm fairly close to 43 there. So I've reached the target temperature, and you can see that the curds have shrunk considerably from the pea size that I originally cut them at to just under the size of, I suppose, half a pea, a split pea. There we go. So we're going to maintain the temperature and stir for another 30 minutes. So 30 minutes later, you'll see that they're now about the size of a plump grain of rice. So fairly small. A lot of whey's been expelled. But remembering we're using half goat's milk here, so we actually do get a little bit better yield than we would if we were using cow's milk alone. So now we're going to remove it from the heat, or turn the heat off, and allow the curds to settle for 5 minutes. So we're going to go over to the sink area now, and we're going to strain or drain through a cheesecloth lined colander. Now you can retain the whey if you like and make all sorts of goodies with it, but I've chosen not to here. So get out every last little grain of curd. Doesn't have to drain for very long. Now we're going to move that over to the side of my sink, and we're going to put that into it's a 6-inch or 165mm basket. So this holds this amount of curds perfectly. So I'm basically trying to get the curds level, and put a fold of the cheesecloth over, put the follower on top, and then we're going to press that at 12 kilograms or 26 pounds of pressure for 1 hour, just to form the rind of the cheese. And there's a fair bit of whey coming out, as you can see there. So 1 hour later, we're going to remove it from the press and the basket. Now be gentle here, because the rind may not have formed properly. It's fairly soft. Now a little bit of it did stick to the cheesecloth, and what I forgot to do was spray the cheesecloth with a bit of vinegar to stop it sticking to it. Now we're going to press it 22 kilograms, 50 pounds for 9 hours now. Okay, so 9 hours later, and for me this was overnight. I'm just going to remove it from the press. Now the rind should definitely be formed, and a fair bit of the whey has been removed from it. But we're going to press it again at 22 kilograms, 50 pounds for another 9 hours. So fold over your cheesecloth, put the follower on top, and then press it down. So I'm using a 50-pound spring, and that closes the spring totally up, and then I know how much pressure I'm applying to the follower. Okay, so after that 9 hours, we're going to remove the cheese from the press again, and we're going to take it out of the mould for the final time. So the rind is definitely formed. It's all good. I'm just picking off any little bits of fluff there. So we're going to place it into an 18% brine solution for 14 hours. And we're going to turn once at the 7-hour mark. So I've got a little bit too much brine in there, so it's well submerged. So that's just at room temperature. You don't need any special temperature there. So once the 14 hours have elapsed, we're going to remove the cheese from the brine and place it onto a draining mat. So I've just got a bamboo chopping board and a bamboo sushi mat there. Then I'm going to air dry it there. Now it was about this time that I discovered that the cheese was covered in fluff, and what had happened is I'd washed it in the washing machine, forgot to take it out, and Kim had run a load of normal clothes through it, so it was covered in little black bits of fluff. So I managed to get most of them off of the cheese. So we're going to air dry that now for 2 to 3 days until it's touch dry. Now, because I didn't want any more fluff on it, I put it under a little umbrella with some, looks like lace, but I don't know what it is, a fly screen. Now we're going to ripen that in a box at 12 degrees Celsius, 54 Fahrenheit, and 85 relative humidity for no less than 6 months for this cheese. Now this Alpine style Montasio can be aged for up to a year for a very strong flavour, but it's definitely edible about 6 months.
So there you go, fairly standard sort of cheese making process, nothing too exciting except just making sure that when you cut the curd, the grains of the curd are about the size of a pea and they shrink down to about the size of a plump piece of rice or plump grain of rice. That's the secret behind this cheese, to make sure that you've got enough moisture out of it so it ages well over that 1 year period. So I've got it here on a pine board. Now I'm going to put this pine board and the cheese, of course, into my cheese cave. I'm trying something to get the humidity up. We'll see how that goes, but hopefully I'm going to, at least for the first month, encourage a natural rind, and then after that what I'm going to do is coat it with olive oil, so to give it a even stronger rind, and then from there on we'll see what happens. If it starts to dry out, then I'll resort to vacuum packing, and I'll vacuum pack or wax this cheese, and we'll go along for the 12 months. So during the first week, the first 2 weeks, we turn it every single day to make sure that the fats distribute evenly during the ripening period. And then after that first 2 weeks, then we can turn weekly, and we continue to do that during the entire affinage period. So thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. Appreciate your time as always. Hope you got a fair bit out of that video and saw how simple it was to make Montasio, simple Alpine cheese. Now, if you liked the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already subscribed, so you can get more cheesy content on a weekly basis. You can buy the ingredients and the kit over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Also, don't forget there's the join memberships button and the link to Patreon below. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy or Curd Nerd Academy over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Welcome to another cheese making video tutorial. Today I'm making mozzarella di Buffalo. Yes, I've found some buffalo milk. We have a local producer, which I didn't know about. It's called Crescenza, is the dairy, I believe. And it is, where is it made? It's made in Shepparton, which is just north of where we live. About 200 kilometres away. Now, the good thing about buffalo milk is that it is very, very creamy and it's perfect for making mozzarella. Now, I'm scaling a bigger recipe down to only 4 litres because these cartons cost me $10.99 Australian for 2 litres of milk. Very expensive. Now, the fat content is about 6.2, it says here. Per 100 millilitres, so that's basically 6.2% of total milk fat. So heck of a lot of protein in it as well, protein and fat, which will make the mozzarella very stretchy. Now, for those who have never tasted buffalo milk before, I've got a little bit here, the dregs out of the bottles, because I didn't really want to waste too much. I'm going to have a bit of a sip. Oh my goodness, that is so rich and creamy. It's amazing. It's even creamier than, say, a cow Jersey milk. So very creamy. I'm hoping to get about an 18% yield out of the mozzarella, but we'll see how we go through the process. So this is not the PDO version of mozzarella di Buffalo. That is made in Italy, of course. It is just Gav's version of mozzarella made from water buffalo milk. So stay tuned and check out how I made this rich and creamy, stretchy pasta filata cheese. So here's a close-up of the milk that I'm using from Crescenza. It's not sponsored or anything. I just found a local producer, which is fantastic. So first of all, don't forget to sanitize all of your equipment. You can use products like Star San or boiler stainless steel equipment, or use any rinse-free sanitizer. The ingredients for mozzarella di latte di Buffalo are 4 litres or 1 gallon of water buffalo milk, 1/16 of a teaspoon of MO11 or MO30 mesophilic culture, 1/16 of a teaspoon of MO92 thermophilic culture or Thermo B, 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, 1/4 teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of single strength liquid rennet, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and some cool 18% saturated brine. So once you've got your milk in your pot, just give it a bit of a stir to get the cream down, and heat the milk to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Close enough, Gav. Then we're going to be adding our 2 cultures. This is the mesophilic to start with, just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. And then I'm going to sprinkle over the thermophilic culture. Now both these cultures in conjunction with each other will acidify the milk faster. So allow the cultures to rehydrate for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, stir in the cultures. Quick stir there, top to bottom. And now the milk will acidify. We're going to allow the milk to ripen for 1 hour. So 1 hour later, take the lid off. Give it a bit of a stir to get the cream back in again. Remembering that the buffalo milk was pasteurised unhomogenised. We're now going to add some calcium chloride. Because of the pasteurisation, it destroyed a little bit of the calcium, prevents the rennet from working properly. So let's put that in there. Now we're going to add the rennet and give that a stir. So stir for no more than 1 minute. Pop the lid on, and the total curd set time will be 45 minutes. 45 minutes later, we're going to check for a clean break. Put my knife in, twist it, and see if it splits. Now, I could not believe how firm this break was. I could have bounced a tennis ball off of it. I'm going to cut the curds into 8mm or 1/3 of an inch cubes. I use my curd harp to do the horizontals, and I'm using my curd knife to do the verticals. These are very solid little cubes of curd. Had I known that, I would have reduced the rennet a little bit maybe. Allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. This will stop them from fracturing when you first stir them. You can see a little bit of whey has come off the top, that's fine. I'm going to gently separate the curds there. I'm going to raise the temperature now of the curds to 39 degrees Celsius or 102.2 Fahrenheit over the period of 45 minutes, stirring continuously. This will allow some of the whey to be expelled out of the curds, and the curds will shrink a little bit. So 45 minutes later, the temperature should be 39 degrees Celsius, which it is, or 102.2 Fahrenheit. There we go, perfect. So you can see the curds have shrunk dramatically, which is what they're supposed to do. Now we're going to allow the curds to settle, and we're going to hold the target temperature for 30 minutes. This will increase the acidification of the curds as well. So after the 30 minutes, we're going to remove the heat. I'm taking out my precision cooker there. And the water. Okay. So I'm going to transfer the curds into a cheesecloth lined colander. And I've got a pot underneath that colander because I want to retain the whey. So just pour that in. Look how white the curds are. They're amazing, aren't they? There you go. Get all the little bits out. Just flatten it down a little bit with your hand. And then we're going to drain for 15 minutes. Now you can pop a lid on this if you want to keep any beasties off, like I've done there. Okay, so that's 15 minutes. Now we're going to cut the slab into quarters. It has matted together, and that's perfect. That's what we want. I'm going to pop each of the quarters back into the pot. There we go, just like that. And we're going to put the pot into the sink, and we're just going to pour the warm whey over it and allow 4 hours for it to acidify. Now, pro tip, we can keep the curds warm during this phase and they will acidify quicker. So between 36 and 38 Celsius or 97 to 100 Fahrenheit. I could have put some water back in the sink there. This would have sped up the next process a little bit more. So after that initial acidification, in a large bowl, place a small piece of curds and add hot water about 71 Celsius or 160 Fahrenheit. I let the jug cool down there a little bit, the kettle, sorry, not the jug. And now we're going to test for stretchiness. Now this is if you don't have a pH meter. This is how they used to do it in the olden days before they realised what pH was, or potential hydrogen. So check if the curds will stretch once hot. I'm having a lot of trouble stretching that curd. It doesn't want to stretch. That's how I can tell that the pH is not right. So the acidity will increase with time, so wait another 1 to 2 hours to get a stretch. It keeps breaking. So the target pH, if you've got a meter, is between 5.3 and 5.0. Once you get to that target, then the curds will stretch without any problems at all. So I waited for another hour. Don't forget to put on the heavy duty rubber gloves. This really helps when you're handling the hot curds in the water. So testing again. Just putting into the hot water, just massaging the curd a little bit. And you'll soon see if it stretches. So once you think it's hot enough, give it a little bit of a stretch. There you go. Look at that. Perfect. It's ready. Broke a little bit early, but that's not too bad. Looks great. This buffalo milk works so well for mozzarella, which is probably why they use it in the traditional recipe of mozzarella di bufala campana. Anyway, stop playing with your food, Gav. So I'm taking 2 quarters and cutting it into fingers. And we're going to just cut them in a little bit smaller there. There we go. Put some more hot water in. Let that all mush together. And start working your curds. So what you're looking for is the curds will begin to stretch and they will have a shiny and smooth surface, which they do. Now the water's cooled down too much, so I'm going to have to put a little bit more in there. It's not stretching properly. So I tipped out that water, put some more in. There we go, it's about 91. A little bit hot, but not too bad. Let it cool down a little bit. There we go. Right, we got some stretches. Fantastic. So the curds look shiny, so I think that's enough. Ready to make some mozzarella balls. And I've got some cold water, or it had ice in it, the ice melted, so you don't want it too cold, the water you're just about to put the mozzarella into. So I'm going to form the lump of curd there into 3 equal size mozzarella balls. Now you do this by forming into one big ball first, and then you pinch the curd between your thumb and forefinger, which I'm doing in a second there. There we go. And we snap off a small size ball. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. Pop it in the cold water. So once we've got them all in the cold water, they stay in there for 15 minutes, no more. Just cools down the surface of the mozzarella. Now we put it in the cold water because if we put them into brine hot, they're going to absorb too much salt too quickly. There we go. So we've got our 3 mozzarella balls. That one's cooled down a little bit too much, but it's still shiny, so that's fine. I just wanted to get in ball shape. Doesn't really matter if they were ball shaped or not. Now you can make them smaller, and that's Bocconcini. Same recipe, just make the balls smaller. So repeat the process for the next 2 quarters of the curd. And I'll fast forward through this.
Cut them into fingers like you did before. Pour the hot water over the top. And then massage them into some stretchy curds and give it a bit of a stretch. There we go, we got some good stretching going on there. I think this bloke knows what he's doing. Could be a bit warmer. But yeah, it's definitely shiny. So just stretching a little bit. Just checking the temperature. Yeah, it's dropped down a little bit too much. But there we go. Stretching readily. There you go. He loves it. Okay. So we're going to form the balls now. We've done enough stretching. Just getting a bit more hot water. Now the first 3 balls, it's been 15 minutes, so I'm going to pop those into the saturated brine solution. Now in this recipe I'm using 2 different types of brine. So this one's just the initial one that I normally use, which has salt, water, vinegar and calcium chloride. I'm going to use the whey left over to do a second brine, just to see if it makes any difference. A bit more hot water. The kettle's getting a workout today, that's for sure. Now I cannot emphasize enough, get some heavy duty rubber gloves or this will be painful. Okay, so curd stretching, I'm just pinching off the balls now. There we go, lovely, pop them into the iced water. So I had a little bit left over and I thought, well, why don't I make some string cheese? So I'm making a braid of sorts if I can. And yeah, so kind of twisting it together. I'm not very good at braiding. So I'll make it as long as I can and then twist it together. And this way, by twisting, you'll get string cheese. And I'll show you that at the end. Anyway, so there's my attempt at a string cheese. Not very good, but it'll do. And once you've been mucking around with that enough, pop it into the cold water as well. There we go. Tip all that out. So to make the whey brine, I used the 1.5 litres or 1.6 quarts of whey that I had left over. And I added to it 337 grams or 12 ounces of salt. Now, unfortunately, the only salt I had that was non-iodised was Himalayan pink salt. So it makes a funky colour. Doesn't change the colour of the mozzarella any. It just changes the colour of the brine. But yeah, it's all good. Anyway, so the pH for this will be quite balanced because the whey is basically the same pH as the mozzarella, so it won't go slimy when kept in this brine for quite a while. So brine the mozzarella for 2 to 3 hours and then eat fresh. It'll store for about a week, but it will start to go a little bit firm in the brine. Anyway, back to Gav.
Well, there you have it. That was mozzarella. It's been a very, very long day. So the pH didn't drop down to the right level until about 6 hours after I started the acidification process to make the curd stretch. What I could have done to speed it up a little bit would be to have put the pot back in a water bath and set that at about 21 degrees Celsius. It was a little bit cooler here today. So that could have slowed down the acidification. However, we got there in the end. I'm shooting this at about 11:30 at night, but that's okay. All for a good cause of the mozzarella de latte de Buffalo. So I've got a funny story. Once bitten, twice shy. If anybody remembers back a couple of years when the Consortia de Grana Padano decided to send me a cease and desist I thought I'd take a step in the right direction and reach out to the Mozzarella di Buffalo Campana DPO Consorzio and ask them whether the title I was going to use for the video and the content I was going to use for this video, whether it's okay and doesn't breach their copyright or trademark. I'm yet to hear back from them, of course, but so I'm going ahead. Hence I haven't used the PDO, the official PDO title, which is indeed Mozzarella di Buffalo Campana DPO. This cheese is not this, it's not made there, it's not a fake, it's not a counterfeit. I can't say that enough. Anyway, enough waffling, hopefully nothing happens and we'll go from there. So let's try some of this yummy mozzarella. I've got a string that I attempted to make. We'll cut that first. Right. That seems to be a little bit more, well, it's not rubbery, it's stringy. See, look at that. I made a mozzarella string. How cool's that? I twisted it and twisted it and twisted it, and we now have string cheese. So that's how you get string cheese out of your buffalo mozzarella. I platted this about 3 or 4 times. Yes, I know I'm playing with my food. Anyway, as you can see, there's your string cheese. That's how you do that. And it's nice and moist on the inside. A little bit firm on the outside, but I found that it depends on the way I soak them in as well. So the mozzarella I've got here, these are in a whey brine, whereas I actually had 2 or 3 in just a normal 18% brine. So this whey brine is saturated to 18%, but I found that the mozzarella balls stayed soft on the outside. They didn't go firm like they do with the normal 18% brine that I normally put calcium chloride and vinegar in. Anyway, so that aside, I think the whey brine works a lot better. The pH balance was much better and the outside of the cheese didn't go hard. So anyway, so let's try some of the string cheese first. Oh, that's delicious. A little bit squeaky, but much better. So much more flavour than cow's milk mozzarella. I'll just put that aside and we'll crack into this big bad boy. Let's put the string cheese over here. That cuts very smoothly. Oh, nice. There's some nice circles inside as well. Beautiful. We're going to cut a bit for all the family members. Oh yeah, nice and moist on the inside. So let's have a piece by itself. This is from the centre, really moist. So yeah, flexible. A little bit squeaky on the teeth. I remember mozzarella I've had before wasn't quite that squeaky, but it's really moist, tasty, salty. Not overly so, but delicious nonetheless. So yeah, really, really good. And it's just oozing cream and stuff. It's just delicious. That is so good. I think Kim and Ben are going to be very impressed with that. I certainly am. It's delicious. This is going to melt really well too, so I'm going to keep them in brine overnight and then put them in. I'm going to put it in the fridge, in the brine, and that's how I'll store it going forward. It should be eaten as quickly as possible, fresh, for full flavour. It shouldn't get too salty in the brine overnight, so it probably needs a little bit more salt in the middle. But other than that, I'm very, very happy with the mozzarella di latte di buffalo. So buffalo milk mozzarella. So there you have it, curd nerds. That's it. If you want to make it, you're going to have to find a source of buffalo milk somewhere near you. The milk that I used was Kisan. I think that's how you pronounce it. And it's a dairy up in Shepparton in Victoria, if you're in that area. For those who aren't, then you may have to seek further afield and have a look if you can get water buffalo milk in your area. Not cheap. $21 for the milk for all this for 4 litres, but we got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big mozzarella balls and some string cheese. So yeah, I think pretty good value. You wouldn't be able to get it any cheaper than that, that's for sure. So give it a go, curd nerds. Try it out, and if you need to pick up any of the supplies, don't forget you can get the mesophilic and thermophilic cultures, the rennet and the calcium chloride over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. We ship all over the world. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to be making Parmesan. Well, Parmesan, or better known as Parmigiano-Reggiano, is from the Lombardy area in Italy. And it is a very well-known cheese, well-known all around the world for its piquant flavour. And it is just amazing when shaved and when grated. It is a common ingredient in a lot of pasta dishes, sprinkled over the top, or in other dishes as well. Essential ingredient in basil pesto as well. A delicious cheese, so let's see how we make it, shall we?
So initially I had an issue trying to get 2% fat milk. So what I had to do was use a combination of milk. So this is a 1.3% fat milk. It's a light milk. So I used 10 litres of that. And I also used 4 litres of full cream milk, which is about 3.3%. So that gave me a grand total of 14 litres of milk, which is 14 quarts. At 2% fat. I used 3/8 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of lipase, 3/4 of a teaspoon of calcium chloride, 3/4 of a teaspoon of liquid rennet, and I was using IMCU 200 rennet, and 18% saturated brine solution. So once the pot is full, we're going to bring that up to heat now. And the target temperature is 33 degrees Celsius or 91.4 Fahrenheit. So I'm just making sure that's evenly heated all the way through before I go to the next step. So I'm going to be adding the thermophilic culture. So I used 3/8 of a teaspoon. So I'm using 1/8 of a teaspoon there, just sprinkling it over the top of the 2% fat milk. Now Parmesan's very special in that you do use a lower fat percentage of milk to get the flavour that you're after a very long period of time for ripening. Now we just let this starter culture sit on the top for about 5 minutes, just allowing it to rehydrate. Pop the lid on so no dust or hair gets into your cheese, and then 5 minutes later give that a good stir, top and bottom, just making sure that there's nothing in there. Giving a good mix all the way through so the starter culture can start converting the lactose in the milk into lactic acid. Pop the lid back on, And we're going to ripen the milk now for 45 minutes. So 45 minutes later, we're going to start to add one of the essential ingredients to making Parmesan a piquant flavour. Just check the temperature first. Yes, we're at close enough to 33 degrees Celsius, which was 91.4 Fahrenheit. Make sure you check your temperatures regularly. Then we're going to add the lipase. Lipase is a pre-gastric enzyme that creates the piquant flavour in Parmesan if you're not using raw milk. Now, because I'm using pasteurised and homogenised, I've had to add in lipase to this recipe. Okay, I gave that a good stir through. Now we're going to cover again and let that ripen again for 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes later, and we're going to add in the rest of the ingredients now. Before I do, I'm going to give it a quick stir. Soon. Oh, there we go. So make sure the milk is moving, and then we're going to add in the diluted calcium chloride. That was diluted with 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. The reason we're using non-chlorinated water is because it does inhibit the renneting action when we add the rennet in the next step. So just a non-chlorinated water, that can be filtered water or pure water. Just make sure it doesn't have any chlorine in it. We're adding the rennet now. That's diluted rennet as well. And we give it a stir for no more than 1 minute. Reason we don't overstir this is because the rennet is actually starting to work right now. And we don't want to break up the protein structure of the milk. Now, one additional step, you can see that the milk is moving a little bit too fast there, so I'm going to slow that down and try and stop it before we put the lid on and allow it to set. There we go, I've stopped most of the movement. This helps the rennet set a lot better as well. Okay, then we cover, and we're going to allow the milk to coagulate now into its component curds and wheys for 45 minutes. So 45 minutes later, we're going to check for a clean break. And we can do that with our pinky. Now, have a look at the break there. It's a little bit sloppy. It's not as defined as it should be. It didn't have a clear line down the middle. So what we're going to do there is we're going to allow it to coagulate a little bit more for another 10 minutes. So I normally do this if I find that the break is a bit sloppy. Okay, so 10 minutes later, we're just going to check it again. Now that's splitting very well now. Just a little bit. It shouldn't be on there, but that split a lot better than what it did the first time. So what we're going to do now is we're going to cut the curds. Now Parmesan's a funny beast. The curd size needs to be very small to start with. So we're going to cut it into lentil size pieces. Now I found that the best way to do that is to use a balloon whisk and simply lift it up and down, as you can see there. And we're basically cutting the curds quite small to start with. So you've got to go around many times to make sure that it is cut correctly and there's no large pieces. You don't want any uneven pieces of curd for this recipe because they will hold more whey than what the smaller pieces do, and that'll affect the final texture of your Parmesan. Now I've left the entire process in for this video because I think it's very important for you to see that I am actually cutting larger pieces of curd as they come to the surface while I start to stir it. There's no healing time for the curds. The amount of time we had for ripening and renneting certainly allowed those curds to have a very firm structure, as well as the addition of a calcium chloride, which adds back soluble calcium that the rennet can act upon. So we're going to heat this up now, and we're going to start stirring for quite a long time. We're just checking the temperature first. Some issues with my Thermi pen there. Anyway, there we go. She's on. So over the course of the ripening and the renneting, it has cooled down by 2 degrees, which is okay. That's no hassle. We have to heat it up now anyway to shrink the curds even further. So I'm going to start stirring, and over the course of an hour, we're going to slowly heat it up to 51 Celsius, which is 124 Fahrenheit. So that's over the period of 1 hour, and you do have to stir continuously. You have big muscles after this one. So sit back, play some music, and enjoy the stirring, or break out a glass of wine if you so desire. Certainly helps with the stirring process. Okay, this is at the 31-ish minute mark. You can see that a lot more whey has been expelled, and that the curds are a lot smaller. We'll just should see that in a second. There we go. So they've shrunk considerably from the lentil-sized pieces that they were originally. So an hour later, we're at nearly 51. That was close enough as far as I was concerned. I didn't really want to go over temperature. And you'll see that the curd size now is about the size of a rice grain. It has shrunk considerably. Now I'm just going to do a quick test to make sure it's ready for pressing. So you clump a handful of curds together. If they form a ball, and then you can just press them apart with your thumb, then they're ready to press. A great little test before you do start pressing. Okay, so that's all the stirring, all the heating we need to do. The heat is now off, and we're going to put the lid back on. I'm going to allow the curds to, all right, final temperature check. Okay, close enough to 51 for my liking. Okay, we're going to allow the curds now to sink to the bottom and settle for 5 minutes. So take your big pot over to the sink area, and we're going to drain that through a cheesecloth lined basket. Now the basket I'm using is the largest one I have, which is 165 millimeters across, and which is the same as 6.5 inches. So just pour that through. That also does 2 purposes. It heats up the basket, just warms it a bit so cold curds don't hit it. Now I've also sprayed the cheesecloth with a very fine mist of white vinegar. Now this helps avoid the Parmesan from sticking to the cheesecloth, because it's very hot at this stage. It's still, 51 odd degrees Celsius, which is quite high. It has a tendency to stick to the cheesecloth when you press it. So a little spritz of vinegar, white vinegar, helps it come away cleanly. Just adjusts the pH level, and you don't have any stickiness. So there's a tip. Okay, so now I'm just pressing that down so it all fills the mould evenly. And then I'm going to fold the cheesecloth over the top of the basket. Just squeezing a bit of the whey out there. And then we're going to top with the follower. Never put the follower directly onto the cheese, because that may stick to the follower as well. This gives it a nice even surface. See, I'm pulling out the cheesecloth a little bit there to make sure that there's no folds. Popping it into the cheese press now. And we're going to press this at about a medium pressure, just initially, to make it form into the shape that we're after. So just make sure when you're pressing that the whey runs clear, and not cloudy. So initial pressing is 11 kilograms or 24 pounds for 30 minutes. And just on that whey, if it is cloudy when it's coming out, then you're over pressing it, because it's releasing too much of the proteins that you need in the cheese for the flavour to develop. So make sure it's fairly clear as you press it. So 30 minutes later, we're going to take it out of the press now. Just lifting the follower out there and just releasing it from the mould. Now, very gently, we're going to be pulling the cheesecloth away. So this is still quite warm in the mould, so I'm releasing it carefully. It did stick just a little bit just there. You can see that the cheese, a little bit of the surface of the cheese pulled away. So all good, all the rest of it came off okay. That little spritz of vinegar helped. So we're just carefully pulling away the bottom. No tears there at all, which is really good. So we're just going to flip that over now. And just redress it and repress it at 22 kilograms or 50 pounds for 12 hours. And this is to help consolidate the curds, make sure they're evenly pressed all the way through, and then you will have no mechanical holes in your cheese when it's finished. So I'm using a 50-pound spring, so when it's all closed up, I know I'm at the right weight or the right pressing weight. Now, because I am using a spring, I did have to go and check and reclose it up again as the cheese began to knit together, or the curds began to knit together. Okay, the next day for me, now we get to brine the cheese. So I'm using an 18% saturated brine there. We're going to remove the cheese from the cheesecloth and press. Sorry, remove the cheese from the press and the cheesecloth. So you don't have to be as careful as before. You will find that the cloth doesn't stick as much. In fact, it didn't stick at all in this instance for me. And it is a very heavy cheese. It is very compact. So there was no ridges or anything like that, so it felt really good. So we're going to pop it into the brine now for 18 hours, and we're going to turn at the halfway mark at 9 hours. Now my brine bucket there was rather full. You don't have to brine in one of these containers. You can use a stainless steel pot and pop it in there. Just make sure that if it keeps floating to the top, just sprinkle a surface of cheese salt over the top of the cheese that's floating, and then when you flip it over, do the same thing again. Okay, so it sits there in the brine at, I put it back in the cheese cave, so it was at 13 degrees Celsius. Okay, so once it's finished brining, I'm going to take it out of the brining tub and put it on just to a draining mat and a board, and that's going to air dry now at room temperature for 2 to 3 days, or until touch dry. Now, it did take 2 days for mine to air dry, until I was happy it was air dry. There you go, a nice looking cheese, very compact, as all good Parmesans should be. So just to keep the beasties off it, I've got this lovely little umbrella thing that I pop over the top, so nothing can get onto my cheese. Certainly don't want a casu marzu. Alrighty, so once it's touch dry, I'm basically going to mature this for 6 to 12 months at 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, and we're going to turn that weekly. Now that's at 85 to 90% relative humidity. So in the first week, turn daily. So as you can see, fairly easy process. It's the stirring for an hour that gets your arm. I tell you what, I've got some muscles now. But we're going to put this into a ripening box
and we're going to mature it for between 6 to 12 months. Cheese is small, probably 6 months, the flavour will be there. I have matured Parmesan up to 18 months and it has turned out amazing. A little bit dry though. We're going to try and ripen it naturally, so a natural rind, for at least the first 3 months, keeping it nice and clean. And then I may have to vacuum pack it to keep the moisture in. It's a fairly small cheese, unlike the Parmesans that are made in Italy, which are about 60 to 70 kilograms, which is very heavy. We're going to keep it at a temperature of between 10 and 12 degrees Celsius, and we're going to do that at between 85 and 90% humidity in the ripening box for those 3 months. After that, vac packing, doesn't matter what the humidity of your cheese fridge will be. At a pinch, you could wax it. However, I find when you wax cheeses for a long time, they tend to get a mold growth under them. So that's why I'm going to prefer to vac pack it once it's got a natural rind. Anyway, don't forget that you can buy the kit for this. We have an Italian cheese kit, and you can buy that in our store. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to see new and interesting cheese content, and that you can support us also via Patreon. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're doing a taste test for a very anticipated cheese, and this is Parmesan, or better known as Parmesan. So, for all of the Italians who flamed my Parmesan video, it's not how Parmesan is made, this is how to make Parmesan yourself at home. Anyway, I have the cheese now after 1 full year. It's been maturing in my little cheese cave, which is basically a dorm fridge or bar fridge that's been converted with an external thermostat. I've been turning it every week, and there appears to be no whey squeezed out of it. So let's open it up. My trusty scissors. I'm very excited. Hopefully the smell is going to be amazing. Oh, no way at all. That's very smooth. There's no moisture at all, a little bit of mold, I don't know where that's come from, maybe it's only a tiny bit on the inside there, but oh, smells like Parmesan. Let's just have a look. Just cut it open, shall we? Get on with it, Gav, they're all saying. This is a lot harder than the other cheeses I've cut recently. Oh, let's get all the way through. Come on, there we go. Oh, nice clean knife blade. Oh, very close knit. It's not crumbly like a Parmesan would normally be. So I'm a little bit disappointed if just for that little bit there though, but my God, it smells amazing. Smells like Parmesan, I suppose. All right, let's cut it in quarters. I like how the paste is very tight. Oh. And same again, nice tight paste. Couple of little air holes, probably more mechanical than anything else. And I'm going to cut it into quarters, because what I want to do is I want to grate some, because grating aerates it as well, and you can smell the aroma so much better. Anyway, so all that aside, let's taste a bit, shall we, first, with my super duper knife. My God. Ugh. Right, there we go. Beautiful, nice clean paste. Anyway, I've got a cracker. Do I need a cracker? Yeah, I think I do. Right. Oh. Oh. You know, that's almost a little bit nutty. Certainly has got a spicy aftertaste. Oh yeah. Very, very good. You know what? I think it's more of a cross between, say, an Emmentaler and Parmesan, because it's in between. Maybe another year of maturing would probably do it, and give us the Parmesan texture, but I don't think enough moisture's been released because it's been trapped in the bag. Yeah, absolutely delightful. A good eating cheese, actually. Let's see how it grates though. Perfect. Oh, yeah, it's so much more aroma when you grate the cheese because you get all that, the surface area is increased. And the flavour, oh, a lot better when it's grated. It's still a fairly soft cheese. It's not, well, it's not rubbery. It's just firm. So I would say that after an entire year in the cheese cave, this Parmesan is a success. Delightful little cheese, and I highly recommend that you give it a go. If you want to see the original Parmesan video, then you can click over here. Don't forget, while you're here, if you haven't already, please subscribe and you'll get informed of more cheesy content on a weekly basis. And of course, don't forget to give it a like. You can buy the Italian cheese kit to make this cheese over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Anyway, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds, I'm Gavin Weber and you're watching the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. During the live stream, you'll see many Italian style cheeses that I've made on my YouTube channel. And the videos are all there free for you to watch at any time. This live stream is obviously a compilation of all of those videos, including cheeses like Buffalo Mozzarella and some famous hard Italian cheeses like Parmesan, Grana Padano style, Asiago and Pecorino Romano. I hope you enjoy the stream and get some value out of all these videos. I'll obviously be joining you in the chat for the entire time, maybe less a couple of hours that I need to have a sleep, but I'll be there in the chat to answer any questions during the stream. So, thanks for watching, and I hope you're enjoying the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. G'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making Pecorino Romano. Yes, I've finally done it. I managed to find a source of raw sheep's milk. A big thanks goes out to Graham Strong from Arcadia Saltbush Lamb up in the Riverina area of New South Wales. He is trying a bit of an experiment at the moment by milking some of his merino sheep and see what sort of results he gets. Anyway, I decided to use the raw milk without pasteurisation and made a Pecorino Romano following the Australian-New Zealand food safety requirements for making cheese with raw milk. So let's see how I made Pecorino Romano.
So the raw milk was frozen during transport from farm to me to keep it at a safe temperature. Now the ingredients for this cheese is 10 litres or 10 quarts of unpasteurised used milk, an eighth of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1.5 ml or quarter of a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in 60 ml of cool non-chlorinated water, 2 millilitres or 3/8 of a teaspoon of liquid rennet at IMCU 200 diluted in 60 millilitres of cool non-chlorinated water. You'll also need a saturated brine solution, which is at 18% and has been cooled to room temperature. Now you can see that the milk is still very, very cold there, and we're going to heat that up now to 32 degrees Celsius, which is 90 degrees Fahrenheit. That's fairly close, and you can see the milk is now liquid and not frozen anymore. Now to that milk we're going to add our 1/8 of a teaspoon of thermophilic starter culture. Now you may not have to at this stage add a starter culture because you're using raw milk. Now I wanted to make sure the curd set okay, so I did use a thermophilic culture in this instance. We're going to let that culture now rehydrate for about 5 minutes, so make sure that's covered. So 5 minutes later, we're going to stir the milk thoroughly to make sure that the culture has been mixed through the milk. Now one of the great things about sheep's milk is its fat content is so high. It's so creamy. It looks like cow's milk, but you've added like a litre of full cream to it. So it's quite amazing stuff. Anyway, we're going to just check the temperature there again, make sure it hasn't creeped up too high. And that's good. It's about 32, which is what the target temperature is. And we're going to allow the milk now to ripen for 15 minutes, or acidify, same thing. So 15 minutes later, we're going to add the other ingredients to the milk. So give the cultures give the milk a good stir. We're going to firstly add the calcium chloride solution. So give that a good stir through. And then we're going to grab the rennet solution. Just quickly checking the temperature there. And we're going to add the rennet to the milk. Make sure that you stir for no more than 1 minute during this stage, or you will break up the setting of the curd. Now you're going to cover this and let it set for 1 hour at the target temperature. However, this did take 2 hours for my milk, and it could have been due to the used milk being gathered during late lactation period. However, more on that later. Now I'm going to check for a clean break. As I said, it took 2 hours to get a clean break. And then the curd had set basically like cement. It was very, very hard. It was a very firm curd set, which is good in a way. However, we'll see what happens in a second. Now I'm just going to cut the curds into 1/2 centimetre or 1/4 inch cubes. So I'm going to use my curd harp there. Now, normally when I use cow's milk, I use a balloon whisk to make the cube sizes down to that 0.5 centimetre or 5 millimetre size. Now, as you can see there, I'm using the whisk and it looks like the curds are starting to fracture. So I don't know if I made a mistake here. This is certainly how I've done it before with cow's milk. So it kind of looks a little bit, I suppose it looks a little bit sloppy. Anyway, I did that all throughout, and just make sure the heat's off there at this time. And we're going to cover that, and we're going to allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. Hopefully we can move forward with this. So 5 minutes later, you can see the whey is so cloudy. Now, as you can see there, that was very hard to lift the curds, but what we're going to do is gently stir them whilst heating to 48 degrees Celsius or 119 Fahrenheit over a period of 50 minutes. So you can see that they're very sticky. They stick together, the curds do, when you're using sheep's milk, and the whey is very, very cloudy. Now, I don't know if that's normal. This is the first time that I've used this type of milk. You can also see it kind of looks mushy, but it's not. Very, very firm, even though they're very small pieces. So the curd also had a tendency that it wanted to stick together. So basically what I had to do was stir it with my hands for about 30 minutes of that 50-minute period while I was heating it up to 48 degrees Celsius or 119 Fahrenheit. Now, I made sure my hands were scrubbed vigorously with hot soapy water before I did this, of course. And this is the result. We got up to the target temperature, which was great. And the curd size was kind of what I expected for this style of cheese. So it was fairly small, about rice grain size. So we want that all to consolidate into one big mass. So we turn the heat off and we're going to allow the curds to settle for 30 minutes. I'll just take that off the double boiler steamer thing that I use there. So over to the sink area, we're going to drain the curds and whey through a cheesecloth lined colander, but retain the whey. It has so many solids in it. We're going to make another cheese with that in another video. So keep that there. Don't throw it away. No pun intended. So we pour the curds into the cheesecloth lined basket. They have been matted together, but that's okay at this stage. It's no issue at all. So I'm going to move it over to the cheese press. First of all, just pull the cheesecloth down a little bit to make sure there's no folds in it. Put the follower on top, and we're going to press at 5 kilograms or 11 pounds for 30 minutes. So you need this initial pressing to help the cheese form its shape. So 30 minutes later, we're going to take that out of the press. And we're going to flip the cheese over. Just be careful at this stage, it may not have completely consolidated into a mass. So gently turn it over, redress it, pop it back into the press at 7.5 kilograms or 16.5 pounds for 1 hour. This helps to consolidate the curds even further into that wheel shape we're looking for. So an hour later, do the same thing again, take it out of the press. And it is fairly firm at this stage, not too hard to handle. Pop that back into the mould, put the cheesecloth over the top. I'm going to press at 22 kilograms or 50 pounds for 12 hours or overnight. So roughly it was 12 hours. I think it might have been 13 or 14, but 12 hours is a good benchmark. So this is a very firm pressing. I want to make sure that there's no mechanical holes in the cheese. So after the pressing time, we're going to remove it from the press, take it out of the mould. was very hard to get out. And a very good consolidated cheese mass. I'm going to place it in the brine now at 18% salinity for 20 hours. That's a long time. This is a very dense cheese. So make sure that you turn it once at the 10-hour mark. So after 20 hours, we're going to remove it from the brine and we're going to place it on a draining mat. So I'm just dripping as much of the brine off the cheese as I can. So I'm just using a bamboo mat and a bamboo cutting board there as my draining vessel. So air dry now for 2 to 3 days or until touch dry. This may occur earlier or later depending on the ambient temperature of the room. So we're going to ripen the cheese at 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit at 85% relative humidity for no less than 6 months. Now turn the cheese daily for the first 2 weeks, then weekly thereafter, and remove any mould with a simple brine solution with a little bit of vinegar. Pecorino Romano can be aged for up to 2 years for a very strong flavour.
So as you can see, fairly simple cheese to make, except some of the issues that I had during the cheese making process. The curd set took way too long and I'm not sure why. I think I used the right amount of rennet. The rennet's fine because I've used it for other cheeses in the last couple of weeks, so I don't think that's gone bad. The milk might not have been acidic enough to get it to rennet to coagulate in the right amount of time. Some of the other issues I might have had, I might have stirred a little bit too vigorously and plunged that whisk in and cut the curds up too much. There was so much solids in the way I decided to make a ricotta salata, and you'll see that in a separate video. Anyway, all things have worked out okay. We've got a nice sized cheese. It does weigh about 1.2 kilograms, so it is fairly good. We'll see how much salt it absorbs after the brining. I'm going to let it air dry for a couple of days, and then I'm going to create a traditional natural rind on the cheese for about a month, and then I'll vac pack it. I'm going to let this mature for about 10 months as per the standards, and we'll see how that goes. So it'll be ready to eat in October 2018. You can check out how I made Vaccio Romano, which is cow's milk Romano, over here. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel to see more cheesy content. You can also support the show via Patreon by pledging a monthly small amount that'll keep the show going. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Welcome to the Pecorino Romano taste test. So this Pecorino Romano was made with raw sheep's milk that was graciously given to me by Graham over at Arcadia Saltbush Lamb in New South Wales, and I made it in November last year. I was going to try it on the 1st of October, however time kind of got away from me, and it is now November and we're going to try, well, see what the cheese tastes like. There is very little moisture in the bag at all, which is a good sign. It feels really hard, which is what this cheese should be like. Perfect for grating, but I'm going to taste some and hopefully the flavour is all there as well. Had no problems. I had no hesitation when I made this cheese with raw milk because according to the Australia New Zealand food standards for cheese making with raw milk, I followed all of the recommended steps that you take. I made sure that the cheese was cooked over 50 degrees Celsius. I made sure that it was matured at 10 degrees Celsius, so I put it in the cooler part of my cheese cave, and I made sure that it was matured for longer than 6 months. So those were the 3 factors that kill any pathogens that may be in the raw milk. Anyway, so let's give it a shot. I've really been looking forward to trying this cheese, that's for sure. Nice cheese. the smell. Got a little, a little hair trapped that has been in the bag for 11 months. Anyway, let me have a smell. Oh, that smells absolutely amazing. Never smelled anything like it. Oh, I can't describe it. Anyway, let's get into let's use the knife and we'll give this a go. I think it's a bit too hard for my normal cheese cutting wire board that my friend David in Canada sent me. So I'm not going to break that. I'd rather, well, use a knife, nice big sharp knife. So this is very, very firm. So let's give it a go. Oh, yes, it is very, very firm indeed. Hopefully I'm going straight. Oh, sign of a good pecorino, I think. Let's have a look. Oh, there's a few mechanical holes where I didn't press it hard enough, but you know, I had my spring at 50 pounds of pressure, so I don't know how much more harder I could have actually done that. So yeah, a few little mechanical holes, but nothing to cry about, that's for sure. Oh, it actually smells great, and I think there may be even some calcium lactate crystals in there as well, but let's just check that out in a sec. This one looks equally as impressive, so we will cut this one into quarters. Oh. Oh, so dense, so good. There we go. Yeah, some little pockets of air, but that's no issues. Let's see if I can cut off a slice without damaging myself. Oh, there we go. Slices perfectly, actually. There's a big tower of pecorino. So let's just, oh, snaps, nice, very nice. I just can't get over that smell. It's just amazing. If you've got sheep and you can get some milk, I'll tell you what. Anyway, the proof's in the pudding. Let's try some of this pecorino romano. My goodness. That has some robust flavours, I tell you. Doesn't compare to Parmesan, doesn't compare to Vicino Romano made with cow's milk. It's not as, it doesn't taste as fatty, if that makes sense. It's a lot drier in the mouth, but I tell you what, the flavour is delicious. No, really good cheese. Can't get enough. That will be absolutely, hang on, I'll finish my mouthful. Tastes a little bit grainy as well. And I'll tell you what, that's really, really nice. Don't get me wrong. Oh, nearly have a tear, that's how good it was. This, perfect for grating, because it's so hard. You could do slivers of it as well over dishes such as Caesar salad, stuff like that. There's some really good Italian pasta dishes that you can make with grated pecorino romano as well. But this sheep's milk cheese is amazing. So quality product, obviously from Graham, but really good. And thanks very much again for sending that my way, mate. Really do appreciate it. This cheese I'm going to vac pack and just store in the normal kitchen fridge. Oops, a bit came out. In the normal kitchen fridge, and it should slow it right down. It may increase in flavour a little bit over time, but there are some tiny bits of calcium lactate crystals in there, but not a lot. and I really wasn't looking for that. I was looking for the difference in flavour between, say, cow's milk and sheep's milk with the higher fat content. But if you remember back to the original video that I made on the Pecorino Romano, you would have seen that the whey was very, very creamy and had a lot of protein left in it. So I made that Ricotta Salata, Pecorino Ricotta Salata. So and that turned out absolutely amazing as well. The flavour after I think that was 3 months old was just incredible. But this at 11, nearly 12 months is an absolutely fantastic cheese. Highly recommend that you, if you can get your hands on some sheep's milk, that you have a go of making some Pecorino Romano with real raw sheep's milk. Absolutely fantastic. Got no issues at all making this cheese again if I could get my hands on some more sheep's milk. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. Appreciate your time as always. Don't forget, if you're new to the channel, then you can subscribe and hit the little bell to be notified of any cheesy videos that I put up every week. So if you're in line for a kit, then I would highly recommend the Italian cheese kit that we have over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au, and you can make the Pecorino Romano if you've got some sheep's milk. Anyway, Curd Nerds, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds, another cheese making taste test. This one, something special. This is a very old cheese. So this is Pecorino Romano that was made from raw ewe's milk, sheep's milk, and it was made in November 2017. So it is 2.5 years old. So this is a very old cheese. Now, in the bag itself, there's a little bit of moisture, but the cheese underneath is very firm, as it was originally in the original taste test. So let me just cut off the vacuum packing, and we'll get rid of that moisture. I'll just get some tea towel, some paper towel. So I dare say I'm going to need a little bit of this to get the moisture sopped up, if that makes sense. Sop up the moisture or the excess whey. Alright, now without trying to cut the string, you get out of the way. Yeah, what's the best way to do this? Let's do it this way. With my special sharp scissors. I can't remember who sent me the scissors. Somebody sent me the scissors all the way from the USA. They're a Fiskars sharp one. Not sponsored content, but it works. They work really well. Now, if you were the person that sent me the scissors, leave a comment below. That would be cool. Alright, so let's try and leave all the moisture in the bag. Yep, which I've done. There's a little bit in there. As you can see, a fair bit has come out over the time. Let me just get rid of that. And I'm back. Right, so let's just pat down the outside of this very white cheese. There's a bit of moisture there. I can actually feel it's either calcium lactate or tyrosine crystals all around this cheese. So pretty cool if they're there. Mind you, for a hard cheese 2.5 years old, I would kind of expect some crystal development, which is one of those things hard cheeses are renowned for. Now, it looks white on the outside. I think that's because it was in contact with the whey and stuff. Let's just get rid of that down there. Get out the trusty tea towel. Those crystals off my fingers. Let's have a smell. Oh, it smells great. Oh, really does. Really does. All right, let's just see if the wire will cut through, because this is a very hard... Oh, don't break it. Come on, cheese. Oh, you can do it. Oh, yes. Perfect. Oh, it looks really good on the inside too. Very white, but as that's sheep's milk. This is just white. All right, so we've got our quarters. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the cutter. Pop that in there. Very nice. So you can see there's the cut there. Smells great. Right, so let's try some of this. I don't know how crumbly it's going to be. Oh, it's very crumbly. Or maybe not. It's just bendy. Oh, they cut quite well. Let's have a look. I can see lots of crystals in there. In fact, it's all crystals. Let's have a go. It's one of the oldest cheeses that I've managed to keep in the cheese fridge for so long, 2.5 years. And I thank Graham Strong from Arcadia Saltbush Lamb for providing me with the milk for this. Anyway, let's try it, shall we? My goodness. This cheese is amazing. Oh, the flavours. It's just blowing my mind. Oh, freaking hell, that's good. That would be perfect grated on any pasta dish. And I got the grater. I'm going to check that in a minute, because when you aerate cheese, it tastes a little bit different. But that is a brilliant hard cheese. The longer you age it, what do they say? They say old wine, old cheese, and old friends make good company. Either that or I made that up. I read it somewhere, but it's so true. This is, oh, it's delightful. There's a bite to it, a nice piquant bite. Piquant. I don't know how to pronounce it in Italian, seeing I'm not Italian, but lovely, delightful. The after flavour in the mouth, oh, just coats the tongue, goes right in the back. This is just, it's grainy, and I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be, so really good. So glad I keep this half. I'm so glad I kept this half in the cheese fridge for longer aging, but absolutely perfect. It's like having a cheesegasm. It's just so good. Anyway, let's see how this grates. Let's get a bit and we'll grate it. Cut a bit off. So it's like your kind of standard store-bought chunk, isn't it? I think it's about right. Let's get these bits out of the way. Not grate too much, that'll do. Grates well. Let's get rid of that. Clean the hands again. I've got to try and get rid of that flavour in my mouth. It's just so good. Right, let's have a go. Let's have a go at what this tastes like grated. You're not going to believe it, that actually tastes a lot better. It's even more stronger. There's more surface area, obviously, because I've grated it. But my goodness, that's just a flavour punch. in the mouth. So I think I'm going to make some sort of pasta dish for dinner, and I'm going to have some of this on it. This is delicious. This would even go with just some spaghetti with some basil or tomato pesto, and this just grated over the top and stirred through. Oh, to die for. This is just great. But anyway, lovely cheese. If you can get your hands on some sheep's milk, ewe's milk, then do yourself a favour, make yourself some Pecorino Romano, and you can check the recipe out for that over here. It's fairly old, but it is a very good cheese recipe. It is difficult to get your hands on sheep's milk, but if you can get a ready supply, then give this cheese a go. It's not something you're going to eat huge chunks of, you know, by itself. It's more of a grating cheese, and my goodness, does it pack some flavour. It is absolutely amazing, and you can taste the crystals in the cheese because it's been aged so long. But you can make a really good hard cheese yourself at home if you've got great ingredients. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell so you can get notified for more cheesy content. This cheese, a quarter of it is going to go back into the cheese fridge, and I am going to mature that for maybe another year, we'll see. But I'm going to ready use the other quarter now in this big chunk on pasta, and that'll keep us going for about 3 or 4 months for Italian cheese. Absolutely beautiful. Do yourself a favour and go and try it yourself. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making Pecorino Ricotta Salata. Now, Ricotta Salata is just basically ricotta made from whey, and you press and salt it, and you let it air dry for a few months to form a rind, and it becomes a bit of a grating cheese. Anyway, I had some leftover whey that I used from a pecorino, and this whey had so much milk fat, so many solids in it that it formed quite a large, there we go, quite a large ricotta salata. Now, it doesn't look large, but I tell you what, that's from 10 litres of milk after I made a cheese beforehand. So pretty cool. Anyway, let me show you how I made Pecorino Ricotta Salata.
So you'll need to collect between 6 and 8 litres of whey from sheep's milk. I had some left over from a Pecorino Romano that I made. Now you directly heat the whey to 92 degrees Celsius, which is 197 Fahrenheit. Make sure that you stir consistently because you do not want the whey to burn on the bottom. That'll affect the taste of your final ricotta, which you need to create obviously before you make the ricotta salata. So once the target temperature has been reached, we pour in 1/4 of a cup of vinegar. Now I'm using apple cider vinegar in this instance. It doesn't matter what kind of vinegar you add, just don't add balsamic vinegar. It'll really make the taste be funky. Make sure the heat is turned off and you'll see that the ricotta starts to form and floats to the top. Starts to consolidate, makes it a lot easier to ladle into your butter muslin lined colander. It is fairly delicate stuff, so do ladle the majority of it into the colander and then you can pour the rest of the way through. Now let that drain for about 5 minutes. This makes it a lot easier to press in the next stage. So we're going to mill in our salt, and I'm chosen to add in 2 teaspoons of salt here for the quantity of ricotta that I have. So mix that through thoroughly. And then we're going to fill a cheesecloth lined basket with the ricotta. So just fold the cheesecloth over the top, put the follower on top, give it a bit of a press down, and then grab your cheese press. And we're going to press this cheese of the ricotta salata at 10 kilograms or 22 pounds for 12 hours. Should be enough pressure to make it firm enough that you should be able to age this cheese in the cheese fridge. So after the 12 hours, we're going to remove it from the press. It should have formed the shape you're after. A cheese wheel shape, that is. Now if it's got any burrs, cut that off at now. Now we're rubbing in salt, just sprinkling salt liberally over all the surfaces of the ricotta salata. And we're going to put that then into a maturation box with the lid off. Just make sure it's got a rack on the bottom. I'm just going to make sure I sanitize that rack. Give it a spray with vinegar. Make sure there's no funky molds going to grow on it. That has been cleaned in the dishwasher. So now I'm going to place that into the ripening box for 12 hours to air dry. This also lets any whey that's trapped in the ricotta salata to drain out as well. So 12 hours later, we're going to drain off any of the expelled whey that's sitting in the bottom. Just into the sink. There was a fair bit of it actually. I was quite surprised. And we're going to re-salt the cheese this time. Same as before, just liberally shaking salt over all the surfaces and give it a gentle rub. This helps create a surface or a rind for the cheese. It also continues to expel any whey that may be trapped in the cheese because ricotta salata is a dry cheese. It's not very moist because that's just the nature of the ricotta that you've got once you've pressed most of the whey and moisture out of it. So we're going to place that back in the ripening box to air dry for another 12 hours. By that time it should be fairly touch dry and we can put it into the cheese cave to mature. So we're going to ripen at 10 to 13 degrees Celsius, which is 50 to 55 Fahrenheit, at 85% relative humidity for at least 3 months. And you need that time for the rind to develop correctly. Now, Pecorino Ricotta Salata, this is after 3 weeks. It's starting to form a rind, but you'll get the general idea. You should be able to use it as a grating cheese when it is at least 3 months old. Anyway, it came in at a fairly good weight, so that's 1 pound, 7 ounces and 6, which equates to 23.6 ounces, which is 668 grams. So fairly good weight out of that amount of whey that I had.
So there we have it. Ricotta Salata made from sheep's milk whey. Very simple to make. The pressing was easy. Why wouldn't you make this cheese if you had some leftover whey, either from ewe's milk or goat's milk, nanny goat's milk, or cow's milk? So simple to make, and take it from me, I've made ricotta salata before. As long as it's heavily salted, it is very tasty. Anyway, if you want to see how I made cow's milk ricotta salata, you can click over here. Don't forget that you can support the show via Patreon and join the many people who are supporting the show each month. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to get updates when I release more cheesy content. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're doing a taste test for our Pecorino Ricotta Salata. As you can see, we've got our Pecorino Ricotta Salata that was made from some leftover whey that I created a Pecorino Romano from. There was a fair bit of leftover solids in the milk, so I've let this mature. It's got a natural rind, and the thing is, it smells absolutely amazing for a ricotta that's just been pressed and heavily salted. It seems to have an amazing flavour profile. Well, so it certainly has an amazing smell to it. So I'm just going to scrape a little bit off. So I'm just taking some scraping, so some curls. So the smell smells very similar to a really strong Parmesan or Italian heavy cheese. So. I tell you, the flavours are so complex. Really very similar to a well-aged Parmesan, or maybe even Romano itself. Oh, that is absolutely delicious. And that's not just the surface. I've actually dug into the cheese. Itself. Now, I was going to use, it's going to be to grate it. It's still, I wouldn't say it's moist, but it's not dry and crumbly. But the cheese itself, you can form it back into, you know, a cheese ball type thing. That was actually worth the time I spent to mature it. So this is about, I think I made the cheese in November, December 2017, and it's now mid-April. So that's a good for five months, maybe 6 months that I've matured this cheese for, and the flavour definitely shows. Very well worth making ricotta salata out of leftover whey, especially, well, in this instance, this is sheep's milk, so, or ewe's milk. Absolutely delicious. Probably some more complexity came from some of the white and blue moulds that grew around the cheese that I've subsequently scraped off a couple of times just to keep the rind clean, but that probably adds to the complexity of this cheese as well. But other than it, it's a very, very delightful cheese. I'm going to use it in a risotto that I'm going to make later on as a substitute for the Parmesan. So I think that'll add a lot of character and flavour to the risotto that we're going to make. I'm going to make a mushroom risotto. Anyway, there'll be another video on that, and you can check that out later on. Okay, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. If you like this content, don't forget that you can check out other videos that I release on a weekly basis. Also, if you'd like to be a patron of the show, you can pop over to the Patreon link, all for as little as $1 US, and that supports the show going forwards. And of course, you can buy kits, supplies, and equipment over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. This is a bit of a community announcement. I recently signed up for Cameo, and for those who don't know, Cameo is a service where you can, for a small fee, ask me to do things like shout outs for birthdays, for Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, bar mitzvahs, you name it. Also, I've lately given a couple of pep talks. I've also even done a sleep story. Somebody says they watch my videos to fall asleep, so I did a little, not a lullaby, but a little story to help them go to sleep. So these shout outs are in the form of a video message. There are also chat options if you want to ask me a question and you don't want to wait until Ask the Cheese Man. And it's a burning question, then you can pay a small, very small fee for a chat and I'll give you an answer, obviously. So yeah, any words of encouragement that you would like me to impart on either yourself or one of your loved ones, I'd love to help out. The link for my Cameo page is in the description below. Like I said, only a quick one, a short community service, and hopefully, and like some people have already done, have taken up the service. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're making quick mozzarella. Yes, quick mozzarella is very simple to make. You don't need any starter cultures. You need a bit of rennet. You need a little bit of lipase if you want. You don't really need that. And some citric acid. So this cheese is not to be confused with traditional or low-fat mozzarella, or even buffalo mozzarella or mozzarella di bufala, which the authentic version is called. This is just a quick and dirty mozzarella, not really a beginner's cheese unless you follow this tutorial, and I'll be showing you some crucial steps and things to look at when you're making this type of mozzarella. It's not for beginners. I must say that now. It's more of an intermediate cheese. Anyway, let me get on and show you how we make quick mozzarella. So firstly, we sanitize all of our equipment as always. I'm just boiling mine in a little bit of water for 15 minutes. The ingredients for this cheese is 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole milk, 1.5 level teaspoons of citric acid, which is dissolved in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 1/8 of a teaspoon of lipase dissolved in 1/4 cup of cool non-chlorinated water, and that's optional, half a teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of liquid rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of cool non-chlorinated water, and 1 teaspoon of salt or some brine. So heat your milk to 13 degrees Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit, and while that is happening, we measure out all of our ingredients, making sure that that citric acid is indeed level. Adding the water, giving it a little bit of a stir to make sure it's all dissolved. Then I've got my lipase, which is an enzyme. Just putting that in and mixing that with some water as well. Now this needs to sit for about 20 minutes so it incorporates into the milk properly. So always do your lipase ahead of time. We're measuring out the rennet and we're diluting that in cool non-chlorinated water as well. There we go. So all the ingredients are set up, are ready to go for the cheese making. So at 13 degrees, we're going to add in our first ingredient, which is the lipase. Now, if you don't have lipase, that's okay. You don't really need it. It just adds a little bit of flavour the next day. If you're going to eat it the same day, don't worry about the lipase at all. So give that a good stir through. Now we're going to add the citric acid solution. So pour that in. And give it a good stir. Now you may see the milk slightly curdle. I'm now heating it up to 33 Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. And before it gets much hotter, I need to check something. I need to check the pH or the acidity of the milk. So I'm getting a tablespoon there and just scooping it out of the pot. And I'm going to test it with a pH strip. So dip that in. Don't put the milk back in because it might be contaminated with whatever's on the pH strip. And we're aiming for a pH of between 5 and 5.3. This is essential to make sure that your curds or your mozzarella will stretch. Now notice it's slightly curdled on the top, but once you stir that back in, the curdling kind of goes away. But we're heating that up now to the target temperature of the 33 degrees Celsius. Nearly there. There we go, close enough. So now we're going to add the rennet while slowly stirring. So we stir for no more than about 30 seconds because it tends to split because of the high acidity of the milk. So no more than 15 seconds. Sorry, I'll correct myself. So we're going to let that set now. So cover that, let it set for 5 to 10 minutes. So in this instance, I set mine for 5 minutes. And then we check for a clean break. Now because the milk is very acidic, it is set straight away. Now notice the curd kind of looks a little bit sloppy. We're just going to cut that into 2.5 centimetre or 1 inch columns. If I had left it for the 10 minutes, it probably would have been just okay as well. I'm going to heat the curds to 40 degrees Celsius or 105 Fahrenheit. Notice the curds kind of may fracture, they have in my case anyway, but they look like scrambled eggs. And that's okay. Don't throw it away. Now if the whey is clear, then you're certainly okay to proceed. If it's all cloudy, then something's gone wrong. Either the pH levels aren't correct or you're using ultra heat treated milk, and that won't work for this recipe. So you can see there that we've got a nice yellowish or clear whey, and the curds are kind of looking like scrambled eggs. So we're going to transfer the curds into a cheesecloth lined colander now. So just putting a wet cheesecloth that I boiled and tipping the curds into it. This will separate out the curds in the whey. There we go. So we're going to place the curds, only drain that for about a minute tops. Now, to make sure that everything's gone okay, you will find that the curds don't stick to the cheesecloth. They should come away cleanly, and put them into a microwave-proof bowl. As you can see there, everything came away cleanly. Very good. Okay, so we're going to microwave on high for 1 minute. Now, if you don't have a microwave, I'm going to put an alternative recipe down into the description of the video so you can still follow along. Okay, 1 minute's up. Now some of the whey should be expelled, and just pour that off with your hand. Depending on the quality of the milk, this is very good quality milk, and I found that the cheese started to melt already. It was almost ready to stretch now, but I followed through with the recipe. Just give that a very gentle knead. It's very hot, and yeah, we need to pour off that excess whey. If it's cloudy like that, that's fine as well. So we're going to pop it back in the microwave on high for another 30 seconds. So once it's finished, pull it out. Just fold it over a little bit. This is very stretchy. I probably could have stretched it now. As you can see, it's very stretchy, but I wanted to get a little bit more moisture out of it. So pour off any of the whey. It's very hot. Just knead it a little bit. Yeah, too hot for my sensitive IT hands, that's for sure. So it's best to use heavy rubber gloves. I should have had them ready because I've made this recipe so many times now, and they really come in handy. These are nice and clean. I clean them after every cheese making session where I use them. So I'm just going to give them a wash in hot soapy water now, and then rinse them off. There we go. Also got some white vinegar handy in that bottle there, just not diluted or anything. Just give that a quick spray. And we're all ready to handle it. So carefully knead it to release some of the whey. Now like I said, at this stage I probably could have formed it into balls. It is very stretchy as it is, but it didn't make a shiny surface, so I knew that it probably needed to be heated up a little bit more. So watch for the shiny surface, then you'll know it's ready to form into balls and put into the cold water. So it's not quite hot enough, it's not stretching enough for my liking, so we're going to pop it back in the microwave again in a second. So for a final time, pop it in for a final 30 seconds on high. Just cleaning off my gloves there. There we go. As the warning says, careful, it's hot. It is indeed. Right, so you can add the salt now, the 1 teaspoon of salt. Or salt it to your taste, of course, you can do that. But in my excitement of all the stretching, I forgot to add the salt. So you can brine this cheese as well, and you'll see that step in the next stage. So after a good stretching there, don't stretch it too much as you noticed, but it's certainly hot enough to keep stretching. So it's ready to make that surface nice and shiny. I decided to stretch it some more just because I'm a show off. There we go. So the surface is now shiny on the mozzarella. So pull off a piece and form it into a ball shape. You just fold it over, and then between your thumb and forefinger, give it a bit of a squeeze, and a ball comes off. There we go. There's one. Pop it in the cold water. Now, I used to put these in iced water, but I've changed that because I don't want them cooling down so rapidly on the outside that the inside stays hot. So I found that cool water works a lot better. So I'm just squeezing off another mozzarella ball there. There we go. Pop it in the water. Probably get a couple more out of this. There we go. Nice and shiny. There we go. Give it a bit of a twist. And we've got another ball. Fantastic. And for the final one. So I got 4 decent sized mozzarella balls out of this. Or maybe more. And a little one at the end. So we just allow those to cool for 10 minutes in the cool water. Now if you've already salted them, forego this step. You don't need to do this. So if you choose to brine them, pop them in the saturated 18% brine for 10 minutes. And there's a recipe link for the saturated brine coming up now. Okay, so once they're brined for the 10 minutes, you can remove them from the brine and serve or store. You probably only store them for 1 day because they tend to go a little bit flat in the container in the fridge. So I tend to eat them straight away fresh or serve them up within a few hours. So you just simply slice them, and if you want to make a calabrese salad, then you can just slice them up, slice some tomato and some basil with a little drizzle of olive oil, and they'll turn out absolutely fantastic. So they look lovely. A bit of tomato for the taste test, and a few crackers. Lovely. And there they are in all their glory. So serve with fresh tomato, fresh basil if you've got it, and drizzle with olive oil, and don't forget the salt and pepper. Anyway, over to Gav for the taste test. So we've made the quick mozzarella. It was very simple. One thing I forgot to do was, and you'll see that in the instructions before this, is that I forgot to add the salt at the 3rd microwaving. What you can do is just pop it in brine like I did. I put it in brine for about 10 minutes and it turned out fine. So it slices very, very well. It is stringy. It pulls apart like normal mozzarella does, which is absolutely fantastic. That's what I like to see. It's just the right amount of salt. So let's just try a little bit of mozzarella, quick mozzarella, not to be confused with the real thing. Bit of tomato. What I need is some pepper and salt. Back again. Some pepper and salt. You cannot have this without a bit of pepper and salt. There we go. Look at that. And let's bung it in. Oh, I've dropped half of it. Oh, this is delicious. It's even got a little bit of a squeak to it. That is nice cheese. Oh, I'm dropping it everywhere. Too good to drop. No, that's very nice. It's not creamy like buffalo mozzarella. You won't get that with cow's milk. I used a nice unhomogenized milk, one of the best ones you can get here in Australia anyway. And it is salted just right. It's not creamy, but it is certainly stringy, and it tastes lovely. So there we go. Look, there's some stringiness. That's from the minimal stretching that I did. Oh, can't stop eating it. It's so good. It is a quick and dirty cheese, there to impress people and impress yourself. It certainly impressed me this time round. I really enjoyed it. So very simple to make. If you want to get the ingredients or the kits, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au. You'll see there's mozzarella kits there. Yeah, you'll have no trouble making it from that kit. So if you like the video, give it a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed already, then please do so and ring that little bell, and you'll be notified of all the cheesy content on the channel. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Kurdner community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Kurdner community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making Piora. Now, Piora is a Swiss cheese made in the Italian-speaking part of Switzerland. It is an Alpine cheese that is firmly pressed, and at the moment, this one is 2 weeks old. I made this at the same time I made the Asiago, and it is very firm. It's starting to form a rind now. Now, this cheese can be matured for up to 3 to 6 months, and I'll show you that at the end of the video. But anyway, let's get on with the cheese.
So this is how to pronounce the cheese in Italian.
Formaggio d'Alpe Piora.
And the ingredients for this cheese is 8 litres of full cream milk, 1/4 teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1/64 of a teaspoon of propionic shamani, a 1/2 teaspoon of calcium chloride, 1/2 teaspoon of liquid rennet, and some saturated brine solution at 18% saturation. So bring the temperature of your milk up to 33 Celsius or 92 Fahrenheit. And then we're going to remove that from the heat. And then we're going to add our thermophilic culture, and this was 1/4 teaspoon. Now I didn't quite get to, because my little container was nearly empty, so I didn't get quite a 1/4 teaspoon there. So just sprinkle that over the top, so I had to go back for a little bit more. There we go. And there we go, that's the smallest spoon I have. 1/64, which is a drop, for those who want to be in the know, and just sprinkle out the propionic shamani. Give it a little bit of a stir in the milk. Now, there was a lot of thick cream in this milk that I had. Now just give this a rest for 5 minutes to rehydrate, and then we're going to give that a stir. Just stir that in. So I'm stirring for about 2 minutes just to make sure that the starter cultures are all incorporated through the milk. It's still at 33, a little bit over, but that's okay. So we're going to let that ripen and acidify for 15 minutes. There we go, look, I'm using an old school iPhone there. Okay, after 15 minutes, we're going to add the liquid ingredients. So here is my calcium chloride, so I'll give that cream a stir back through the milk again. Just pour in the diluted calcium chloride, that's diluted with non-chlorinated water. So give that a good stir for about a minute. Then the next ingredient is the rennet. And that again is diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. Now, if you use tap water, it actually inhibits the rennet action, the coagulation action of the rennet. So use non-chlorinated water. So I gave that a stir for about a minute there, and then pop the lid back on so no fluff gets into your milk. So we're going to let that coagulate for 45 minutes. Now 45 minutes later, just going to check for a clean break. There we go, lovely nice split there. Now as this is an Alpine cheese, look, I'm just going to do the horizontals with my curd cutter. Now you can do this with a skimmer. Now we're just going to use the whisk to cut the curd into plump rice grain size pieces. Now you can do this with a whisk, and you can do the horizontals with a skimmer. So just plop your whisk up and down, and then we're going to allow that to heal for 10 minutes. Now during this initial stirring, if you do have any big bits, then use a spoon just to cut them down to size, or your whisk to make them a bit smaller. You can see there's some larger bits there. I didn't put it in the video, but I did use the whisk again later to make them a bit smaller. So that's after 10 minutes of stirring. I managed to get them down a bit smaller, and they do look like plump rice grain size. Now we're going to let that rest for 5 minutes. So this is a bit of an on again, off again sort of cheese. So 5 minutes later, we're going to stir it for 10 minutes. So this is all at the target temperature of 33 Celsius. So it did matte a little bit on the bottom, so we've stirred that. Now, after the 10 minutes, we're going to increase the temperature to 49 Celsius or 120 Fahrenheit over the course of 40 minutes. So we do it slowly. Yes, not too quickly. So there we are. Through the magic of video, we're up to 49 Celsius or 120 Fahrenheit. Using my magical Thermi pen there. Now the grains, the curd size is very small now. Now let's remove that from the heat so it doesn't get any hotter. And we're going to continue to stir that for another 30 minutes at the same temperature. So still stirring, very small, as you can see the curd size there. So just going to give that a bit of a check. Now you can give it a squeeze, and if it sticks together but breaks apart when you press your thumb into it, then your curds are fine. They will press together with no issues whatsoever. So we'll take them over to the draining area. Now I'm using a large mould and probably shouldn't have. Should have used one a little bit smaller. Now it's lined with cheesecloth, so I'll just pour the whey through, and you can see the curd side is so small for this cheese. Alpine cheeses do have a really small curd size. So I've got that all in there. I'll move that over to the pressing area, so I'll just fold the cheesecloth over the top there, and I'll pop the follower on top in a second. There we go. Now we're going to put that into the press. So this is my trusty press. Got my 50-pound compression spring there. So when that's fully closed, that gives me 50 pounds of pressure. And when it's half closed, it gives me about 25 pounds. So I've closed this halfway, so it's about 22 pounds, I suppose, 11 kilos. Okay, so we'll take that out of the press. That was only for 30 minutes. So it's formed quite well. We're just going to turn that over. And we're going to press it for a second time. This time I'm going to press it very hard all the way down at 22 kilos or 50 pounds for 10 hours. So this is a very firm pressing. It's a nice compact Alpine cheese. Okay, after the 10 hours, we're going to take it out of the press and we're going to brine the cheese. Okay, prop it into your room temperature brine. Now I put a little bit of salt on top, so we're going to brine that for 10 hours and we're going to turn that once at the 5-hour mark. Now I did put a little bit of salt on top because it wouldn't submerge fully. Okay, after the 10 hours is finished, we're going to put that onto a drying mat. I'm going to air dry that for a few days until it's touch dry. That's what it looks like. You can see it's got some nubbins there, and they're just from the mould. It did press a little bit funny there, as you can see. The follower made a bit of a funny shape on top. So just until it's touch dry. So that's after it's been air dried. You can see it started to form a bit of a rind. So we're going to ripen that at 10 to 12 Celsius or 50 to 54 at 85% humidity. So we're going to pop it in a ripening box and turn it daily for the first week. So for the first week though, we're going to wash it with a simple brine solution twice a week for another week. So to make a simple brine solution, it's easy. It's 2 teaspoons of salt in 1 cup of cooled boiled water. And there we are, just a simple wash. So wash it for the first 2 weeks and then we stop. And I'll show you in a second what we do next. It will just form a rind naturally. So the humidity is not very high in the ripening box for this cheese.
Well, there you have it. This cheese pura traditionally has small eyes in it, and that's why I put in a minute amount of propionic shimani into the cheese to see if we could get some tiny eyes in it. I don't know, it's a fairly small cheese. We'll see what happens. The pressing kind of went a bit skewiff, as you can see there, but I think it'll still turn out okay. Now, after about 2 weeks, which this is 2 weeks old, we can simply brush it, just using a little dry brush. You don't need to use a brine solution or anything like that. You simply brush the cheese and you scrape off any of the mould that builds up. Now, it will get a mould coating, that's fine, as it ages for up to between 3 and 6 months. Anyway, so that's how you mature it. Now, if you want to see another Alpine cheese like this, a good example is Gruyere, and you can check that video out over here. And don't forget that you can buy all the cheese making supplies and equipment from our shop, littlegreenworkshops.com.au, just by clicking through here. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today we're going to do a taste test on Pura. So here's my Pura. It was supposed to be tasted on the, I don't know if you can read that, 12th of May on the lid there, but it got a bit over. I forgot about it. It was in the back of the fridge. So let's just check it out. So this cheese was made in the style of Pura, which is an Alpine cheese from Switzerland, under the Italian influence. So that's what it should look like. So a grey covering, but unfortunately got too moist and the covering started to come off a little bit. That's the problem with ripening boxes, using them for a very long time. You will get moisture dripping on top of your cheese, and it will cause some other bacteria to grow, like Brevibacterium linens. Now, you want to try and avoid that for these Alpine cheeses. I don't necessarily want that sort of mould on them, so I had to wipe it off. It's a little bit tacky. It should be drier than this, but let's crack it open and let's see what happens. Oh, it's very firm, because remember this was cooked at quite a high temperature. Oh, I don't think even a wire would cut through this properly. My goodness. Anyway, it stayed firm. That's a good sign. If I can get the knife off. Oh, that's fabulous. Right, so where the rinds remained intact, oh, it smells earthy, which is, I suppose, what it's supposed to smell like. And I'll just put that piece aside on the lid there, and I'll just cut this again. Cuts easier once it's in half, that's for sure. Okay. So as you can see, there's the Piora there. That's the proper mould covering. Now, if I just turn it over, you can see that it lost a bit of its rind, which is not good for anybody, and a little bit there too. So, too much moisture in the ripening box. But that's what it's supposed to look like. That's what the kind of rind. Some very small eyes, which is good. That's exactly what it should have. So this cheese smells quite earthy, a bit like straw that's a little bit damp, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to smell like, but that's what mine does anyway. So let's cut a little bit off, shall we? Oh. Now it's very firm. I think that it's okay. It smells okay. So let's try it. Whoop. Yeah, definitely earthy. Doesn't smell nutty or anything like that. It's not like Emmentaler. Certainly doesn't smell like that. So let's try some. I'll just cut some of this rind off here. Okay, so here we go. Oh, that's amazing. That's very unique. It's dense in the mouth, creamy, very creamy. It's got a lovely flavour. I don't think it's been influenced by the dampness in the box. But that is a lovely cheese. Not too salty. It's got some eye formation. Even the brown grey rind has some lovely flavour too. But certainly not what I was expecting, but then again, I didn't know what to expect for this cheese. It actually tastes different than the Gruyere video, the Gruyere cheese that I did not so long ago. Totally different flavour profile, which is quite amazing because they're nearly made in the same style, Alpine. That's too good. It's got a certain sharpness to it. This has been aged, this was supposed to be eaten in May. It's now 12th of July. So 2 months over its normal ripening period, but hey, it's improved. Well, I don't know if it's improved. It's a lovely flavoursome cheese. Tastes a little bit like, would you believe, and this is an Australian thing, a little bit like Vegemite. Which is an acquired taste for anybody who's not Australian and hasn't been brought up on it on their toast every morning. But yeah, a little bit like Vegemite is the kind of flavour profile that I would say it has. But my goodness, it is a vastly different cheese than Gruyere, and it certainly has a different flavour. Has a sharpness, doesn't have a nuttiness, a very earthy, as I mentioned, to start with. Not dry, but not overly moist either. So, kind of in between. But, oh, this is lovely. Really good cheese. It is actually a little bit saltier than the Gruyere I tried. So, but certainly none of that nuttiness that you would experience with some Alpine cheeses that have penicillium, what is it called? Propionic Shamani that make eyes. This has very small eyes, really tiny. Must have been a little bit of gas produced, but didn't produce that nutty profile that Swiss cheeses, Emmentaler, that sort of thing has. But no, very, very nice cheese. So, oh, too good. I'll be sharing some of that at work anyway. So, I'll just finish this. So if you want to see how I made the Piora, then check out this video here. Also, you can buy supplies to make Piora at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And finally, I recommend that you subscribe to the channel if you would like to see more cheesy videos like this one each and every week. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making provolone. Well, provolone is an Italian cheese. It's a stretched curd cheese, better known in the class of pasta filata cheeses. I've been wanting to make this one for ages. It's been requested about 25 times on the channel, so I finally got around to making it. I'm making it outside today. It's a lovely day. Stretched curd cheese is the way to go. Very simple, but just let me tell you right now, it does take a bit of time. Now, if you haven't already seen the taste test I did on commercial provolone, just check that out. Little info will come up, a little info button will just come up now. Just check that out. You'll see that it's made in the Lombardy region in the Po Valley in Italy. That's traditional. It's known as the poor man's Parmesan. Because it has a piquant flavour, it's known to be quite bitey. It's a bitey cheese. So anyway, let's get on with the cheese.
The ingredients are 8 litres of cow's milk, 1/4 teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1/8 teaspoon of lipase, 1/16 teaspoon of mesophilic culture, 1.5 ml of calcium chloride in 1/4 cup of water, 1.5 ml of liquid rennet in 1/4 cup of water. You'll need a bowl of ice water and 18% saturated brine solution. Also on the list there, you need some olive oil. Now, you'll need some special equipment. You'll need a pH meter or some pH paper, heavy-duty rubber gloves, large plastic tub or stainless steel bowl, ice water again, and some patience. Now, heat your milk up to the target temperature. Now, the target temperature for the start of this cheese is 35 degrees Celsius or 96 Fahrenheit. So we're going to be adding our starter cultures now. So firstly the thermophilic, and we're going to sprinkle that over the top. And then we're going to add our mesophilic starter culture. The reason you use 2 starter cultures is because the mesophilic will acidify the milk at lower temperatures, and then once the milk gets to higher temperatures, that'll start to acidify the milk. So we're going to allow those to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes, we're simply just going to stir the cultures into the milk. So stir for about 2 or 3 minutes. Now we're just checking to make sure the temperature is still 35 degrees Celsius after all that. And we're going to allow it to ripen for 45 minutes. Put the lid back on so no dust or insects get in there. Seeing I'm making this outside. Okay, now that it's ripened, just give it a quick stir, get the cream back in there, check the target temperature. And now we're going to add in the lipase. Now, lipase gives the cheese the piquant flavour as it ages over a long period of time. So give that a good stir through. And now we're going to add the calcium chloride. Now the calcium chloride simply is a mineral salt, and it's going to add back in some soluble calcium into the milk when it's been pasteurised, and that'll help set the curd better. So once that's stirred through, we're just going to add in the final ingredient, which is rennet. And rennet will coagulate our milk and set it into curds and whey. Now we only stir this for no more than 1 minute, and then we still the milk, stop it from moving around, and pop the lid back on again. Now we're going to allow the curds to set for 1 hour. So 1 hour later, we're going to check for a clean break, see if it splits cleanly, which it seems to there with my little pinky. Okay, and then we're going to use the curd cutter to cut the horizontal, so 1.25 centimetre or 1/2 inch cubes, and then use the knife to do the rest. If you haven't got a curd knife, then cut it at a 45-degree angle on 2 sides, and you should get the same effect. So try to cut the curd cubes evenly. Makes it a bit simpler later on. So we're just going to let that rest or heal for 10 minutes. So that just helps the surfaces of the curds to be a little bit stronger before you start stirring. So when you first start stirring, you're simply lifting the curd, you're not actually stirring. We're going to raise the temperature to 46 degrees or 115 Fahrenheit over the next 30 minutes. So start off gently stirring or lifting the curds and gently heating the curds. Now, by the magic of video, yes, I'm at 45 degrees Celsius there, and you can see that the curd size has shrunk quite dramatically. Now, once you've reached the target temperature, then we're going to keep stirring for another 15 minutes, and this expels a bit more whey out of the curds. So just checking the temperature, that's after the 15 minutes. Now we're going to allow the curds to settle down to the bottom for 10 minutes. Rightio, all that stirring's over. Now all we have to do is pour this into our colander. Got a bucket underneath, hopefully I'm not going to make too much mess. Okay, here come the curds. There we go. I'll just make sure that the curd mass is fairly even. And just give that a firm press, because you want it to form a single curd slab. This is important for the next stage. Or so it says. Rightio. That's all good. So we can let that rest now for 15 to 20 minutes until that goes into that solid thing. Alright, so let's set the timer. Set timer for 20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes and counting.
Thank you, Siri. She's a wonderful assistant, you know. Now let's see how much. I've got a full bucket of whey there. That's not sitting in the way. That's good. I'll actually just to make sure this isn't sitting in the way, I'll just put it over the pot instead. There we go. Because that bucket is full as a goog, as we say here in Australia. So now we're going to turn the slab out onto the mat. See if we can do that without making too much mess. It's always one bit of cheesecloth. Cheese everywhere. There we go. All good. So we've got bits here, there and everywhere, but anyway, what we're going to do is cut into 1-inch cubes. I believe this is 1 inch, maybe it's a bit bigger. Right, there we go. So now I actually tested the pH of the curds, and they're at about between 5.9 and 5.8, which is getting close to the 5.3 to 5.1 that we're after to stretch the curds. Now this process is a fair bit different than what I use to make mozzarella, the traditional mozzarella. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put the curd cubes back into the pot, and we're going to put 63 degrees Celsius water, which is, where is it? 145 Fahrenheit, just over the top. I'm going to let that sit until the temperature comes down to 54 Celsius, which is 130 Fahrenheit. That should take between 1 hour to 2 hours. By that time, the acidity should lower rapidly down to the desired acidity of 5.3 to 5.1. Right, so I'll bung the cubes in there now. So the extra heat will make the acidity rise in the curds a lot faster.
Let's get all of the curd in there. Don't waste any of it. And everything you can see here that I'm using has been sanitised, except for my tablecloth, that doesn't matter. Right, there we go. So I've got my hot water, just pour that over. Just enough to cover. There we go. So that was about 2 litres or 2 quarts of water. And I'll put the thermometer all the way down the bottom, and it just doesn't reach. So I'll have to come back and check every so often with the Thermipen. Okay. So I'll put the lid on that and come back and check that in an hour or so. Where's Siri gone? Set timer for 1 hour.
I found 2 events in the net.
Set timer for 1 hour.
Your timer is set for 1 hour.
It's hard to get good help. Had some trouble during the raids putting the water in. Now, I don't know if the instructions were wrong that I got the original recipe for that I modified. It said put in water to 63 degrees Celsius, which was, let me have a look, what's it say, 145 Fahrenheit. Now, it didn't specify whether the water going in was 63 or that the temperature it had to be before I left it was 63. So I chose the first one, which was the water was 63, and then it said that the temperature would come down to 54 Celsius, 130 within an hour. Now, it instantly dropped down to 51 degrees Celsius as soon as I poured the hot water on. So I had to do a bit of troubleshooting. All my batteries on all my cameras went flat. So basically what I did was I heated the water up to 63 degrees while the curd was in it on the stove here, and basically then walked away. Now I'll just check the temperature now. And after about an hour and a half, the temperature has dropped down to it's about 52, so it's only 2 degrees less than what it initially said. So that's not too bad as far as I'm concerned. We're certainly within the range. So it does now, the instructions I'm following anyway, says that I should now form the curd into a single mass. So let me just take the stove out the way. Now I've got my heavy duty rubber gloves on. Now, the curd, now the water, I know the water's not hot enough to do a proper stretch test, but what I'll do before I do this is I'll actually test the pH of the curds. There's no use actually doing this if the pH of the curds isn't down to 5.3 to 5.1. So I'll just pinch off a bit, put the rest back in the pot, and fingers crossed. I'll tell you what, I'll be making getting a pH meter after this. Remarkably, says that the curd is at 5.3 pH. which is good. So it is ready to stretch. So I'm quite happy with that, which is a lot quicker than it took for the mozzarella than I did the other day. So hang on, let me just put these on again. I'm going to try and form it into a single ball. I may have to add in some more hot water. The water's gone down to 50 degrees Celsius. 52, sorry. Because the water temperature is just too... Yeah, it's not forming a ball at all. So to truly make this stretch, I'm going to have to drain this off and put the right amount of right. So let's do this. Now I shouldn't lose any of the curd because it's in a fairly cubey sort of state. So I'll just drain it off to about there. There we go. So we've still got fairly good cube sizes. There we are. And I'll heat up some water now. This water preferably to 77 Celsius. And then we'll work the curds. Now, here's a tub I prepared earlier. And I'll now tip this in here, put this on the stove. I'll get there eventually, folks, but this is what happens during a cheese making session. Not everything always goes to plan, of course. There we go. I'll also put some of that whey that I reserved back in as well. Just in case I need some more. There we go. It's good to keep all this stuff handy. Now that will take a while to come up to temperature. Okay, I've heated up my whey to between 77 and 80 Celsius, which is about 170 Fahrenheit. So that's all good. The curd's at the right pH, that's good. I've got some chilled water here, so just ordinary tap water. And I had some large ice blocks. Now I'm going to put 2 teaspoons of cheese salt just into the iced water. This helps the cheese absorb a little bit of salt there and not to leach too much. Give that a bit of a stir. It's not going to absorb it very well because it's freezing cold in there. It's only going to be in the ice water bath for 15 minutes anyway, so no big deal. Right, so I'm going to put about 2 litres to start with of the hot whey. Now, hang on, before we start, let's put on my heat resistant gloves. These are heavy duty gloves, rubber gloves, latex, and they're cotton lined. Right, so let's do this, shall we? Fingers crossed. So this is a 1 cup measure, so 250 mils, that's half a litre. One litre. One and a quarter. 1.5. 1 3/4, and 2 litres. So, being the right temperature, this should just all meld together. So here we go. Now these gloves are pretty good because I can hardly feel the heat. Oh yeah, so it's starting to meld together as one ball. It's a good sign. Oh, now I can feel the heat through the gloves.
Now at this stage I was starting to get a bit disheartened because even though the pH paper said it was at the right acidity, the curd just wasn't stretching, it was breaking, it was brittle, and it was getting late in the night and I was getting fairly tired. Anyway, I'll let Gavin tell the rest of the story.
You know what, I don't think this curd is at the right pH. It doesn't matter what that pH paper says. This is far too brittle. Even though it's stretching, it's not stretching as it should be shiny. So what we can do, we can leave that in the hot water for about half an hour. And then come back to it, and that will increase in pH quite dramatically, and hopefully I haven't made a mess of it. Anyway, time will tell. Now just a quick update. I had the curd mass in here, it wasn't stretching. It's a bit of a troubleshooting guide to Provolone at the moment, isn't it? So basically the pH, oh stop, the pH is not right. So what I did is I put the curd mass back into a colander in here, and I basically put it over the warm whey, and I'm letting it drain again and keeping it warm under the lid in the colander, and I'll turn it over every 30 minutes or so, and I'll check using the stretch test is probably a better, more reliable method, and the stretch test is simply hold the whey in here is still at about 77 Celsius. So I'll break off a bit of the curd, I'll dip it into the whey with a slotted spoon, and if I can stretch it about 1 metre, about that far, then it's ready to stretch, and then put it into the mould shape I want, either that one or that one. I haven't quite figured that out yet. I may stretch in here, I might just stretch it into the pot. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, we're in for a long night, I reckon. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's wait and see what happens. Right, it's been a long day. I started this provolone at 11 a.m. It's now midnight and the curd is still not ready for stretching. I'm just about to test one final stretch test, and we'll see. If not, then I'll simply wrap the curds up in cling film and put it in the fridge to slow the acidification process down, and then I'll try again tomorrow, and we'll see how we go from there. Anyway, we'll do a stretch test in a second. I'm getting tired, as you can tell.
Now, I was starting to give up hope about this stage, but I thought I'll give it one more try. As I said earlier, all I could have done was put it in the fridge and let it rest overnight. It would have come up to the right acidity. Anyway, so I heated up the whey to 77, and this was the last stretch before bed, as it's saying there. What I would have done differently, I probably wouldn't have cut it into cubes earlier on. I would have let it in one big mass and let that sit and just keep turning it over and draining it. Probably would have happened a lot earlier. Now, don't forget to use heavy gloves when it's at this temperature. You don't want to burn yourself because, oh, look, it's starting to stretch. Look at that. Anyway, put it back on the whey for a little bit more. And this surprised me so much. I'd started to get a glimmer of hope. Oh, look at that. And it was starting to stretch and be shiny. So I'd popped it back into the whey. Let's have a look there again. And stretch it did. So that was fantastic. And yeah, that was perfect. So I continued on stretching the curd. So there it is, perfecto. So that stretched up to about a metre, which is about a yard, close enough to it without breaking at that stage. So it was actually ready to do. So that took nearly 9 hours to get to the correct pH. Which is incredible. It's a long, long time. So if you're going to make provolone, set aside a good day. Or, yeah, anyway. So I put the slab in there, and eventually I broke it into 3 bits just to heat it up. It continued to acidify while it was in there, so I just gently stretched it underneath the whey, continued to dip it in there until it started to stretch. I knew it was getting there when it started to see a shiny surface on the cheese, and it was stretching well, as you can see there, which was really good. So I could stretch each individual piece. It was shiny, dunk it back in the water, it wouldn't snap. So I knew I was there. I was at the right pH for making the ball of provolone that I was going to make. So I was squeezing it tightly, get any air bubbles out. So I did this to each of the 3 pieces, and then I simply moulded them together and stretched the surface of it, and then folded it over, and then folded it so it was shiny, and then made it to a neck over on the other side, formed it into a pear shape. And as you can see there, keep dunking in the water to keep it warm. And then once you get a neck on it, then just poke the top of the neck back in with your thumb. And that keeps the excess in. It kind of seals the neck. Now, what would I do differently next time? Besides not cutting the slab up into a cube, I would double this recipe. So I would use 16 litres of milk to make a bigger provolone. That's probably about all I do. Because of the amount of time it takes, I'd want a bigger cheese, bigger bang for the buck. This is pretty small, and you'll see this next when it's hanging, how small this cheese turned out. Yeah, that's about all I do. Double the recipe, and I would not cut it into cubes. I'd let it rest as one big slab to get down to the right pH, and just be patient, I think, too. So So once it was formed into its shape, I put it into the iced water. The water had actually cooled down a little bit, and which was good. It was still kept its shape. So I kept it in there for 15 minutes. And that helped keep its pear shape, which was what I was after, so I could actually hang it in string. So there's 15 minutes later, I'm putting it into the 18% saturated brine. We brine that for a total of 8 hours. This is a very dense cheese now, so need that 8 hours, and provolone is normally a very salty cheese anyway. So halfway through the 8 hours, about the 4-hour mark, you just need to roll that so that it is salted throughout. So after 8 hours, you simply put it onto a drying mat. Now it will have a tendency to change its shape because it is still fairly pliable at this stage. So we're going to air dry that only for a couple of hours, so 2 hours, and we're going to turn it regularly to prevent it from flattening on the bottom. So we're going to cure that at 17 to 18 Celsius or 62 to 65 Fahrenheit at 80% relative humidity. We're going to turn that daily or move it around daily. And if you get mold on it, then wipe that off with a salt vinegar solution. So it's a teaspoon of salt to half a cup of vinegar, and just wipe that off.
Well, here's my tiny provolone after 2 weeks, and I'm about to oil it. So it's been hanging here in the string onion bag. It's been about 17, 18 degrees Celsius here, which I think is about 63 Fahrenheit. Here at home, it's autumn here in Australia. So technically it's been the right temperature, so we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'm going to coat it in olive oil now for its rest of its curing. Alrighty, so we're just going to take it out of its string bag. I just tied it on a little knot here so I can reuse it later. Now the beauty of hanging these is that the flat bit that you saw earlier is completely rounded now, and you can see it's nice and smooth. This is after 2 weeks. You can see that there's a nice rinds form. It's very solid. A lot of the moisture's gone out. It's very smooth. I've got nice clean hands, by the way. Anyway, so we're just going to oil that now to assist in further rind development. So I've just got my olive oil here. Get the scissors out of the way. I need a little bit of oil. So then we'll do this once a month. Now I don't know, this is a fairly small cheese, so this will probably only last, this might dry out too much, so I'm thinking it's only going to be able to mature for a little while. So let's put a little bit in there so it doesn't get mold in it. So this is going to help protect any mold development, stop it from drying out as it's hanging in its bag. Now I'm going to, instead of hanging this in the kitchen where it tends to get a little bit warm, I'm going to hang it in the laundry where it tends to be cooler in the house. So I'm going to put it back in its string bag. Now that it's all oiled, just one hand. Get that out of the way, give it a string. This is twine that's used for making salami. I just happen to have some from my salami making.
So I'm basically just tying a knot in the end there and looping it through the string bag a little bit for some added support. Pretty simple, just add a loop there so I can hang it on a hook that I've got in the laundry. Now that I'm going to cure this for between 2 to 4 months for a dolce, because it's pretty small. I don't think I'll be able to do the 6 to 12 months for the piccanti, but we'll see. And there we go. Nice loop, just cut off the excess. And that's perfect. So that's going to protect, sorry, not protect, but that's going to stop, it's all well oiled, stop the mould from getting to the cheese and help with rind development. So that's a nice quick way to hang your cheese. Well, there you have it, curd nerds. There's the Provolone, a dainty little cheese with only 8 litres of milk, and it did take a long time to make, as you could see in the video. But I think it'll be well worth it. Now, I don't know if we'll get to the piquant stage or piccanti stage. This may end up being a Provolone dolce. Depends on how long the rind holds out and how long, whether it dries out or not. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I'll pop that down there. Now, if you want to check out some other pasta filata videos, you can click through over here and check out my playlist. Also, if you'd like to buy the ingredients and stuff, check out littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And also, if you'd like to support the channel, then support via Patreon over here. Thanks for watching, curd nerds, and we'll see you next time. Well, g'day, curd nerds. Welcome to a Provolone taste test. Well, you can see here this Provolone is the one that I hung up in, I think it was the start of May this year. So it has shrunk a little bit. So let's take it out of the string bag and we'll see what it looks like, shall we? So the string bag I used was an onion bag. And it looks like it's decayed a little bit. I'll get some of that red stuff out of the way. I don't want that in my cheese. Now, the cheese itself is quite hard. So let's see what I can do here, whether I can cut it in half or what. So it's got a very good rind. It's got some indentations, so where obviously there were holes or gaps or something like that. There's not a spot of mould on it, so the oil that I wiped over it a couple of times seemed to work okay, so that prevented mould. It just smells like milk, so let's see what I can do here without cutting my hand off. Get that plastic out the way. Oh, here we go. Rightio. That's actually soft in the middle. Well, not soft. Oh, that has an amazing smell. Anyway, let's get a close-up of that, shall we? So you can see there, it's got quite a thick rind. The rind probably is about that far in, as you can see. And in the centre, it's, well, I won't say soft, but it's certainly pliable. And the smell, it smells like the Provolone that I did a taste test on, the one that I store bought. Anyway, so let's cut off another slice and we'll see what happens, shall we? I'm going to cut my finger off. How shall we do this? Maybe cut it this way. Let's do it this way.
Okay, so that's pretty nice, doesn't it? So a little bit of eye formation there, only very slightly. It's not supposed to have any, it's supposed to be quite smooth. But this looks pretty good, as far as I can tell. So similar shape to the bits of provolone you get in the store, except this one's not as large. But yeah, certainly pretty good. And like I said, it's soft. So let's get into it, have a taste test. I've got a lot of it here, haven't I? I thought this was going to be very small, but it seems to have worked out all right. Anyway, let's zoom out again, shall we? Cuts all right. It's not sticking to the knife. So I've got some little wedges there. Let's have a look. It's quite dry. It's not chewy. Certainly has that piquante flavour that I was striving for. So I think I've got the taste down pat. That's good. It's well salted. You can taste that all the way through. So the brining worked well. But I'll tell you what, let's get to the rind. It's got the same texture as the piece of authentic provolone that I bought from Italy. So that's really good. I would call this a success. So it doesn't matter if you think you fail, as long as you get in the right shape, I suppose, and the cultures do their thing and turn those fats into the flavours that we know and love, and the lipase that was in there, and the thermophilic culture, mesophilic culture, then your cheese is going to turn out okay. I thought it was going to be a flop, but I hung on to it, literally, and hung it up in the laundry, and it has turned out to be a very, very nice cheese. Not as strong as a Parmesan, so I know they call provolone a poor man's Parmesan, but certainly not as strong as that. But certainly has the flavour profile, the piquante flavour profile. Rind's a bit strong. It'd melt well too. You can tell by the fat profile. But that'd be good. Good for grating, good grating cheese. Probably be okay on a cheese platter. But yeah, nice cheese. So if you want to see how I made provolone, then check out the video over here. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and you can visit littlegreenworkshops.com.au for all sorts of kits like these ones to make your very own cheese at home. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today, a big announcement. I have finally just put the finishing touches on my beginner's cheese making course, and it's called the Curd Nerd Academy for beginners. So it's part of the Little Green Workshops brand / business, and Kim and I are going to be making many more courses besides this cheese one, of course, but the cheese one is the first one. So the great thing is there are 8 modules. So the Curd Nerd Academy course was built for aspiring curd nerds, and to make it a lot easier to understand the steps necessary to become a cheesemaker at home. So the good thing about the course is that it being online, you can work at your own pace. There are step-by-step instructions. We have sections on equipment, ingredients, essential skills, and then we go into making 9 different cheeses on the courses, from soft cheeses to pasta filata, and then finally some cooked curd cheeses. However, you do learn about all the different types of cheeses and the basic elements of cheese making throughout the course as well. Obviously, I highly recommend it because I made it. So if you are struggling to understand how cheese making works and you would like to get a head start on everybody else, then pop over to my cheese making academy or curd nerd academy over at courses.littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I will put the link to the course in the description below, so go and check that out. I think it's fairly priced and you'll get a lot of benefit out of it. There are also some bonus items, including a full copy of my ebook, Keep Calm and Make Cheese, the Beginner's Guide to Cheese Making at Home, and a discount coupon for anything that you want to buy in the store at Little Green Workshops. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds. I hope you pop over and have a look anyway at the curriculum for the course, the Curd Nerd Academy Beginners course. All right, once again, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today, we're making robiola. Now, robiola is a style of cheese, and it is from around the Torino area in Italy, and there are many, many variations. I've made one of those variations today, my own. So, some of the variations are robiola rocchetta, which is a triple milk cheese, so made from cow, goat, and sheep. And then there's robiola di Roccaverano, which is a PDO cheese, and that's a bloomy goat cheese, and that's eaten fresh within about 10 days. Then there's robiola da Bosco, which is a red mold ripened cheese, which is a combination of cow and sheep's milk. Then there's robiola la Contessa, which is a goat and cow's milk mix robiola. And then finally, probably not finally, but the final one I've got on my list is robiola da Buffalo, which is a buffalo milk bloomy robiola. Now, the version I've stuck with is a very simple one. It is a fresh cheese made from whole cow's milk, pasteurized, unhomogenized milk, and it's very simple to make. I had one or two little issues during the make where the cheese didn't want to come out of the little baskets that I was using, but in the end it seemed to work out okay, and I've got 4 amazing robiola cheeses right here to taste. I'll taste one of them and we'll see how we go. But anyway, let me show you how I made my version of that famous Italian cheese robiola. So start off by sanitizing all of your equipment. I'm using a 5-litre bladder of pasteurized unhomogenized milk. The ingredients for robiola are 5 litres or 5.28 quarts of whole cow's milk, pasteurized and unhomogenized, 1/8 of a teaspoon of flora danica, 6 drops of single strength liquid rennet diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, 1/8 of a teaspoon of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, and an 18% saturated brine solution. So begin by heating your milk up in whatever method you choose. I'm using a precision cooker and a water bath to heat my milk. So heat the milk up to 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. And we've reached the temperature already, so that's really good. And now we're going to add the calcium chloride. Just stir that through. And then add the starter culture. So yes, just checking, it is flora danica indeed. And just get your teaspoon, make it level, and then just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. So put the lid back on, and we're going to allow the culture to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to stir the culture into the milk with an up and down motion. Just check the temperature, yep, spot on.
I'm going to allow the milk to ripen for 4 hours. So 4 hours later, just going to stir the cream back in. Check the temperature. Yep, fairly good. And now we're going to add the rennet. Just pour that in whilst you're stirring the milk. So stir for no more than 1 minute. So allow the milk to set for 8 hours. This is a lactic set cheese, so it takes a long time. We only had 6 drops of rennet. So I'm just checking this after 8 hours just to see how much whey is expelled. And there's only a little bit on the surface there, so I want it to set a little bit better than that. They have separated slightly, but we're going to put the lid back on now, and we're going to allow it to set for a further 8 hours. So 16 hours in total. Now notice that I've kept it in the water bath, just to make sure it's the right temperature. Now you can see a lot more whey has been expelled there, and that's perfect, that's what we want. So it's about 1 centimetre of whey, or ½ an inch on top of the curds. So I'm just going to remove the heat. So take my precision cooker away and remove the water from the water bath. Now we're going to cut the curds into vertical columns only, about 4 centimetres apart, or 1½ inches. So the larger the cut, the more moisture the curds will hold, and Robbiola is a fairly moist cheese. So I've done them into columns, so we're going to allow the curds to heal now for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we're going to do the horizontal cuts, or as best we can. Same distance apart, so just using your curd knife. And there we go, so you've got some big chunks there. So gently stir it. As this is a lactic set cheese, it does have a tendency to fracture, so gently stir and separate the curds. So I'm going to do a quick stir for about 10 minutes. Now if you find them fracturing too easily, then just calm down on the stirring. So you could probably stir for about 5 minutes. See, it's starting to there, so I slowed down. So line your baskets with a loose weave cheesecloth. If I'm using a medium-sized basket here, and I cut a big square of cheesecloth into quarters. Now ladle the curds into the basket, and don't add any extra baskets, just use all the curds up in those baskets as it drains away. Now it will take a little while to drain. Just keep topping them up as they drain away. And then use all the curds up. So drain for 30 minutes after you put the last of the curds in. Now you'll notice that the whey is running clear, so that's a good sign that you're doing everything right. Just fold the cloth over the top of the cheese. This helps make a nice smoother surface on the cheese itself because it's very delicate. And then drain for a further 1 hour. Little parcels of cheese. So after that hour, I thought I might be able to take the cheese out of the cloth. So I just checked the first one there. And it was a little bit too delicate, so I decided not to and just wrapped it back up and then flipped it over. So I'm flipping them all over in their cloth and then drained for a further 90 minutes. So 90 minutes later, I'm going to attempt to take it out of the cloth again. So we're going to remove the cheese, each cheese from its cloth, and then pop it into the basket naked. This one's a little bit flatter. Had a bit of trouble, so I decided to leave this one in the cloth. But the other three certainly have been removed from the cloth now. So we're going to drain that for a further hour. So after the hour, we're going to remove each cheese and just flip them over in their baskets. A little bit tricky sometimes, but you can get the hang of it. Those are the three bigger ones, and then I took this one out of its cloth now. And once you've got them all back into the baskets again, drain for 18 hours. Don't forget to put an umbrella on top. Keeps the beasties away. Alright, so we're all fully drained now, and they are firm, so pop them into your brine solution for 60 minutes. Just squeeze them all in there. They'll all fit. Lost a little bit of brine, but that's okay. There we go. Now 1 hour of brining time for this cheese is perfect. I wouldn't do it any less or any more. They're very soft cheeses and they'll absorb the salt quite readily. So now we're going to remove the cheese from the brine and place them on a mat in a ripening box. So 2 per box because they are fairly wide. And we're going to ripen for 5 days at 13 Celsius or 55 Fahrenheit at 80% relative humidity, and don't forget to turn daily. So without further ado, let's have a look at the final result. These have been aging for about 5 days in ripening boxes. So these are just plastic boxes with a little plastic mat in the bottom to keep the humidity in and to help them dry out. Let's have a look. There's the 2 styles in this one. One is the larger one. It's just looks a bit wonky, but let's get them out. There's a lot of whey in the bottom, and that's only after 1 day after I drained it out yesterday. We'll see how that goes. And let's take them off the board. So they're still fairly moist on the bottom. These cheeses probably could have air dried a little bit before we taste them, but hey, what the heck. They're dry on top, and then there's the big flat one. Okay, let's try to give it a smell. Smells very milky. Well, it's a fresh cheese. Now, you can, as I mentioned, all those different varieties of Robiola. So you could age these longer and let them grow a bloomy rind. However, you would have to add some Penicillium candidum into the mix when you're making the cheese. Or you could let it turn into a washed rind cheese by adding some Brevibacteria linens and washing the surface of the cheese. However, I haven't because I've gone for the fresh version of Robiola. So yeah, I'm going to see what it tastes like. For a lactic set cheese. I've got some crackers here. Good table cheese apparently. A bit crumbly. That's a big wedge of cheese. You can see a little bit of a rind around it. Just a little, but as a fresh cheese, you know, what do you expect? It's too much. I'm getting too excited here. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. Cheese for breakfast. Rightio. I'll try a little bit by itself first. It's very nice. Very smooth paste, very fresh. That 1 hour of brining was perfect. I wouldn't brine it any less or any more.
The salt content of the cheese is spot on. So that's a bonus. That's good. Yeah, very milky, creamy, a little bit of a tang there from the starter culture, starting to develop some acid within the cheese. So very nice. Let's try it with a cracker. Very nice. Like that. It's very mild, but it's got that subtle acidity, which is beautiful in these fresh shorter cheeses. There you go. So that's Robbiola. Milky, fresh, slight acidity, nice saltiness to it. But as far as a fresh cheese goes, you couldn't do much better, because really, as a farmhouse cheese, you want something nice and quick. So fully matured within 5 days, and you're right to go. Serve this up on a cheese platter, no problems at all. So really good. So Robbiola, so that's my take on it. Thank you very much for watching. If you want to buy the ingredients to make this cheese, pop over to littlegreenworkshops.com.au and pick them up. So I'll also put in a recipe card down in the description, so you can make this cheese at your leisure with a printed copy. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Right, just checking in, making sure everybody's okay. Yes, here I am. I've had about 3 hours sleep, and yeah, we're live again. Hopefully you can hear me okay, and if you're still in the chat, then why don't you just chime in and say g'day? It would be lovely to hear from you. Anyway, back with the show. Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Did you know that I've also got a merch store? Yes, I sell mugs, t-shirts, stickers, and aprons even, yes, over at merch.cheeseman.tv. You can see that most items are very inexpensive, and they are also fulfilled from Australia, Canada, the United States, and the EU. So no matter where you are throughout the world, the shipping times are very fast. So the merch is fulfilled by Fourth Wall, which is a merch or print-on-demand company, and I find their services to be top rate because I've tried many different print-on-demand services. So, because I order the merch myself, like this cup, talk curdy to me, then you can see that I have experience in receiving my own merch at good times, and they are good quality. So if you want to check out and support the channel, then pop over to merch.cheeseman.tv. Thanks for listening to my little advert, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Well, today's cheese is Romano, and here are the ingredients here on the screen. We need 2 gallons of milk, or 7.6 litres, a quarter teaspoon of thermophilic culture, quarter teaspoon of Paese, 2.5 ml liquid vegetable, rennet, and 2.5 of calcium chloride if you're not using raw milk or unhomogenized milk. Now this milk here I'm using is raw milk. It was given to me by a friend, and in a frozen state, so you can see that it's 0 degrees. So I'm just stirring around chunks of ice there, so just to heat it up. So it's now at temperature, it's at 33 degrees, and I'm adding the culture, so the thermophilic culture, and here I'm adding the Paese. Now what I should have done
is add it to some water and let it mature. But you can add it directly if you're using if you're going to heat your cheese up and leave it for a long time. So give that a quick stir. There's a lot of cream in this milk, so I had to stir that a lot. So now we let that rest, and we let that rest for 15 minutes and let it ripen. So once it's ripened, you can see that all the cream's risen to the top. So I have to stir that thoroughly through again. Now just making sure that the temperature's still at 33 degrees Celsius. Which it is. Just turning off the heat. So now goes in the diluted rennet. Once I find it, there it is. So it's diluted with a quarter of a cup or 60 mils of cool boiled water. So stir that all the way through. Give that a good stir. So I stirred that for about 2 minutes to make sure that the cream's all mixed in. And we're going to let that rest to coagulate for 40 minutes. Okay, so 40 minutes is up. You can see a lot of creams to the top again. And I'm going to try my fancy new curd cutter. There it is. It's made for the smaller pot, so we'll just try that. So it goes in fine. However, the curd is so solid because I'm using raw milk. I'm finding it very hard to turn it around. As you can see, when I turn it around, the curd turns itself. So I've given that up as a bad joke. And we'll have to go back to the good old method of using a knife. So I'll break out my curd knife. Luckily I sterilised it beforehand. And we're cutting it into 6mm cubes or 1/4 inch cubes, so pretty small. Now the curd, because it's so solid, keeps turning around and around, probably because I moved it with the curd cutter. But I've sped this bit up. So it takes a while to cut the curd. You want to make sure it gets into the smallest cubes you can possible. I could have used a whisk. Is another way to do it, to make sure that the curd's very small for Romano, very similar to Parmesan. So now I'm using the curd cutter to try to get that through, and it's working a bit, but it's still very solid, so I'm trying to get it smaller because the chunks are too big there, so I'm going to have to resort back to the knife again. So just trying to cut that as small as I can without squishing the curd. I'm going to make sure it has square edges. It loses more way that way. So I'm going to let that rest for 10 minutes, and 10 minutes later, back here again. And I've got the whisk out this time, and we're going to stir it with the whisk. Makes it's a lot smaller and easy to manage. So what we're going to do now is slowly heat the curds up to 48 degrees Celsius. And that needs to take 30 to 45 minutes. Now I've sped that up for the purpose of the exercise. Instead of you watching me do it forever. So as you can see, it's a lot smaller. It's up to temperature now. And now what we have to do is actually stir it for another 45 minutes. So 45 minutes later, you can see the curd's very small. My arm's very sore. I'm on my right hand now. I'm normally left-handed. And we're going to pour off the whey now. So pouring the whey off there. Into a lined colander. Now this whey I used for the last video that I made, which was whey ricotta, and it was lovely because there was so much butterfat in the whey still that it made a very nice ricotta. So just getting the last bits of it out there. My hands were cleaned with vinegar. So we're going to put that into a 1 kilo cheese mould now. Now because this is really thin cheesecloth, I've actually lined it with a chucks or a handy wipe or whatever you want to call it, and that's been sterilised in boiling water as well. So just drain as much of that as you can off. And pop it in there as best you can. So once it's in there, we top that with the follower, and we're going to press that at 5 kilograms or 10 pounds for 30 minutes. And this gives it its initial shape. There we go, the follower on the top. I'm going to put the spring on top and put it in the press. Now with my method I've just got to estimate, so you know, fairly loosely is about 5 kilograms or 10 pounds. As I said, that's for 30 minutes. Okay, I'll let that sit there. Okay, 30 minutes later, we take it out of the press. We gently unwrap the cheese because it's not quite formed. If you're rough with it, it will fall apart, and then you'll have to do that first step again. Now everything's been cleaned, the sink top, everything there, just to make sure that no moulds get into the cheese, and it's as hygienic as possible. Now I've sped it up there because this takes a while, and simply just turning it over. I'm going to use just the chucks itself now, and I've wrung that out. So just simply turn it over very gently, wrap it up, pop it back in the mould again, pop the follower on top, and this time we're going to press at 11 kilos or 25 pounds for 3 hours. So 3 hours later, just going to flip it over again. You can see it shrunk quite a bit and sped up for the purposes of the video. Okay, get any bits off it and re-wrap it back up again. Pop it back in the mould, pop the follower back on top. And this time we're going to press it at 20 kilograms or 40 pounds roughly for 12 hours. So we'll leave that overnight. So 12 hours later, it's daylight. Now we're going to take it over, turn it over one more time. And this time we're going to, you can see it shrunk a fair bit there. You turn it over and we're going to press it at about 10 kilos or 20 pounds for another 12 hours. So follow it back on top, spring back on top, and then back into the press. So that's the final pressing. Like I said, we put that in there for 12 hours. And the next stage, once we've taken it out of the press, we put it into brine. Now you saw the brine at the start of the recipe. So I've had this in there for 6 hours already. And turning it over. So you flip it every 6 hours, you leave it in the brine for 24 hours. The cheese is small, it'll absorb lots of salt. And we leave it at a room temperature, about 21 degrees Celsius or 70 Fahrenheit. And we just put that back on there. The reason I got that white thing on the top is to stop it from floating. Once you take it out of the brine, pat it dry and place it in the cheese fridge at 13 degrees C or 55 Fahrenheit at 80 to 85% humidity for 10 months. Shorter if you like, probably only by a couple of months, and longer if you like to. And just follow those instructions and you should be right as rain. I usually wax mine. There's the cheese out of the press, drying, ready to go into the cheese fridge. Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Well, g'day curd nerds. Today we're going to make saffron infused cheese. Well, I've been told that this recipe is based on a Sicilian cheese, which I cannot find the name of. I got the recipe from cheesemaking.com, from New England Cheesemaking Supply, and Jim Wallace was the author of the recipe. Anyway, it looks extremely yellow, and this is because of the addition of the saffron, and I've also put in black peppercorns. So let's check out how we made saffron infused cheese.
So the milk we're using today is Inglenook Dairy's unhomogenized milk. It's delightful and sets a really good curd. So the ingredients are 10 litres of whole milk or full cream milk. Unhomogenized is preferred. 1/8 of a teaspoon of Floridanica. 1/8 of a teaspoon of thermophilic culture. 1/2 teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 cup of cool non-chlorinated water. 1/2 teaspoon or 2.5 millilitres of liquid rennet, single strengths diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water. You'll also need 1/2 gram of saffron, 1/2 tablespoon of black peppercorns, and an 18% brine solution. And as you can see there, I'm filling up the pot with the milk. There was a little bit of thick cream on top, so I stirred that in, trying not to break the surface of the milk. Anyway, heat up your milk to 27 degrees Celsius or 80 degrees Fahrenheit. There's still a bit of cream on top, so I'm trying to stir that in there. So meanwhile, while you're waiting for your milk to heat up, we're going to toast the peppercorns for 2 minutes until they start moving around. And you can see there on the video what I'm talking about, moving around. They just start to jump around like jelly beans or jumping beans. And then you've got a fair idea that they're cooked. But move them all the time because they will burn on one side and you don't want that to happen. Nothing worse than burnt peppercorns. What this does, it releases the scent of the spices and makes them more aromatic. Okay, so I've got the heat turned off there. So we're going to put those in a container for later use, for when we fill up our basket with our curds. Now I've got my saffron there. I just bought it from the supermarket. It didn't really smell very much, so I probably prefer some fresher saffron if I could get it. But anyway, I had to do what I did. So I toasted the saffron for 20 seconds only. And I actually counted to 20 while I was doing this. So you don't want the saffron to burn. You could smell the flavours coming off in the steam. It was quite amazing, nice aroma. But take it off the heat as soon as you can, and set that all aside for the next step. There we go. So we're going to move over to the mortar and pestle. So place half of the saffron that you just toasted into the mortar and pestle and grind that into a powder. You see my pestle action there? Or is that the mortar? That's the mortar. The pestle, I think, is the bowl. Or is it pestle? I don't know. Anyway, so set that aside for later use. In fact, later uses right now. So once your milk has come up to temperature, just take half a cup of the milk, which is 125 mils, and add that to the powder and just mix that well, and it goes a really, really dark orange colour there, as you can see. So just swirl that around, get all the powder dissolved into your milk. Okay, I think that's enough mixing, Gav. Just leave it. Okay, good. All right, back over to the milk again. And it is at temperature, which is great. So I'm just taking the thermometer out there and just give it a quick stir to get the cream that's floated to the top back into the milk again. And then we're going to add the starter cultures. Now, remembering that we needed 2 starter cultures for this cheese, we're going to add in the Flora Danica and the thermophilic starter culture. The reason we're using the Flora Danica is not for the aroma, but more so for the strains of culture within it that produce a little bit of gas, so the texture of the cheese will be a little bit more open than you would see for a cheddar or something like that. And there goes in the Flora Danica there. The first one was the thermophilic. There we go. So we're going to cover that, and we're going to allow the starter cultures to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So stir in the starter cultures. Just using a top to bottom stirring action there. Just make sure they're well incorporated within the milk. So I usually give this a stir for about a minute. So once the starter cultures are thoroughly mixed through, we're going to cover the milk and allow it to ripen for 60 minutes at 27 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's quite a long ripening time. So 60 minutes later, we're going to give it a quick stir, just put that cream back in there again. And we're going to add in the saffron infused milk that we prepared earlier. So just pour that lovely dark orange colour in there. Now there was a bit left in the pestle, so I put a little bit of water and then put that through. So then stir your milk thoroughly to make sure it's well mixed. And look at that colour change, it's amazing. Clip your thermometer back on because we're going to do another ripening stage. Just check the temperature there. It's cracked up a little bit, but that's okay. So we're now going to heat the milk up to 35 degrees Celsius and 95 Fahrenheit. The first ripening time, the temperature was perfect for the Floridanica. This temperature is more suited for the thermophilic starter culture. Okay, so we've got to the target temperature, or close enough. There we go. Yep, 35, perfect. So there's a second ripening time, and I'm going to allow that to ripen for 30 minutes at 35 degrees Celsius or 95 Fahrenheit. I'm just taking off the heat because I know that my little steam bath increases the heat over time. So just check the temperature again. Yep, close enough to 35. I'm going to add the calcium chloride. Now, I did this out of shot before I checked the temperature like a silly duffer. But anyway, so we're adding the rennet right now. So we have added the calcium chloride before the rennet. So give that a good stir, no more than a minute. You don't want to wreck the coagulation action. So then cover the milk and allow it to set for 45 minutes at 35 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit. So just check for a clean break. Now if you don't get a clean break at this stage, then just wait another 10 minutes and then check it again. But that looks pretty good. So using my trusty curd harp, I'm going to cut the curds into 1.25 centimetre or half-inch cubes. So that was the verticals. Now I'm doing that was the horizontals. Now I'm doing the verticals with my new vertical curd harp. And that looks like it's working quite well. Bit of a crazy method, but it seems to work okay for me. Perfect, no big ones. Cubes, that is. Okay, so just tap that off. I'm going to cover that up now. And we're going to let it heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, you'll see a fair bit of whey on the top there, but that's normal. Just giving a gentle lift, move the curds just to see that they're all cut. You don't want to go like a bull at a gate first up, just in case the curds are a little bit fragile. So very gently, just moving them as you can see there. If there are any large cubes, then just cut them with the edge of your spoon as necessary, as you can see me doing there. Okay, so I'm going to gently stir the curds now for 10 minutes. And this just helps expel some more whey and makes the curd firmer. So that's 10 minutes later. And you can see that the curd size has shrunk, a little bit, which is good. So just cover that and allow the curds to settle for 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes later, we're going to remove the whey down to 5 centimetres above the curds. Well, that's 2 inches. But you can just see the curds through it. So there I am, just using a cup measure to dip off. I'm not actually measuring how much I take off. Just going to estimate the level of the curds. Now you can make this easier by using a sieve and then dipping the cup into the sieve. That way you won't get any curds in it. So I've reached the level there, so I'm just going to stir that for about a minute to break up the curds to make sure they don't mat. So we're going to cover that up again, and we're going to allow that to settle for 5 minutes again. Okay, meanwhile, heat up 5 litres of water to 82 degrees Celsius. So you can see that's the pot in the distance there on the in the shot. So just remove the whey down to just above the curds this time. Probably get about another litre of whey out of that, which is 4 cups. And I'm just checking the temperature. I think it's about 33.1 this stage. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be cooking the curds, and we're going to be adding hot water over the next 10 to 15 minutes to bring the temperature up to 39 degrees Celsius, 102 Fahrenheit. So you just add a little bit of a time there. I've added 3 cups initially, and then we give that a stir and we check the temperature. And I'm not sure what that says because I can't read it. There we go, 36.3. And add a couple more cups, give it a stir. Check the temperature, we're up to 38.0. Add a couple more. So a 38.3. So I'm just adding half a cup at a time at the moment. There we go. So that's 39. Close enough, that'll do. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, 39.1. So we've reached the target temperature there, and we're going to stir that now for 15 minutes. So we're still at the target temperature after the 15 minutes, which is perfect. So we can stop stirring now, thank goodness. So we're going to cover that up, and we're now going to allow the curds to settle for 5 minutes again. So we're going to remove the whey down to just above the curds again. Now, whatever you do, don't throw away the whey that I'm putting into the pot behind. We will need that for one of the steps coming up in the future. Okay, so now that we've dipped off the whey as much as we can, we take this over to the draining area. And you can see I've got my saffron and my peppercorns all set up there. So drain as much whey as you can without actually tipping the curds into your basket. So just tip that through. If a little bit goes in, that's okay, but we're trying not to disturb the curd mass too much there. There we go. Just leave that sitting on the side. So as you can see there, I've got the basket underneath the cheesecloth sitting on top of a colander. So just because I'm going to handle some curds, I've just sprayed some white vinegar on my hands to kill off any yeasts or bacteria, and wiping them on a clean tea towel. Okay, so what we're going to do now is put a layer of curds into the basket. Not very thick. I'm thinking about 2 centimetres of a layer. There we go. So then we're going to add a fine layer of saffron. Just sprinkle that over the top. Try and stay away from the edges. Okay, then we're going to add another layer of curds. So breaking them up as you go along so you don't get any big chunks. And just try and cover up the layer of saffron that you previously laid down. Okay. He's getting a bit too excited. It's enough. Stop. Okay, so that's fully covered up the saffron now. Now we're going to add a layer of peppercorns, and definitely try and keep away from the edges because you don't want any of the peppercorns showing through on the rind. It can cause infections in the cheese if the rind is broken. So then add another layer of curds, just to cover up the peppercorns. And notice that I've kept my left hand there dry, so it's easier to manipulate the saffron and the peppercorns. So I'm only putting curds in the basket with my right hand. So add another layer of saffron. And there's a closer shot there. And then put another layer of curds over the top. And some peppercorns. Trying to stay away from the edge, I'm clumsy. And then add a layer of curds. And then the remaining saffron. Sorry, getting carried away there. And then the last of the peppercorns. And then top that off with a layer of the curds, and that should be the last of the curds. Seems to have worked out quite well there. And that was a silly thing to do because all the peppercorns came back up. I had to poke them down with my finger. Okay, so fold the cloth over and then put the follower on top. And I'm going to get ready for pressing. So just take that over to your trusty cheese press. I'm going to press it fairly lightly at 4 kilograms or 8 pounds for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, that whey that you reserved, we're going to heat that up to 80 degrees Celsius or 172 Fahrenheit. And we're going to add in half a teaspoon of salt. Stir that through and then give that a mix to make sure that dissolves. So we're basically making ricotta here. So once it's at the temperature, we're going to add quarter to a half a teaspoon of citric acid dissolved in quarter of a cup of water. And that will release all the proteins. And leave that a little bit, and the ricotta comes to the top. So we scoop that into a basket. Now I could have used a sieve. I probably would have got a little bit more there, but just doing the best I can with what I had at the time. The yield I got out of this was probably about 150 grams of ricotta, which wasn't a lot. But it was lovely on toast for breakfast the next morning. Okay, so as the heat was turned off when the ricotta formed, we're just going to put the cheese, the saffron infused cheese, in its basket into the warm whey. So make sure that you've removed the cheese from the cheesecloth, and all there is the cheese in the basket. So you'll see that the temperature there is about 68, maybe 69. So I was aiming for around about 70 degrees. And what this will do, this will heat the cheese up to an internal temperature of about 45 degrees Celsius to 50, and that helps the thermophilic starter culture work. So we're going to leave the cheese in the whey for about 3 hours. And after about an hour, you'll see that the cheese floats to the top. A bit like making halloumi. So the heat's off, by the way. This is now cooling down. The whey is cooling down. So after the 3 hours, we remove the cheese from the whey, and we just let it sit on the drainer for 15 hours. And you can get rid of that whey or use it in your garden. There's not much protein left in it because we've made ricotta out of it already. But you can use it for all sorts of things. So we can turn it now initially. And then just pop that back in the basket. Then turn it after about 2 hours, just so it forms its shape. So after the 15 hours, this is the next day for me. We're going to remove the cheese from the basket and we're going to brine it for 6 hours, just stirring the salt that was come out of the brine there. So pop the cheese into the brine. Now sprinkle a layer of salt if it floats like that, if you haven't got a little plastic thing to keep it under. There we go. So leave that for 6 hours. But at the 3 hour mark, what we're going to do is we're just going to flip it over so it's evenly salted. As you can see, I wasn't very good with the peppercorns. There's some showing in the rind, but I'll just have to deal with that if any mold grows on it. So after it's been brined, we're going to move it to a ripening box. Just place it on the mat in there. Just allows any of the brine to drip off. There we go. So sitting nicely on the mat in the box. Okay, so now there's been many requests for me to weigh the cheese at this stage. So the pre-aging weight is 983 grams or 2.17 pounds. So a fairly good cheese for 10 litres of milk. It's about a 10% yield. So we're going to ripen the cheese at 10 to 13 degrees Celsius, 50 to 55 Fahrenheit at 80% relative humidity for 3 months and turn it weekly for even ripening. Looks pretty good. So make sure that if you get any mold growth, then just wipe that off with a simple brine solution. Okay, back to Gav.
So quite a unique process, as you saw. It's a great little cheese. I really did get a little bit complicated through the middle there with draining and all that sort of stuff, but hopefully you managed to get through that, and we'll be able to make this wonderful saffron infused cheese. If anybody knows the name, the real name of this cheese, then please leave a comment below, and that'd be fantastic. It's always good to know the names of one's cheese instead of just a generic saffron infused cheese. So thanks to Jim Wallace for letting me butcher your recipe and bring it down to a 10-litre recipe. I really appreciate you putting up those cheese making recipes up online. Anyway, curd nerds, don't forget that you can find all the ingredients and equipment and supplies over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. And you don't forget that the show is supported by patrons, either by YouTube memberships or on Patreon. The links are in the description below. Well, thanks for watching, curd nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, curd nerds. Today we're doing an update for the saffron infused cheese. Now, here it was just after the air drying, and it weighed in at 983 grams. A nice weight for a cheese that size. So it's been sitting in, ripening in the cheese cave for 2 weeks, and I've been turning it every other day. So what I'm doing there is just using a dry cloth, and I'm brushing off any mould that has built up. So just gently rubbing off the mould. So there's no need to use a simple brine solution or anything like that. Just a dry cloth and just rub off the mould. Now you won't get it all off. Just as long as the powdery bits are off, that's all fine. So just pop that on the mat there. Just get rid of any moisture that's built up over the last couple of days. And don't forget to wipe out your ripening box to make sure that that built up moisture is all gone. I'm just using some paper towel there. So I'm going to get some olive oil now and rub that into the surface of the cheese. What this does is prevents any further mold growth or build up. So just wiping that. Now you can be, you don't have to, it's not too sparingly. Look, I'm just pouring a little bit on there, rubbing it in until I can't see the mold anymore. So then do the sides as best you can. It tends to run off. It's a little bit of a pain, but down the sides like that. But yeah, rub over. Now, as I mentioned in the making video, it's probably best to make sure that all the peppercorns for this cheese not close to the rind. Actually, one of the peppercorns fell off. I don't know if we'll see that in a second, but as I was wiping the rind, the outside, one of the peppercorns popped off and left a bit of a dent, so I had to make sure I got some oil in there so mold wouldn't grow in it. So now I've got most of the mold off of that. I'm going to just do the bottom. So this is no special brand of olive oil. It's just the stuff we use for cooking. So just give it a good rub and make sure that you get into all the cracks and crevices with the oil. This also helps dry out the rind as well. And just prevents their, oh, there we go, there's the peppercorn that fell off. It prevents the surface from growing any more mold. So you may need to oil it at, say, the 1 month mark. But remembering this is 2 weeks into the cheese. Now I'm turning this weekly now. I'm past the every second day turning, so I just set a little time on my calendar to turn the cheese. Well, I hope you enjoyed this. And it should be ready to eat in a couple of months, but we'll see. Now, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like the video, give it a big thumbs up. Don't forget that the channel is also supported by patrons over at YouTube memberships or on Patreon. Well, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time.
Well, g'day, Curd Nerds. Today, we're going to be doing a taste test for saffron infused cheese. Yes, I made this way back in January 2019. It's now May 2019. So it has been maturing for 5 months, normally about 3 months. Maybe 4 months normally it would be to mature this cheese, but I left it for an extra month. It didn't do any damage, had a lot going on, that sort of thing, you know, life gets in the way of cheese. Anyway, pretty good looking. It hasn't puffed up, there's no gas formation during maturation. The colour has remained fairly well the same, which is good. So let's crack open the vacuum packing and see where we go from there. Oh, it's fairly dry, it's not moist. Oh, smells strong. Oh, smells strong indeed. All right, get that out of the way. Just a bit of a wipe of the hands. Ooh, that has a strong, well, peppery, I would think, sort of aroma. Now let's see if I can use the trusty cheese cutter to get through this very hard cheese. My God, it's moving. No, it's not going to cut it. It tried, but no cigar. Right, let's just get that out of the way. Got the sharpest knife on the planet. And where's the line? We'll try and cut down the line. There it is. I need some special cheese cutting tools for this one. Oh. My goodness. That's a solid cheese. Still going. Maybe it's the peppercorns. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, very nice. That looks fabulous. Really good. So that's lovely colour inside. You can see the flecks of saffron. You can see the cut pieces of peppercorns. Very cool indeed. So let's just I'll put half aside. When we'll cut this into quarters. Oh, that cuts a bit better. Oh, there we go. Very nice. Pop that over there. And we'll cut off a chunk for tasting. Oh. So it does have a little bit of eye formation. It's not mechanical. Looks like there was a little bit of gas. But then the bag wasn't puffed up any. So maybe they are mechanical holes. But that's okay. Very yellow, obviously from the saffron. Oh, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Oh, strong aromas like a well-aged Parmesan, I think. Let's try. Oh, very peppery. Oh, but the flavour is good. Oh. That. Sorry, I got a peppercorn stuck in my throat. That is very, very nice. So it's firm. A bit like an Alpine cheese in firmness. It's not crumbly. And there's this beautiful, subtle, the spice flavour from the saffron. Oh, it's just amazing. And then combine that with the peppercorns. And you get a little bit of peppery kick. Oh, so good. Oh my goodness. I hope this is how the official one from Sicily tastes like. Oh. Or is it Sardinia? I can't remember. That is a beautiful cheese. And as we say here in Australia, it's going straight to the pool room. Oh. That flavour is so much different than any other cheese I've tasted. But it's not overpowering. The peppercorns do it justice. Give that little spicy hint. And then the overall, the flavour from the saffron really complements this cheese. This is a delightful cheese. I really thought that the saffron that I used was probably a little bit too old when I made it, but no, the flavour has really come out. Probably be even more flavoursome with really fresh saffron, but I'll tell you what, this is just from the supermarket and it's delightful. This is very, very nice cheese indeed. Oh, I can't get enough. Now, I don't know about its melting properties. Might melt. But with the peppercorns in it, you probably wouldn't put in a cheese sandwich, toasty type thing anyway. I don't think it'd go very well with it. Very good on a cheese platter. Oh, there's even a sort of, I can feel it on the back of my tongue now. It's a little bit of a numbness. It's kind of what it feels like. It's not like taking cloves or anything like that, but it's a little subtle tingle on the back of the tongue. Obviously from the saffron, but oh, it is delightful. And excuse me for speaking while my mouth was full then. It's just the right dryness. So it's dried out just enough. It's not moist. It's not crumbly. You could grate it. It'd be nice on pasta as well, especially with a peppercorn kick to it too. But as an eating cheese, this is just delightful. And I'll leave it there, I think. Not much more I can say about saffron infused cheese with peppercorns. Very, very nice. So hopefully you've given it a go and it's sitting in your cheese cave. But if you haven't, go and check out the video over here. And you can buy the kit. I think the Italian cheese kit would probably be the best. And you pick that up over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Anyway, thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. You know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're going to be making, wait for it, Scamorza. So I've got this hanging on a hook for a reason, because that's how it's drying. Scamorza is an Italian cheese, and it is like a ripened mozzarella, if that makes sense. So these little beauties have been hanging here for about a week now. They've got a firmish sort of rind. Scamorza is I'll just get this hook out of the way. Scamorza is a pasta filata cheese, so it's a stretchy curd cheese. And it is very easy to make. Remember how I had trouble back in the mozzarella video, the mozzarella di Buffalo, where it took like 6 hours to get the acidity right for the curds before I could put it into hot water and stretch it? Well, I did some more experimentation with this recipe, very similar to the mozzarella di Buffalo, except Scamorza uses cow's milk. And I managed to quicken the pace of the cheese make down to 4 hours, and I was finished this by midnight. So I started about 11 a.m. making this, and I was finished to this stage, wrapped with the little strings, by 11 p.m. So that was good. There were, you know, I didn't have to do a lot in between when I was waiting. There's lots of waiting time, a little bit of stirring, not much. So great little cheese to make. Now, it's ready in 2 weeks, but it's starting to crack. Let me just, I can see this one here. Getting a little bit of a crack here as it dries out. I didn't fold the curds over properly, obviously. And a little bit of a thing going on here. But these are supposed to be ready in 2 weeks. So I might just try them now. I'll try one now and I'll age the other one out, the one that hasn't got as many cracks, which is the bottom one. So before I do that though, I will show you how I made Scamorza.
So start off by sanitising all of your equipment and lay it on a nice clean tea towel. So Scamorza ingredients are 5 litres or 1.3 gallons of cow's milk. I'm using pasteurised and unhomogenised milk. 1/16 of a teaspoon of MA11 or MO30 mesophilic culture. 1/16 of a teaspoon of MOT92 thermophilic culture or Thermo B. 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water. 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of single strength rennet, that is diluted in 1/4 of a cup of non-chlorinated water, and a cool 18% brine solution. So once you've got your milk in your pot and you've got the heat that you've chosen to use, then cover it up and allow it to come up to temperature. So the temperature for the milk is 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm just stirring the cream back in there. And yeah, it looks pretty good, spot on. Ready to proceed to the next step. So first of all, add the mesophilic starter culture. Just sprinkle that over the surface of the milk. And then add the thermophilic starter culture. Sprinkle that over the top. Then pop the lid back on and allow the cultures to rehydrate for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, stir the cultures into the milk. There we go, pop the lid back on, and now we're going to allow the milk to acidify or ripen for 1 hour. So after 1 hour, I'm going to stir any cream that's floated to the top back into the milk again. Just check the temperature, yep, still spot on. Gotta love that precision cooker. And add the calcium chloride solution and give it a good stir. This adds back any soluble calcium. It helps the milk set a better curd when using pasteurised milk. So now we're going to add the rennet. Just pour that in and stir for no more than 1 minute. So just still the milk, pop the lid back on, and we're going to allow that to coagulate or set for 45 minutes. So after 45 minutes, we're now going to check for a clean break. I'm just putting my knife in, turning it, and if it looks like a nice clean split, then absolutely perfect. Go on to the next stage and cut the curds into 8mm or 1/3 of an inch cubes. Just do it as best you can. I use my curd cutter to cut the horizontals and my curd knife to do the vertical cuts. There we go. Now pop the lid on and allow the curds to heal for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, a little bit of whey has been expelled. So now we're going to raise the temperature of the curds to 39 degrees Celsius or 102.2 Fahrenheit over the period of 45 minutes.
and stirring continuously. Having a bit of trouble doing a one-handed timer there. There we go. Nice. So I set my precision cooker to the right temperature, and 45 minutes later you'll see the curds have shrunk a fair bit, about the size of a navy bean now, and a lot of whey has been expelled. So just check the temperature, make sure it's spot on. Should be 39 Celsius or 102.2, and a little bit over, but that's fine. So allow the curds to settle and hold the temperature for 30 minutes. This will increase the acidity of the curds. So I'm just stopping the precision cooker there now, removing from the heat. Putting that out the way for the moment. Taking the water out and removing my trivet that was underneath the pot. I'm going to transfer the curds into a cheesecloth lined colander, and I've got a pot underneath that because I'm going to knead the whey to help with further acidification of the curds. So plop the lump of curds that's formed at the bottom, just cover that up, and we're going to allow it to drain for 15 minutes. So 15 minutes later, you've got a curd slab. So cut that into quarters, just using a curd knife. Don't apply too much pressure, you'll cut through the cloth. There we go, got our quarters. Now pop the quarters back into the pot that they originally came from. There we go. Just get rid of the cheesecloth and the colander. So pour enough whey over the top of the curds just to cover them, and we're going to allow them to acidify for 4 hours. Now the target pH we're aiming for is between 5.3 and 5 to get a good curd stretch. So we're going to keep the curds warm at 36 to 38 Celsius or 97 to 100 Fahrenheit. Over that 4 hours, and this will help it acidify quite rapidly as the starter cultures do their thing and convert the lactose into lactic acid. So there's the 4 hours on the timer. You can go and do some gardening or something. Now there's a big warning here, make sure you wear thick rubber gloves when handling the hot curds during the stretching phase, or you will burn yourself. Trust me, I know these things. So in a large bowl, place a small piece of curds and add hot water that is about 71 Celsius or 160 Fahrenheit. Certainly enough to scald yourself. So I boil the kettle and let it cool down for a few minutes so it comes down in temperature. And you can see I've cut a little piece off there, and I poured the hot water over the top. And now I'm just going to work it to see if it stretches. So this is just a little test to see if we've hit the right pH. I'm not using any pH meters or anything like that at the moment. pH meters were never used back in the olden days. So this little test is perfect. So we've got a perfect stretch there. So we're ready to stretch the rest of the curds into our Scamorza. Now if your curds don't stretch like this, then just allow them to wait underneath the whey at the same temperature for another 1 to 2 hours, and you can test it at 1 hour and it should stretch. And as I mentioned, the target pH is between 5.3 and 5.0 if you do have a pH meter. Now I'm cutting up 2 of the slabs, 2 of the quarters into fingers and popping that into my large bowl there. And then I'm going to put some more hot water on top. Before I do that, I'm going to fill a second bowl with iced water. So it's just cold water out of the tap. And then I'm going to put just some ice, handful of ice in there. You don't need too much. Okay, so putting my rubber glove back on again, I'm going to add more hot water to the curds, just to get the temperature up. So begin to stretch the curds until they have a shiny and smooth surface. They'll all come together quite well if the curds is at the right pH. So as you can see, they stretch very well. So I'm just making sure I'm getting a shiny surface, which I am, and just stretching a little bit more. And now I'm going to form the shape of the Scamorza. So it's a pear shape with a little bit of a neck, so you can hang it with a string. So I'm just shaping that roughly into a pear shape. You don't have to be particularly accurate with the shape of it, as long as it's got a little neck so it can hang. And a big bulbous bottom. There we go. Very nice. Just roll it in your hands until you get a smooth round bottom. So then you can place it in the cold water for 15 minutes to let it firm up and it won't stretch any further. So repeat the process with the next 2 quarters of the curds, just cut them up into fingers. And bring them together as one solid mass. So the reason you cut them up into fingers to start with is because they have a larger surface area and they heat up quicker that way. Then you can combine them into the single mass of curd or the ball of curd. If you need more hot water, then don't hesitate to tip out the old stuff and put in some fresh hot water. That way it's easier to work the curds. Just letting it warm up a little bit there. There we go, get a good stretch. So fold it a few times, give it a big stretch. And then form it into the shape, into the pear shape again. So I found with the 5 litres of milk, I got 2 decent sized Scamorzas. And you can see there it is, there's the pear shape with a neck. Very nice. Just roughly roll it into the pear shape with a little neck and then place it into the ice water. There we go, we have our 2 Scamorzas. Excellent. So you can remove the gloves. And I'm just setting a timer to remind myself to take those out of the cold water. So the next stage is to make up a brine, 2 litres of water and 450 grams of salt, that's an 18% saturation, and pop the 2 Scamorzas into the brine solution. They will definitely float. We're going to brine the Scamorza for 6 hours using this recipe. I found that gives a good salt saturation into the 2 cheeses. So 6 hours later, it's going to remove the 2 cheeses from the brine. Now we're going to hang them up now. So I've tied 2 bits of twine. This is salami twine with a reef knot. And then I've just created a loop and loop it over the neck. And then hang each cheese with the twine. Now, if you didn't see that correctly, then I'll show you closer up later on in the video how to make these little loops. Very simple. So hanging the first one up, then making a loop with this twine, popping it over the top of the neck of the Scamorza, and we're going to hang this one up. Now I made sure that the 2 loops were different lengths because when you hang the cheese for the 2 weeks, make sure that they're not touching or they will deform in shape. So I've just got them hanging over a pot freshly out of the brine. They will drip a little bit. I've just got a stainless steel hook and hanging that off a knob in the kitchen. They're not very heavy at all. So we're going to hang in a draft-free place for 1 to 2 weeks to mature, and you'll find that it creates a rind on the outside. There's the little hook and the little loop over the neck. Very cool indeed. So back to Gav for more on the maturation for the Scamorza. So there you go. I've quickened up the recipe, made it faster, which is great. Everybody needs a faster recipe. Nobody's got time to hang around and wait for curds to become acidic enough to stretch them. But yeah, great little stretch. I didn't stretch it too much. because apparently you're not supposed to. And we've got a lovely little Scamorza. What I love is this little nook on the neck where it's hung. Now, very easy, and I probably didn't show this as well in the tutorial part. All this is a loop of twine. This is a natural twine. This is used usually for making salamis and stuff. So food grade, no problems at all. So I just did a reef knot here, just on this bit here. And all you have to do is you do a loop. So you push the back through there. So we've got a nice little double loop. Whoops, stay there. So we've got a double loop now. It's not like magic trick or anything. Hook it over the neck of the cheese. Give it a little bit of a wiggle. And we're all done. And that's how you hang it. And then hang it on the hook. Somewhere that's not too dry. You can put these into, if you've got your cheese cave, you can put it in your cheese cave. The rind dries out fairly quickly, within about 2 or 3 days anyway. And you can keep the humidity up if you want. There's no mould on this at all because it's got nice firm skin. It's not too firm, I can still press into a little bit. But yeah, so that's how you ripen it. Just hang it somewhere. So let's have a look at the insides of the Scamorza. Like I said, it's just like a ripened mozzarella. There's no discolouring on the outside. This has been hanging there for about a week. So should be able to cut into it fairly easy. Oh, there you go. Nice. So as you can see there, we've got some little, it looks like rings and stuff. That's where I stretched the curd. And yeah, it looks really cool. So a little bit of an air bubble in there, but you'll get that because, the way you stretch the curds, it's going to have an air bubble. So that's Scamorza cut in half. A little bit firm. Smells quite nice. A bit like, hard to describe. A bit like provolone, or provolone, depends on how you want to say it. Let's cut a piece off for tastings. There we go. Bit of an air bubble there too. You'll get air bubbles through this because the way you stretch the cheese. So let's make it pretty, shall we, for the cameras? Come on, Scamorza, you can be pretty. There we go. Oh, that's salted just right. That's really good. Good as me. Such a fresh cheese too. There's the milkiness that you would normally get from mozzarella. It's got a little bit of extra something. A good umami flavour. Yeah, that's what it is. It does actually taste a fair bit like provolone. Provolone's aged a lot longer than this. This has only been aged for a week, as I mentioned. But it tastes really nice. You could cut the rind off if you wanted to. A little bit firm. Let's just try the inside. I'm just going to peel that off a little bit. It's probably criminal. Now, Scamorza can be smoked. There are smoked versions as well as just the fresh ones. So there's the rind off. And I dare say that it adds something to the flavour as well. I don't know how deep the smoke would penetrate into the cheese because, this is fairly firm. It gets smoked when it's fresh, obviously. It's comes, you've stretched it and hung it for a day. I was in two minds. I was thinking of getting some, I've got some liquid smoke in the cupboard, and what you could do is coat it in liquid smoke and then let it dry. And I think that would add a little bit of a smoky flavour if you're looking for that sort of effect for the cheese. Anyway, so this has no rind now. A lot smoother. Oh, the flavour intensity is really strong. Get that lovely milky flavour with the umami then kicks in. A little bit of saltiness. Absolutely perfect. Great cheese. So if you haven't tried Scamorza before, or something like Provolone, which is a ripened mozzarella basically, then you've got to give it a go. Really, this is so good. As you can tell, because I can't stop eating it. Oh, so good, so good. Anyway, that's Scamorza. It's like a ripened mozzarella. This one was made with cow's milk. Most Scamorzas are made with cow's milk. There is a buffalo version, I think, Scamorza de Buffalo. And I think there is also a PDO or DOP or AOC version that is in Italy. So this is not that. This is just Gav's version of a ripened mozzarella, and it's made with cow's milk. Really nice. Got to give it a go. Don't be scared of the pasta filata bit, the stretchy bit. It was very simple this time. I think this recipe we've nearly, I have, as far as I'm concerned, perfected the acidification of the curds for stretching the cheese. So follow this recipe and you'll have no problems making Scamorza whatsoever. You can get the ingredients, the cultures, the rennet, and some of the equipment over at Little Green Workshops. Don't forget that we've got a shop where we ship internationally, so worldwide, shipping to most countries. It's been great having you watch the video today. If you got this far, then you're obviously very keen, so don't forget to give it a like, and if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do so. Leave a comment down below if you've tried Scamorza before, or you've tried to make it, and how did it turn out for you? Anyway, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I'll see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds, I'm Gavin Weber and you're watching the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. During the live stream, you'll see many Italian style cheeses that I've made on my YouTube channel. And the videos are all there free for you to watch at any time. This live stream is obviously a compilation of all of those videos, including cheeses like Buffalo Mozzarella and some famous hard Italian cheeses like Parmesan, Grana Padano style, Asiago, and Pecorino Romano. I hope you enjoy the stream and get some value out of all these videos. I'll obviously be joining you in the chat for the entire time, maybe less a couple of hours that I need to have a sleep, but I'll be there in the chat to answer any questions during the stream. So, thanks for watching, and I hope you're enjoying the How to Make Italian Style Cheeses live stream. Well, g'day Curd Nerds. Today we're making Scyzz, spelled C-H-I-Z. So Scyzz is an Italian cheese, and it's a very fresh cheese. So it doesn't take very long to make it all. And yeah, I think that it's going to taste fairly nice. Anyway, I've cut a bit. You can see the block there of the cheese. It was just made in a feta mold that I had, a square mold. Traditionally it's made in square mold, so yeah, it's pretty cool. It originated in the alpine regions of Italy, and when the cows came down from the pastures after they made, you know, the alpine style cheeses, the milk that was left in the udders before the cows dried up, they turned it into Scyzz. So this is how you make Scyzz.
So this is something I should probably show a little bit more often, but make sure you sanitize your equipment. You can see I'm boiling all of my stainless steel utensils, and I've got my ingredients set out. Now, there's not many for this cheese, just as you'll see, the ingredients are 4 litres or 4 quarts of whole cow's milk, 1/4 of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of calcium chloride, diluted in 1/4 cup of non-chlorinated water, a quarter of a teaspoon or 1.25 millilitres of liquid rennet. I'm using single strength IMCU 200, and that's diluted in quarter of a cup of cool non-chlorinated water. Now I've turned the heat on there. I'm attaching my thermometer just to make sure that we reach the target temperature, which is 38 degrees Celsius or 100 Fahrenheit. Now, to prevent it from heating up any further, I had to take it off my little double boiler set up there. So just making sure the cream's incorporated back in, keeps floating to the top all the time. And we're still at the right target temperature before we add in the ingredients. So we're going to add the calcium chloride solution now to the milk. Now I'm using pasteurised unhomogenised milk, which I found worked really well for this cheese. So just stir through your calcium chloride solution, and this adds soluble calcium back into the milk, which helps it set when you add the rennet to the milk, as I am doing so there. So stir the rennet into the milk, but no more than 1 minute. So cover, and we're going to allow that to set now for 30 minutes at 38 degrees Celsius, 100 Fahrenheit. The reason the temperature is so high is because there is no acidification of the milk, and the rennet sets better when the temperature is higher. So we're going to check for a clean break now. And that looks pretty good, but if yours isn't set at this stage, wait another 10 minutes and then try again. Now I'm doing some cuts there, doing 2 centimetre or 3/4 of an inch columns. I'm not doing any horizontal cuts at the moment. So pop the lid back on, and we're going to wait, allow the curds to rest for 3 minutes before we do the next set of cuts. So cut the curds now into 1.25 centimetre or 1/2 inch cubes. I'm just using my trusty curd harp there, spinning it around gently to cut the rest of the curds horizontally. Now if you don't have something like this tool, then you can use your curd knife and angle it at a 45-degree angle and cut the curd all the way around. So once your curd has been cut, we're going to stir for 30 minutes, so very gently, as the curd may be a little bit fragile. So we're keeping them at 36 degrees. Let the temperature drop a little bit, down to 36 or 96.8 Fahrenheit. So I'm just checking the temperature there, just to make sure that I'm still good to go. Yep, close enough to 36. So stirring for 30 minutes reduces the size of the curds quite dramatically, and you can see the stark difference there from when I started to when I finished 30 minutes later. So just pop the lid on and allow the curds to settle for 10 minutes to allow for easy draining. So we're going to dip off the whey now down to the level of the curds. So I'm just using a ladle. Now what you can do is use a sieve, place that into the curds and whey, and then dip the ladle into the sieve. I didn't have my sieve available at this stage, so I just had to wing it using a ladle and try not to get any curds in there. So just taking off as much whey as possible until you see the curds. And I can just see the curds there. Now prepare 2 square feta baskets and ladle the curds into them. Now I'm preferencing one of the baskets just to make sure, see if I could fit it all into one of them. Now, it didn't look like I was, so I put a little bit into the second basket, but most of it went into the first. So just keep piling it up. There we go. All good. Now we are going to combine the two curd masses together as they drain. So to do that, we allow the curds to drain for 30 minutes. That's just a close-up shot of what they look like. And 30 minutes later, you can see they've shrunk in the mold. So we're going to flip the curds over every 30 minutes for 4 hours. Just using a plastic mat there and the feta basket. Trying not to spill it and make it go everywhere. There we go. A bit of a bang on the top and gets it to settle down. So set the timer for 30 minutes again. There we go. So 30 minutes later, they've shrunk some more. Just flip them over again. And we're going to transfer the smaller slab, which was in the second basket, into the first basket just to make one single cheese. Now you may not have to do this if your baskets are a little bit bigger. There we go. Now I'm using the second basket to press down firmly to get the curds to meld together into one solid slab. Just a little bit of hand pressure, not too much. We don't want to lose any of the fat out of the curds. Just enough that that kind of fuses together. And then just let it drain back on its mat. And let that drain for another 30 minutes. So from here on in, it's kind of just keep flipping. So by flipping the cheese over, we're helping more whey be expelled and drain, and for the curds to firm up into a cheese. So another 30 minutes on the clock. "30 minutes later, it shrunk some more. So we're still flipping. This 4 hours seemed to like to go for eternity, but it was worth it in the end. So 30 minutes later, this is the penultimate flip. The all but last one, of course. And it's shrinking some more in the mold. And this is the last one. Now what I'm doing here is removing it from the basket. I didn't want it to look like a little pyramid, so I want to kind of square it up a little bit more. And popped it in there and gave it a bit of a bang so it's settled in. Now what we're going to do is allow the cheese to drain overnight. So this is the 4 hours of flipping all finished now. Let that drain overnight. Now if you've got a little handy umbrella, then you can do that. Now once the draining's finished, flip it out onto a cheese board for serving. And that's it. No salt, no nothing. It's quite firm, but this is a very, very fresh cheese. And you can see how firm it is just by me slicing through with a sharp knife there. There we go. You can't even see the line where we melted the two together. Now you can store this at 4 degrees Celsius or 39 Fahrenheit for 2 to 3 days. It won't keep very long because there isn't any salt. Now over to Gav for a taste test.
Right, so fairly simple process as you saw. I let this drain overnight as well. I kept it out at room temperature. It hasn't shrunk much more than it was when it was in the mold. So remember, this cheese has no salt whatsoever. It's just milk with rennet, and it's turned into a solid block, basically. One of the freshest cheeses, and because it has no salt, you've got to be careful. You've got to eat it within a few days. So let's try some of this. I've got some lovely condiments here. I'm going to try it with, obviously I've got some tomatoes. I've got some balsamic vinegar. I've got some basil infused Australian extra virgin olive oil. And I've got salt and pepper. And I've got some water crackers with a little bit of pepper in them as well. Okay, so let's just try a little bit by itself without anything on top of it and see what it tastes like. How would I describe that? It's milky, very milky. Well, remember, it's basically essence of milk, solid milk, with no any other additives besides the rennet and the calcium chloride to firm it up after pasteurisation. Now, I dare say if you probably made it with raw milk, it would taste a little bit different because it would have had some cultures in there, but the pasteurisation has certainly killed that off. It's pleasant enough, but it doesn't have much with it. It doesn't come with much flavour besides a milkiness that comes with the cheese. So let's try some of the bits on top. So I'll cut up a tomato. Grab myself a cracker, put a bit of Scyzz on top, bit of tomato. What have we got here? Just going for a bit of cracked pepper and a bit of salt. That's the first test. All right. It's very nice because the acidity of the tomato and the salt and pepper have added something to that. That was very nice, very pleasant aperitif or hors d'oeuvre. So let's try a bit of the Scyzz with. There we go. Let's have a little bit of olive oil. Remember, this is basil infused. It's just a tiny bit on top. And just a drip. See if I can get a drip out of this without it going everywhere. Whoa, my goodness, all over the table. All right, all in, let's have a look. That's very nice. Let me just clean up this mess with my clean tea towel before Kim sees it. There we go. All clean. Wouldn't even know I did it. So you just cover it up. That was very nice. The acidity hit of the balsamic vinegar and the flavour of the olive oil, delightful. Really, really nice. So I'm going to have a little bit more. This is very nice. I'm going to go and share some with Kim. But if you want to make a quick, fresh cheese, then highly recommend Scyzz. Very simple to make. Make sure, though, that you've got unhomogenized milk when you make this. The curd set's so much better than if you were just using pasteurized homogenized milk. And don't forget to add the calcium chloride or your curd set won't be very good, because there is no acidification, so the rennet really has to work hard. So you've got to have fairly decent quality milk to get the curd set. Anyway, I think that's a success. Nice soft cheese, so Scyzz, that's a very good one. We're going to have to eat it within a few days because it's not salted. So I'll be giving some away to family and friends, I think, as well. Anyway, if you want to support the show, feel free to join, become a YouTube member or a patron, and the links are down below. You get bonuses by getting early previews for the making videos like this one, There's different tiers of membership within Patreon, and you get bonuses like kits and stuff like that. For this kit, I probably would recommend probably the feta cheese kit, because it's got the baskets in it, and you can check that out at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. Well, thank you for watching, Curd Nerds, and I will see you next time. Well, g'day Curd Nerds, I'm Gavin Weber, and today we're going to be making traditional mozzarella. Yes, that's mozzarella. Well, as you can see, I'm set up outdoors today, and I'm making traditional mozzarella. This is the one where we ripen it with a starter culture. I'm not cheating, I'm not doing a quick mozzarella, which acidifies the cheese with citric acid. There's no citric acid to be seen here in front of me, and I'm adding in some lipase to add in a piquant flavour into the mozzarella cheese. So anyway, let's get on with how we make mozzarella.
So the ingredients are 8 litres of full cream milk, 1/4 teaspoon of thermophilic culture, 1/8 of a teaspoon of lipase, 1.5 mils of calcium chloride, 1.5 mils of liquid rennet, 2 teaspoons of cheese salt, a bowl of ice water, and an 18% saturated brine solution. Now you need some special equipment. You'll need a pH meter or a duo-test pH paper, heavy-duty rubber gloves, large plastic tub or a stainless steel bowl, ice for your iced water bath, and lots of patience. So you'll need to bring the milk up to temperature of 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Then we're going to be adding in our starter culture, and this will help acidify our milk. So this is our thermophilic culture. We're going to adding in our 1/4 teaspoon of thermophilic. So sprinkle that all over the top. And we're going to let that rehydrate now for 5 minutes. Just pop the lid back on. I'll do that out of camera. Anyway. So now we're going to increase the temperature to 32 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. Don't have to do that slowly, just do that as quick as you can. Check the temperature with your thermometer. So we're at 32 degrees there now, which is good, and we're going to ripen that for between 60 and 90 minutes, or until the pH reaches 6.4. Now in my case it took 90 minutes. I tested at 60 minutes, it just wasn't quite there. At 90 minutes it was, and you'll see how I do that in a minute. I'll just give that a quick stir. So I'm testing with my duo test paper, just the smallest amount of paper, and check the colour against the little colour chart that you get with the paper. So it's at 6.4, and we can continue on now. So we're going to add the lipase, which was diluted in 1/8 of a cup of water. Now we have to do this 20 minutes before we add this to the milk, so it was well before that. So adding in the lipase there, give that a good stir for at least 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. Now sped this footage right up. So then we're going to add the next ingredient, which is calcium chloride, because I'm using pasteurized milk. this just fortifies the milk. Add some more soluble calcium back in so it will set a better curd. So just stir that in. Now we're going to let the lipase do its thing. So we're going to let that rest for 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, we get to add the final ingredient. Which is rennet. So give it a stir for no more than 1 minute. Now in normal traditional mozzarella they use raw milk and they use kid rennet from a goat, baby goat. Anyway, we're going to allow those curds to set for 30 minutes. And that has the lipase in it and gives it a piquant flavour already. So the curd has set well and truly. We're testing for a clean break here. And because they use raw milk, there we go, there's a nice clean break. I'll continue on because they use raw milk. They don't need to add a starter culture. So we're having to put those bits in because I'm using pasteurised milk. Anyway, I'm going to cut the curd to 1.25 centimetres or half-inch cubes. I just cut the horizontals there with my curd cutter. I'm doing the verticals with my curd knife. If you don't have a curd cutter, you'll have to do it at 45-degree angles to get the best horizontal shapes you can. Now, I didn't think they were small enough, so I did them again. There we go. We're going to allow those to rest and heal, so they don't become a sloppy mess. And we're going to let those rest for 5 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes. Got excited there. Sorry about that. Okay, 10 minutes has elapsed. Now before I go any further, I'll just check the temperature. It should still be at roughly about 32 plus or minus 1 degrees. It'll be fine. There's 31 something there. Now we're going to raise the temperature to 37 degrees Celsius or 99 Fahrenheit over the next 15 minutes, stirring gently. So initially we're just kind of lifting the curd just so it breaks the cubes apart. And then we stir. So this is after 15 minutes. You can see the curd size has shrunk considerably. But they're still fairly large. I would say they're probably about a centimetre cube, maybe just a little bit under. Just checking the temperature there. It is at 37 degrees Celsius, which is spot on. And we're just going to cover that because I'm going to let it settle at that temperature for 1 hour. Now I'm going to hand over to Gavin for the rest of the video.
Well, we're up to the pouring stage now. I'm going to drain it through the cheesecloth. We've been letting it sit there for 60 odd minutes. And we're going to see, it's going to pour into a slab, and then we're going to see if we can get the pH down to between 5.3 to 5 pH, which is the optimum stretching pH. So let's see how we go now. So I've got a bucket underneath,
and I don't know how full it's going to get. We'll see how that goes before it overflows. Just stop there for a sec. We have to save some this way because we're going to use it to heat up. That's not too bad. Use it to heat up to stretch our curds. There we go. Get it all out. So it came out nicely, one big lump. I'm happy with that. So I'm not going to let that drain now, and I'm going to put the lid over it, and that's going to drain. And I'm going to let that sit. I'm going to turn that every hour or so until we get the pH right down. As I said, to 5.3 to 5, which is fairly acidic, and that time we should be able to stretch it. We're going to heat the whey then up to about 77 to 80 degrees Celsius, and we should be able to stretch it under that heat. Anyway, let me just get the lid and we'll put that back on. And that'll lock the heat in and keep the curds nice and warm sitting over that whey. Let's just take the extra colander out of the way. There we go. So that's not actually sitting in the whey, so that's should be all good. I'll set that for an hour and we'll come back to it. Set timer for 1 hour.
Done. I love a good countdown.
I love one too. It's the final countdown. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Well, I'm having a fabulous time here tonight. It's just started to rain outside. I don't know if you can hear it on the tin roof. Hopefully the audio is not too bad. Now we've come up to about the 45-minute mark. I put it back onto the steel pot. All the whey's back in here again, keeping the curds warm. I put it back into the colander. I've taken the cheesecloth away, just so the heat goes directly onto the curds, just to keep it warm, and it keeps lowering the pH, so the acidity starts to rise. Now, what I'm going to do is just test the acidity with my pH strip. I'm just going to break off a bit of curd, give it a good squeeze. There's no whey coming from that, and I'm basically pressing it into the curd. There we go. So let's just check the colour. So it says about 6.2. I should check that again. It's very hard to tell. I'm just using a pair of tweezers. These are just some of absconded from my wife's beauty kit. Let's get rid of that piece of curd. It's a bit ordinary. Let's try a different piece. Now, if I had a pH meter, it would make it a lot easier, but I'm yet to get one of those. There we go. It actually says between 6.2 and 5.9, so I think we're at the right pH. So that's only after about 45 minutes, so I reckon we'll give stretching the curd a go. Anyway, what can hurt?
So I'll heat up some water and we'll get stuck into it. I'll just let that rest out the way for a moment, clean this up and we'll see what happens. Well, I'm back again. I've had to move into the kitchen. It was raining so hard outside that I couldn't hear myself speak. It's now 11 o'clock at night. I was just looking at the clock on the wall. And I've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to the Anzac Day dawn service. So I'm going to have to, I'm heating up the whey to 40 degrees Celsius so I can put the curds back on top just to stay warm overnight. And I'm going to have to come back to it in the morning. I made a mistake in the last segment. The pH was down to 6.0. I needed to get down to 5.3, so it's going to go down even further. So we're not even close to getting to stretching the curd. So we'll see what happens when we get up in the morning after I come back from the Anzac Day ceremony. So I should be back by about 7 AM and we'll see if the pH is at the right setting and we'll go from there. Anyway, see you later. Well, g'day curd nerds, we're back again. This is the next morning. It's, I don't know what the time is, 8 o'clock I think. And we're just going to check the curds to see if the pH level's right. So let's do that now. So I got my little bit of duo test paper, or litmus paper, for those who want to know the correct name of it. I'll just pinch off a little bit of curd. Now it's been sitting on top of some warm whey. Here's the slab here. Not very much, but it's still a fair bit. I think it's going to make one wicked mozzarella. It started to go a yellow colour or orange colour, as this sort of cheese will tend to do. Come here, you pesky little bugger. I'm trying not to get any liquid on the paper before I test it. Rightio. So squeeze as much whey as I can out of it. I hold it onto the curd to get the colour to change. There we go. That's as damp as it's going to get. Rightio, let's just check the colour. And it looks like it's about 5.1, so that's fantastic. So we needed to get to between 5.3 and 5.1, so we're spot on, ready to go to stretch the curd. So the next thing we'll have to do, let's get that out the way, is we're going to have to cut up the slab. So I'll just get this out the way. I'm just going to move the whey out the way. So I've got our tray here, which is clean. And I've got a bowl of iced water there as well, which I'll just move out the way. So many things on the go here to make this cheese. So just putting our slab down. Right, and we're back. I've got my trusty knife. I'll just quickly sanitise that with some white vinegar. And we'll cut this up into, what have I got written on my instructions here? 2 centimetre cubes, so that's about just under an inch.
Now the reason we're cutting the slab up into cubes is because it makes it easier for the curd to melt, and you will have to form it into a ball later on, but it certainly increases the surface area of the curd, so hence makes it easier to melt.
Which is pretty cool. Now, so we've got our cubes of mozzarella, of curd, and that's ready to go into some hot whey. So we'll just keep that aside there for a sec. I'm going to stretch the curds into this bowl here. So I'll keep my ice water just out the way. So I'm going to put my curds in here, and we're going to put the hot whey into here, and I'm going to stretch. Now I've got the use of some lovely, very thick and heavy rubber gloves here. So that'll be interesting. Now before I do, I'm going to put some salt into the pan. And trouble with making cheese outside is there's always some, well, here in Australia anyway, some little insects flying around. So here's my 2 teaspoons of salt. Just going to put that into my stretching tub. Right, so now we're going to be heating up the whey that I had left over from last night that was warming up the curds overnight to get it down to the right pH level. We're going to be heating this up to 77 Celsius, which is 170 Fahrenheit. So this is going to take a little bit of time, so I'll see you in a minute. Rightio, the whey has just come up to temperature. I've got it sitting at about 77, 78 degrees Celsius, which is 170 Fahrenheit. So I'll just turn that off now. And before we do anything further, we're just going to crumble the whey pieces. I think I cut them too large, so I'm just going to crumble them into the tub. This breaks the curd up a little bit better, makes it probably easier to melt too. Seeing this is the first time I've done this, I've made quick mozzarella probably about 50 times. Do it every time we have a beginner's cheese workshop. It's the cheese that we make during that, one of the 3 cheeses we make during that anyway. So anyway, so we'll crumble this up. I'm basically breaking the blocks in half. Now before I go any further, there is actually a test. So because we've got our whey up to temperature, I'll just put on my gloves. These are thick latex gloves. They've got a cotton liner. So you get a small piece of the curd and you put it onto your slotted spoon, put it into the hot whey, and don't lose it, hopefully. And all things being equal, it starts to get soft, which it is. That's a good sign. Just let this melt a bit more. Alright, that's perfect. And we can see that the curd stretches. So we've reached the right pH to stretch the rest of the mozzarella. And as you can see, it stretches a lot. So we're at perfect pH for making mozzarella. Anyway, that's still a good piece of curd. So we'll put that back into the rest of the curd, and I'll tip the rest of that in there now. So that's called the stretch test. If you didn't think that your pH paper or your duo test paper or your pH meter was not working properly. So that's how you can tell. Anyway, so I've got my, just toss the salt through that I put in there earlier. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pour in 2 litres of this hot whey into the container. Now this is a laundry tub that I have bought purposely for this. So I'm just pouring the hot whey around the outsides. So that's 1 litre. It's 1.5. And that's 2. So that's the same as 2 quarts. There's a stray in there. Right, so I'm just moulding this. Curds is melting now, just let that melt a bit. Making sure there's no insects or hairs or whatever. This outside cheese making is a bit different from what I'm used to inside, where it's fairly benign conditions. Gotta watch out for all sorts of beasties out here. Starting to melt, which is good. I'll be able to form it into one big ball of curd. Now these gloves are essential because it is really, really hot. I'm not kidding. If I did this with bare hands, they'd be scalded. So I'll let that sit there for a sec. I'll put a little bit more whey in just so it's covering. I've got quite a bit in there. There we are. It's got a tendency to float a little bit. Don't want it to cool down too much. So give that time to melt.
Now this part was so much fun. Really enjoyed making sure that all the cubes were combined and stretching the mozzarella curd as much as I wanted to.
I'm basically folding this over and over inside the hot whey just to make sure that all of the cubes are combined. So it doesn't look odd. Because there's nothing worse than grainy mozzarella. Even when you're doing it the quick way, there's nothing worse than grainy mozzarella.
So in my opinion, this is the best part of the whole experience of making traditional mozzarella. It's dunking the warm curd underneath the hot whey and stretching it, and then folding it back over and making the strings of the mozzarella. So you can get it quite large, as you can see there. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. So give it a good stretch. Just go for it.
I think we've got a nice big pull there, that's good. That's certainly not snapping. Got some nice strings. So from this stage you could probably go on to make many cheese. You go on to make some string cheese. I've heard that Armenian string cheese is very similar from here. You go on to form it into string plats. Same texture, same process. But from here I'm going to turn it into ball shapes, into the traditional mozzarella. So I'm going to start now forming into a couple of balls. So I'll just cut this in half. Now it's cooling down a fair bit, so I'm going to dunk it in this one, which is a lot hotter. Oh yeah. In fact, I'll put the other one in here too, now that we've done all the stretching. And I'm basically putting it into the traditional mozzarella shape. And there we go, one mozzarella. So I'll put that into the ice water so it holds its shape. I'll do the next one. And last but not least, see how the surface is going nice and shiny. It's starting to split a bit because it's cooling down, but form it into the traditional mozzarella shape. Just keep poking with your thumb, shaping with the palm of your hand. I believe this is how you do it. Being my first go at real mozzarella. And there we go. Hopefully that's another one. There we go, 3 mozzarellas. And once they're out of the ice water, I'll show you what they look like again. So after about 5 minutes in the ice water, we're going to transfer it into the fully saturated brine. So here's one I prepared earlier. This is my normal stock standard brine. You can see that the mozzarella balls are firmed up now, which is really good. So pop them straight into the brine and where they'll float. And I'm going to leave them in there for a couple of hours, and I'll turn those as needs be. Just put that thing on top just to make sure that they stay submerged, and that just stays at room temperature for the next couple of hours. So I'll just set a reminder so I don't forget. Set timer for 2 hours. All right, looking forward to tasting this mozzarella once it's well and truly salted. Well, here's the moment of truth, curd nerds. We've got our mozzarella in the brine and we're just about to pop it open. Let's have a look. One, two, oh well, very stable. 3. Now I'll pop the brine away, we'll use that for later on. So interesting little things. Probably turn those into Caciocavalli, which are cheese on horseback. And tie them up and let them dry out. But this recipe I didn't use the appropriate starter cultures for that type of cheese. But anyway, so I'm going to put these two aside and we're going to taste test this fresh mozzarella. Do I cut the head off or do I just start at the bottom? Decisions. All right, let's go for the side. Oh, that looks nice. So you can see all the stringy fibres. Oh, that is amazing. The difference in flavour between this and the quick mozzarella, it's just like chalk and cheese. Like this is the cheese and the other one's chalk. Took a long time, but tell you what, this is worth it. Absolutely delicious. I could eat this all day. Have a little stringy fibres, just amazing. I love it when a plan comes together. So I brined this for 2 hours. Each cheese was probably about 500, 600 grams maybe, which is about right for that weight of cheese in an 18% brine solution. Delicious. So these will keep for about 3 weeks. I'll wrap them up. I might even try to vac pack one of them and see how that goes. But mozzarella is definitely a fresh cheese. Very difficult to age mozzarella. So I will, in future videos, I'll make a provolone. In fact, I'm going to make one of those in a session later on today. But you'll see that video come out very soon. Anyway, thank you for watching this traditional mozzarella video. I hope you enjoyed it and saw how different the process was to quick mozzarella. Now, if you want to see how to make quick mozzarella, then just click through over here. Also, don't forget that you can pick up the ingredients, the kits to make these cheeses, all at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. You can click through over here and see that. Thanks for watching, Curd Nerds, and we'll see you next time. Did you know that Kim, my lovely wife, and I run a store called littlegreenworkshops.com.au? Now, Little Green Workshops is a labour of love. We started it way back in 2014, well, the online presence anyway. And it's to provide the Curd Nerd community with a facility to make their hobbies and their dreams come true. We supply kits, as you can see behind me, supplies such as rennet and starter cultures, calcium chloride, salt, and the like. As you can see here, we have just about all of the equipment and ingredients that you need to make your own cheese at home. So if you would like to see the channel grow and be part of the Curd Nerd community, you could do no better than picking up your supplies, equipment and kits over at littlegreenworkshops.com.au. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and don't forget to participate in the chat. I'm there most of the time. Anyway, back to the stream. Well, Curd Nerds, that's the end of the stream. We're fast approaching 12 hours. And I don't really want to go past that because YouTube just won't record the video and keep it for archival footage. So, thank you very much for joining me today. It's been fabulous having so many people on the stream and having a bit of a chitty chat. It's been great fun. Alright, Curd Nerds, that's the end of the show. We'll have another live stream on Sunday morning, the normal Ask the Cheese Man. So if you want to join me for that, that would be absolutely fantastic. But until next time, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.